Welcome back to the stage of history. Welcome back to the stage of history. Welcome back to the stage of history.
Transcending history and the world. A tale of dudes and souls, eternally retold.
What's up, dudes? Happy Sunday, chat. Steve and Kenny got destroyed. I destroyed them after last night. They refused to put in Ultimate Marvel 3. They refused to acknowledge its greatness, so I destroyed them. So no Yo Video Games. Simmons is okay. He's doing good. But I had to destroy Kenny and Steve. That was just the end of it. It was the end of all things. They wouldn't put Ultimate Marvel. They wouldn't put UMVC 3 in the top Capcom games, so that was it. It was the end. I just had to destroy them. No, I didn't say they're dead. They're destroyed. I had to gomage them. That's it. Yes. It was peaceful. It was a peaceful delivery. You know, there was flower petals and bullshit. Anyway. Hi. How's it going? So, we got a pretty big amount of news that I've been trying to, like, keep up on. And the amount of news that I've been trying to keep up on has risen to astronomical levels, and suddenly, you know, we are now at a spot where I have to talk about it, where I literally have to address this shit. I literally got to talk about it. There's just so much stuff. There's a Tekken interview as well. There's a Tekken interview. Jesus, bro. When the hell did that happen? Are we helldiving this week? Absolutely. My plan after this Mortal Kombat, Tekken, and all this like bad news that we've had over the past few weeks is that I'm going to become a permanent Helldiver stream right after I become a permanent Overwatch streamer. I'm dropping fighting games. I'm dropping everything else. Final Fantasy VII, whatever, Bloodborne, trash ass Bloodborne. I am becoming a full-time Overwatch 2 streamer. Once those Street Fighter costumes come out, finally we get real Street Fighter. And then after that, I think that game's going to suck ass. I am going to, we're going to become permanent Helldivers. Is that what it's called? Permanent Helldiver streamers. Helldivists. Something like that. Anyway, hi. Yeah, and then after that, I'm just going balls in on Minecraft. Full balls in on Minecraft. It's just an absolute astronomical commitment, a commitment that of which you've never seen before. Anyway, I have no plans to play any of those games. That's the news I'm trying to break to you. I have no plans to play any of those games. We got to talk about the stuff that's happened with MK this week. For sure. The Tekken interview part 1 in case I'm asleep. GGB, is it any good? Do they address anything? I'm going to grab the link. Do they address anything specifically in it? What are we talking about here? Harada and Kyohei Ikeda talk Tekken, behind the scenes dev, Tekken 8, and the mindset needed of a developer. Is there anything good in here? It's a big ass article. Is there anything like sort of in the mindscape of where they're moving forward and stuff like that? Is there anything? Anybody know? History of the series, community feedback, many things. But is it good? Is it good? I'll check it out. We'll We'll go through it and check it out. But is it good? It's great. Damn, it's great. SNK president stepping down news. Yeah, I don't know what to make of that. You know what? To be real, my very quick thoughts on that entire situation is that the early sales reports for Fatal Fury seem devastatingly bad, and then it comes out and it's like the first reports are that it was actually in top 12 like Steam earners in like a few weeks or something like that, and it did relatively well on PlayStation. So like in Japan, it didn't do great individually, but apparently it did pretty decent on PlayStation. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of any of that. I don't know if it's like, oh, this thing has suddenly died, and now they are punishing, you know, the CEO. I don't know about that. It's kind of weird that suddenly right after they are saying that actually it's doing well, and it's like, oh, what the hell? So anyway, I don't know what to make of that. I don't know what to make of this entire SNK situation. You know, I don't really have much interest in talking about it. I hope the game finds its audience. It's clearly going to get a shit ton of DLC, but I truly hope that for the future franchises that they might be tackling and or developing, you know, I hope for the best for them. I want more SNK games, but I want there to be maybe a lesson from how everything marketing wise and everything Fatal Fury was. You know, we said this many times before, dude. Fatal Fury wasn't the game that was going to break like new barriers. It just isn't. It's like the same thing for Art of Fighting. Like these things have been missing for 25 to 30 years, you know? They're for people like me. They're for like nerds. And here's the thing, I'm not even the biggest like SNK biggest SNK fan, like the most hardcore die hard, right? I'm not. I casually like these things, but at the same point, it's literally for people like me, for people that follow fighting games, and for people that are like legacy, for people that are over 40 to 45 years old, because the only things that have been around for the past 20 years have been KOF games for the most part, you know? So many other franchises in the SNK verse have not been able to find like an audience. To be real, even Samurai Showdown has had more games in the long run, you know, relatively speaking. So yeah, like it's interesting is what it is. One thing that you can emphatically say about this entire SNK situation, whether or not the game was successful, unsuccessful, whatnot, they made a great fighting game. They really made an absolutely wonderful fighting game to watch, one that is got interesting characters and interesting dynamics. It reminds you of older fighting games. And I really appreciate that. I want to get that. It's like, what if we made the gameplay more, quote unquote, even more approachable? Would that have brought in audiences? No, dude. Like, just look at what Fatal Fury is as a game. And you know what? I also kind of really hate talking about things with like hindsight when we don't even know. Like, we're not even fully aware. If Fatal Fury doesn't end up doing well, I'm actually pretty surprised. But they were very heavy-handed with the marketing, all that kind of shit. They were very heavy-handed with all that stuff. So, no easy combos, please. Well, I'm going to be real, dude. The combos in Fatal Fury aren't specifically hard. Like, if you can do fireball forward, fireball back, fireball forward, you have done a relatively big combo on Fatal Fury. Because it's just EX to EX to EX. Like, that's it. Combos in Fatal Fury, I think, are almost easier than they are in a game like Street Fighter, even Street Fighter 6. But, you know, that doesn't include, what's it called? The modern mode, all that kind of shit. So, yeah, you know, they're not chain combos, mind you. There is some chain combos in there, but it's like, they're not hard. Doing big combos isn't the impressive thing in Fatal Fury. Combos aren't the thing that is like really impressive. It is mostly for all the cool defensive shit that happens, you know? It's the closest thing to Third Strike we've had since Third Strike, chat, is what I'm trying to tell you. Anybody that's Third Strike adjacent fucking loves that game. They play that shit and they're like, God damn, this is an old ass school fight. God damn, dude. This really plays like an old school fighting game. It does. It actually does. Anyway. We'll see. We'll see what happens. If anything, I hope the best for the future. If there is an Art of Fighting game, they've talked about some of that kind of stuff in the past. But an AOF game isn't really the game that's going to like break into and build like a new audience. If it has the typical art style of like a modern day SNK game, like an anime adjacent art style in that way, you know? To me, Fatal Fury looks the best of all of them, but I said this before, I think KOF 15 looks like Japanese Fortnite. Like it's very like generic looking to a certain degree, and at least there's more of an art style, like actually going after something. But that's what I called it, like KOF 15. It's like this game looks like it's like Fortnite, but made in Japan. Like it's that kind of art style to me. So it's like I don't think it's bad, but I don't love it, and it doesn't feel like something that's super what's it called? Super like marketable, like insanely marketable. You don't look at that and go fuck, fuck, look at that shit. Speaking of fuck, look at that shit. We got to talk about and turn into a big conversation. Fighting game amazement, like, which has not been around for a while. Fighting games that actually really try to do something different, like truly different, that aren't just sort of iterative of previous games and expanding on previous games to just have pretty much a similar thing with different characters. Bruh. We got into a little bit of a convo last time where I'm like, dude, what is going to be the next fighting game to really push things for team games or something like that? Because every single team-based fighting game we see with like Hunter x Hunter on the horizon or even 2XKO and all of this shit, all of these things are iterative of Marvel vs. Capcom still. They're all still chasing what these old games are. And they're like, okay, so that formula works. We just never want to change it. You know, it's like, And then we got into the ideas of like, well, what if a Marvel 4 theoretically exists in the future? What is Capcom going to do with that? Is it going to be another Marvel 2? Like a Marvel 2, 3? You know, a third Marvel 2? You know, they're always chasing this old game. So I'm like, so when are we going to do something crazy? Like really crazy. And I want to talk about that. I want to talk about the games in my perspective that really pushed barriers in terms of like gameplay and how that works, you know? 2XKO is trying to change and people aren't having it. I don't know about that, man. 2XKO is effectively doing somewhat similar to the groove system in CVS2, pretty much the grooves in CVS2, and they are doing Marvel vs. Capcom 1 style 2v2 or X-Men vs. Street Fighter style 2v2. It's doing a lot of stuff that heavily picks up from BB Tag and Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite and Power Rangers Battle for the Grid, which were also games that picked up heavily from Marvel vs. Capcom and X-Men vs. Street Fighter and things like that, you know? Anyway, UMVC3, you know, to a degree, absolutely. So, what was the last big innovation in fighting games, either mechanical or something else? Killer Instinct. We'll talk about this, but we're getting into this shit. We're already talking about this shit. We got to talk about MK1 first. I think it was KI. Like, I'm not even kidding you. KI was the last game that, like, promoted itself as this is different. You don't play this game like other fighting games. Like, this is not the same, dude. Like, you have to wrap your head around this game differently than any other fighting game you play. It's like, whoa. And it was scoffed at because of it. People did not like it. I land a hit and I'm not guaranteed my combo. This is bullshit type stuff, you know? Does Hidden Nidhogg count? Not really. Nidhogg was mostly 2D Bushido Blade. It was cool. Nidhogg was cool, but it was that idea had been done before. The dive kick, you know? Nidhogg, Bushido Blade, that kind of stuff. OGKI combo breakers. Just for perspective, no. The way combo breakers and the way combo breaking works and the mind game behind them is not the same in KI1 and KI2 as it is KI 2013 and beyond. Not the same, bro. Like those do not, they look similar, but they functionally are drastically different. Like way different, you know? Anyway, let's talk about it. So, we got to find the video. There was a trailer that popped up not that long ago, and it was something that I had been feared, and I had warned people about, maybe this was a couple months ago, something like that. It was to a point where it seemed like MK1 got its latest DLC character, which was the T-1000, and people were sort of emphatically, this is great, like this is a cool character, kind of happy about MK1. By the way, I want to make a separate talking point about other stuff about MK1 instead of just being down on it. Because there is several things in this game I think that should be learned from that are positive, that are things that it did well, that I hope continue forward into future games. So we need to talk about that. Anyway, right around I'd say earlier this year when they were getting its DLC and there was like the talk of costumes possibly being there and all this stuff. That's like, that's weird that they would add movie costumes to things we haven't even seen before. That's weird. It almost seems like they're getting ready for content that's way far away and injecting it into the game now, months ago now, to sort of be ready the fact that this game will not be getting updates in the future. To me, it was people actually looked at it as a sign of really good news that we're going to continually get more MK1. And I sort of looked at it as bad news. I think they're like preloading the game with the stuff that they can just eventually release. So I had a what's it called? A declaration that at the end of every NRS game, every single one, they usually do a compilation of some kind. They usually do some sort of release at the end of MK11, Injustice 2, Mortal Kombat X even. They do a full compilation that includes most of the DLC seasonal content that is available in them and just packages it as one for a discount, and they no longer individually sell those things. They just want you to buy the big thing. That only historically has happened when they're done. It's only historically happened when development has finished and they are kind of working on the next game and they're like, well, we're sort of setting this one behind and we're moving forward. That could be different now. That could not be the case. But just the other day, this was announced. Mortal Kombat 1 Definitive Edition. Actual Definitive Edition. And it's a trailer. It exists.
It pleases me to again face combat.
It literally is taking pretty much all the core big content that was Mortal Kombat 1 and cramming it all together in like a new boxed release almost, you know? This also happened to the other games as well. There was like a new physical, a new digital. It kind of like, yeah, the fire sale at the end. Here's those cool movie costumes, and yeah, bro, like, dude, this Sub-Zero looks crazy cool. I hate that I made that pun, I'm sorry. The Sub-Zero looks really good. So, damn, that Shao Kahn also looks great. This Scorpion also looks great. The visuals in MK1, as much as I really prefer the art style of MK11, god damn, dude, this game does look really good sometimes. Like, they really nailed it. A lot of focus on guest characters because they're like the most marketable, you know. Omni-Man crunching. People getting stabbed, yada, yada, yada. I'm about to watch like, what, 6 more minutes of fatalities, animalities, brutalities, finish himalities, nudialities, babyalities, Floydialities, everything. This was awesome. And we'll talk about that later. So, it's kind of dire, right? I'm not saying what I predicted would happen a few months ago is a definitive explanation that they could be done. It's not. This could just be happening, and maybe they're doing something a bit different with MK1, but it's not looking particularly good. And I do think that is sad, just generally speaking, before we talk about some of the things that in a separate conversation that I think this game eventually ended up doing very well, that makes this, in my eyes, the most fun Mortal Kombat 2 play since Mortal Kombat X. That I want to kind of focus on how MK1 got here and what could be better like for the future. So if this is the end, right? If this is like truly the end, the issue is that it sort of breaks the promise. Once again, this was a second promise, right? There was also a promise made by Ed Boon for Mortal Kombat 11 that there would be significantly more expansion / support for Mortal Kombat 11 as a game, right? MK1, they said the same thing, that they wanted to continue and support it more and yada, 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 support it for years. And I have something to tell you guys. I'm not just in Ed Boon's pocket when I talk about this. Ed didn't lie when he said that. And that was indeed likely their plan. So what he said was true at the time. The issue is that NetherRealm Studios and the choices they make are not chosen by them when they eventually make it into the game. You know, it was absolutely their intention that they wanted to keep developing and supporting and refining this game to turn it into something that could potentially be like much better than it was at launch. Even the launch of the game felt like it was kicked up 6 months quicker than it should have been. Should have been launching in early 2024 instead of 2023. And the extremely heavy-handed additional costume, DLC, cosmetic stuff that was sprinkled throughout the entire game, those are not things that are chosen by NRS. In fact, the money that is made from those transactions are not something that is going directly into the pockets of NetherRealm Studios. It's going into the pockets of the publisher, and those decisions are made by the publisher. The publisher's WB. WB's had a track record of a lot of really weird-ass decisions that they have made since the get-go. And not even including Mortal Kombat 1, several of their projects have been going through it. In fact, the whole reason we're here, the whole reason we're having this conversation right now is because even though MK1 goes on to be one of the most played online games on like PlayStation, we actually see those figures. Ed posts them every once in a while. Mortal Kombat 1 remains for like the past year in the top 20 most played games on PlayStation, beating out all the other fighting games, beating out literally any other fighting game that is on that specific network. Even though that happens, there's rumors that Chaos Reigns does not sell particularly well. It doesn't do, as an expansion, it's greatly overpriced, super overpriced, and the quality of the story expansion isn't particularly great either. It is easily the weakest NRS like story mode of all of them, and it leaves you in a finality that kind of leaves me bewildered that, whoa, we're ending the game here? Because it was quite literally an end of an episode where it felt like there was going to be maybe another episode and then a finality. Like, there was going to be a lot. We were just building up towards something. And the whole point of this one was, you know, the Cyber Ninja Girls were not even Cyber Ninja Girls. It was just Sector and Cyrax, you know, not even cybernetic anymore, finding their place in the story, right? And finding their place amongst characters so that they could become part of like a bigger finality. And it just ends. And it just is them shaking hands like, we're going to be friends now type of thing. And then it just ends. So, long story short, 6 months later, there is some rumors, and these aren't even considered leaks because they are just rumors, that this expansion pack doesn't sell particularly well. It doesn't do good. And there's early signs that whatever future story modes might have been planned, or whatever DLC characters, that there's a chance that there's not going to be anything more. That whatever's at the end of the season could be it. So, considering what's happening with this definitive edition, it looks like that's the case. It looks like there's a very high probability that the developers at NRS likely wanted to continue, wanted to refine, because I'm going to be honest, they have been. This past 6 months of the game, 6 to 8 months, this final season, has had some of the best gameplay and updates to MK1 that we've seen. We're looking at the Floyd thing right here. So and I want to highlight all these things in a compilation, like I said, in a bit. There were several things added to this game that were super cool. And finally, it felt like the game was on an upturn. It felt like, dude, some of the decisions that's going into this is good. Like, I'll be real. Since even pre-release, I have been pretty dour on MK1, although feeling better than I had with MK11 pre-release and making some criticisms about its gameplay and stuff. Pretty dour on how this game is functionally. And then it came out, and unfortunately, all of my paranoia about this game pre-release proved to be real. And the game was truly in a very bad state when it came out, really not meeting the expectations of people that are looking forward to gameplay stuff, much less also casual fans looking for content. It was not there, dude. So they spent like almost a year really refining the game and turning it into something more fun. But ultimately speaking, a game that I did find more generally fun than any NRS game since Mortal Kombat X. And I can emphatically say that right now, that at the end of MK1 now, I genuinely have had more fun with this game as an NRS game than any NRS game since Mortal Kombat X, straight up. Some of the Season 3 characters and adjustments they made across the board and how the cameo system is now working is so much better, dude. Jesus, man, it's actually a fun game. I can see myself coming back to this with friends every once in a while. It won't be the forever game. It's not an MKX to us, but I can see us coming back to it. However, how did we get here? Outside of content, okay? Outside of the fact that this game did not meet the content demands of people that Injustice 2 and Mortal Kombat 11 had, it did not have that stuff, right? So number one is just not going to meet the expectations of those fans. There was another problem. Cameos as a concept was always extremely half-baked. What the game is trying to teeter the line of staying a 1v1 game, but not entirely being a 1v1 game, trying to like teeter this line of we're going to do this MK9 sort of like tag game situation, but we're not going to have the tagging. We're still going to have the bonus extra character, but you don't have to play them completely. They were really trying to ride this line of making that acceptable. Pretty much, they came up with Marvel vs. Capcom PlayStation version. And for anybody that doesn't know what the hell that is, the PlayStation version of Marvel vs. Capcom is significantly different than the arcade version. The game doesn't have the memory to support multiple characters tagging in at one time. So all you do is you have like assists. You choose like one character and you kind of choose an assist character. And it sort of is like a 1 versus 1 game. And it plays out like a 1 versus 1 game and you call the assist, you know, willy-nilly. That's what MK1 ended up being. Really, a nerfed version of like an old school Marvel versus Capcom game. And then ultimately speaking, a lot of stuff in the game just played out very similarly. And that's because so many of the characters and the new tools they have been given ran at a snail's pace, bro. Like, it's something that always bugged me in MK1 was the speed of attacks, how fast combo strings are, and how fast specials are. I'm going to tell you right now, and you can go back and check this out. One of the bigger criticisms of this game is that it was insanely slow. They picked up the pace of several characters down the line, but dude, if you go back and watch MK11, it looks like the game is running at 1.5 speed on YouTube. I'm not kidding, dude. It looks like it's running like light speed faster than MK1 is. And that's MK11, and that game was already considered slow. So the game wasn't making any friends, right? And the nice part is that they were sort of treating it as in like the exploration, all that kind of stuff. But the way they handled assists and how assists are nerfed and adjusted at a very early level also made us realize that like, oh, well, the cameos themselves don't really line up with like what a traditional assist game is, because any of the fun cameos are limited to a timer that takes forever for them to come back. And some are obviously way more busted than others, and they have to nerf those. They tone like everything down again. And so it's like, oh my gosh, dude. Again, cameos ended up landing in a pretty good spot, but it took like over a year. It took over a year for them to get there. Anyway, I want to talk about the things that I really enjoy about this game, but I think it's important to see like why we got here. And I don't want to like kick a dead horse too much in this situation. But one thing I will say that if this is the end of MK1, I have to commend NRS. It may not seem that way in the myriad of like these weird seasons of content that are in there with all of this crazy DLC cosmetic bullshit that's in the game that's just littering the whole goddamn game. It may not seem like they give a shit and they're just like cramming it in there. But there was a lot of really significant improvements to how this game works as an experience, but a lot of things that never got a chance to be fixed. For example, like the online functioning even at half the capacity. I'm not talking about like netcode specifically. I'm talking about online functionality, like how players match up with each other. I could not stand that whenever I played MK11, dude, I spent the majority of my time looking at trees. And my ass was just like searching for opponent, looking at trees, you know, and by trees, I mean the default MK1 background. I'm just looking at trees, dude. I've spent so many hours of my life looking at these fucking trees. Like, I almost have to like remind MK1 fans when I talk to the MK1 community, and I'm like, bro, how long do you think you've looked at these trees? And then they sit there for a second and they're like, God damn, you're right. Like, how much? I'm like, how much of your time do you think you've actually spent just waiting and looking at these trees to matchmake you with somebody? They're like, holy shit, you're right. Probably a lot. Probably like equivalent levels of waiting for the next battle type of shit in Tekken 7. Like, that stuff was a problem, man. You spent so much of the time in MK1 Online not fighting people. And it made it kind of boring. You know, we literally saw this happen with the Fatal Fury beta before that game was out. I'm like, this game's kind of a snooze. And all of a sudden they fixed those issues. They took down the downtime in between matches as much as they possibly could, and in matches. Game became way more fun, way more enjoyable, way easier to find people just to grind matches, all that kind of stuff. It became so much better. MK1 has that problem, like straight up. It does have rollback. It does have decent functioning online too. It does. So anyway, I keep getting into this state, but I don't want to keep like kicking the dead horse. I think there's a lot to learn from MK1 outside of just its failures. And it's some of the things that I think are some of the best executed things that they have done in an MK game, especially from the consideration of gameplay, in a long time. But that's even at the consideration that many attacks were too slow, and the cameo system was something that was never going to get people on board and seem like really cool. You know, it's never going to be the thing that is going to be like, this is a new way to play MK. This is it, bro. That was never going to happen. And it's just not going to be the sort of game that will do that. You know what I mean? If anything, NRS has definitely learned Mortal Kombat from this point forward is a 1v1 game. Straight up. This shit is a 1 versus 1 fighting game. I've made an exclamation in the past that did get a lot of people kind of heated. And I have said that we don't want Injustice 3. I say that specifically from a gameplay perspective and how the communities were reacting to those games retrospectively. But I would like to clarify something that was put into there, because people are like, well, I want that. I want Injustice 3. I want those characters back. I will say I agree with you. I do not want another Injustice that follows the exact same path of Injustice 1 and 2. Games that have huge screens, tiny characters, zoning wars, left and right. It is the Call of Duty of fighting games. Like, to me, if they actually evolved Injustice the same way that they have historically evolved Mortal Kombat and changed Mortal Kombat, I'm totally down, bro. The exclamation of "we don't want an Injustice 3," or specifically, I'll just say me, because I don't want to put words into your mouth, is that, brother, I can't go through that game again. I cannot. Like, they're just going to give us a bigger meter burn roll now. Like, no, dude, that's not going to fix the problems. They're just going to make the slip out do the MK11 thing where there's now anti-slip out. It's like we functionally got another game that was very similar to Injustice 2, and it was actually MK11. MK11 carried a lot of that shit over. So if there is Injustice in the future, I want it to be different. I want it to be a game that has interactions different than what Injustice 2 historically was. Injustice 1 even. I would like there to, I want all those DC characters in a game that actually encourages them getting up close and fighting each other. That would be wonderful. That'd be nice. That'd be nice if that was the case, and 50 to 70% of the game isn't a mid to long range zoner. Like, that would be great if the game could have been that. But there's a problem. And this is actually the dire news at the end of all things here in this conversation for MK1. If this is winding down the clock and we're just now on, ticking the time till Ed Boon shows up at the Game Awards again or some shit at a Summer Games Fest and reveals to us the future of NetherRealm fighting games. And that future is going to be likely not an Injustice game, likely not an MK versus DC game, likely not a new IP. That future is going to be what the CEO of WB Games, of Warner Brothers, said to us directly to our goddamn faces, that they're focusing on a limited few franchises because they're running out of money and they don't have any budget to waste on things that won't hit. And they specifically said Mortal Kombat, specifically said MK. They didn't mention anything else. It was MK, Harry Potter, Game of Thrones, and Batman Arkham, I think, were the 4 specific things they said. We're not going to do any of these other titles. That came from the CEO of the company like a few months ago, like 6 months ago. So as much as I would like NRS, here's the thing. I sympathize with the devs, dude. I think they must be burned out so fucking hard of like cranking out MK11, which is considered by many to be one of the best looking and playing Mortal Kombat games, like content wise and everything. People love that shit. To immediately have to jump right into another Mortal Kombat, and suddenly that one doesn't hit, and they're like super humbled by it. They finally have a game in the past like 10 years that doesn't land, and that feels bad, dude. To be told again, all right, well, that's not working. We're done with it. Don't even continue it. Don't even continue to update it. We just have to move forward and start fresh and just fix the problems and just release the next game. The next game being a goddamn Mortal Kombat again. I just hear in my head over and over again the times that Ed Boon has been in interview saying that they would love to do something else. So many times where he's like, yeah, we would love to do like, you know, an adventure game or something like that, because they literally have some of the most talented developers in the industry making some of like the craziest games. They do. I truly wish that they could do something different. And to be real, I have now come around. If this is the end of MK1, I wish it was Injustice 3, dude. I do. Because if it's I'm not thinking of the next 3 years. I'm thinking of the next 5 years. These devs need a break. They need a break from MK. They need an opportunity to reevaluate things and look at something so they can grow and have a fresh perspective going into another Mortal Kombat game. And if anybody remembers, that fresh perspective is something that made Mortal Kombat X way better. Like that turned that into like a true elevation of Mortal Kombat. You know why? Because MKX took several things from Injustice 1 and they put it into that game. They didn't take the overall gameplay, but many mechanical things in terms of like interactables and all that kind of shit kind of came back, and they were sort of cool. They were refined and they made sense. And it was like, this is neat. Many things from Injustice 2 clearly visually carried over into Mortal Kombat 11. There was a growing space there where the Injustice series kind of allows NRS to grow as a company and then move forward and apply those big changes into their next game. Injustice 2 sort of like floundered a bit, but looked amazing, but allowed MK11 to soar to become like the best-selling Mortal Kombat ever. You know what I mean? They need that. Like, they really do. It always felt like MK1 was sort of forced to exist in this situation, and they tried to meet us halfway with gameplay and clearly meet the demands of people after MK11, which was a very devoid of fun gameplay moments, great looking stuff, but not a fun game. They needed a point where they could like sit on that shit and really figure that out. So I hope it's Injustice 3, dude. I do. I also don't think they would just, specifically given the studio right now, I don't think that they would just make another Injustice game that has Batman doing 1, 2, 3 launcher, jump kick, back 3, fucking battering, grab forward, overhead, like the same fucking Superman forward 2, 3, ice beam, back 3, wall bounce, knock you into the back, send you through the, like, same fucking shit we watched throughout the entirety of Injustice 1, the entirety of Injustice 2. I don't think it would be the same thing. I think they would literally do something different. I think they would almost have to. People would not want to do that. People would not want to just experience the same thing again. And yeah, I think it would be great to have a new set of DC heroes, a new set that maybe lines up a bit closer with where DC's going filmically right now. I think that would be genuinely cool. I just do not want Injustice 3 to be a direct continuation of Injustice 2. You know, I don't think I want that. But I'll tell you what I really want, the biggest bummer of this whole goddamn thing, which would have actually allowed NRS to be genuinely creative, because the previous game was made in a very specific situation, in a very specific way, with a very meager budget. My dude, Mortal Kombat versus DC would be fucking awesome. if that is on the plate, if that's something that still could exist, it has Mortal Kombat in the title. Jesus, man, I get it, dude. It's gonna have a problem. You're not gonna be able to rip Superman's neck through his ass. You're not gonna be able to do that. You're not gonna be able to show his absolute eviscerated ass. That's not gonna be a thing that's okay. But it can still be violent. It can still be super violent. It can still be like very much creatively violent in the ways that I think that NRS could do this shit, dude. They can make this work, and they can make these characters work again with each other in a very cool way. This is not the same NetherRealm Studios that made MK versus DC. It's not the same one. I think that could be more successful than a generic Injustice 3, but it still carries over just Mortal Kombat all over again. But they now have to approach it with like a different mindset. They now have to do fatalities and brutalities in these ways that actually have to be creative. They have to represent gore and violence in a way that makes sense, you know? So I wish they got the chance to do that. The problem is that I don't think that's happening. I don't think Injustice 3 is happening. The most dire, saddest news about this is that I personally think it's just like Mortal Kombat 2. And I hope that's not the case, man. I hope it isn't just MK2, because where the hell do you take this game after this, man? Where do you pick up the story? We already rebooted it. We've already rebooted the whole franchise. And we rebooted it by continuing the story. So we're like, how do we reboot it again? A reboot of a reboot of a reboot now? Like, it's wild to me. So they can't just like start over. This actually was the start over. So I don't know, dude. Liu Kang has to die again or something like that. And then then we're going to get to zombie Liu Kang again. Like, ah, man, it's so crazy. So anyway, I truly wish that as a creative development, right? As games that are made by people that need to be challenged creatively and cannot render the same guts and graphics over and over again to do something different, right? I truly wish that they get the opportunity to do that. That's all I'm saying. And I think that could be the saddest news at the end of this, where if it's just like, hey, so MK1's done, we need to start over again. You know, we got to start over all over again and just have a new, fresh approach at Mortal Kombat, when they have had fresh approaches at Mortal Kombat since MK9, MKX, and MK11. Every single game, a fresh new approach of what Mortal Kombat could be. And to be real, MK1 was the only one that didn't hit. To be told to do it again, that shit must be exhausting, dude. So that's the end of that conversation. Boba. Yeah, the timelines are in danger. Like, I just want there to be another forever fighting game, you know? MK9's a forever fighting game for a lot of people. MKX is a forever fighting game for a lot of people. And I'll be real, MK11 didn't become a forever fighting game for the like hardcore audience that really likes gameplay. That didn't happen. You don't really watch a bunch of like super hardcore MK gameplay people going back to MK11 emphatically. But MK11 became a forever fighting game for the super casual NRS community. For the people that really, really love visuals and really, really love, like, you know, offline gameplay and stuff like that. You go to Steam and you might look at how many people are playing MK11 still, and it's like 2,000 people are playing MK11 just on Steam. That's crazy, dude. But those people aren't all just grinding ranked matches. They're engaging in towers and unlocking shit for their characters and stuff. Like, that's the way the majority of that audience engaged with that game. They're just unlocking things for characters and completing towers and waiting on the living towers to bring this shit up and going to the crypt and doing all that bullshit and all that kind of stuff. Like, people legit, that's where those games got straight up like a ton of playtime. But for everybody else that is going to be like, hey, you know, I just want to be engaged by the gameplay of another Mortal Kombat game again. We have literally watched a whole bunch of them go back to MK9 through like Parsec and shit like that. They go back to Mortal Kombat X. You know, I literally watch like the weekly tournaments for those guys that do this stuff. And yeah, they went back to the older games. main NetherRealms NRS content creators legit went back to even older games like Injustice 2, like Super and stuff like that. Mortal Kombat X have to be like, they need to be reminded of why they fell in love with these games, so they go back to the old ones all over again. Because people just don't care about MK1. People just don't give a shit, you know? So. Don't forever fighting games require real, true fighting game innovation, third strike innovation type shit? No. A forever fighting game just needs to be something that can functionally work, that you can still find, that you can still like easily matchmake with somebody online for the most part. That's not even required, but also is like so much fun and has so many great characters and shit that you're like, bro, I can always go back and play that. I can always do it. UMVC3 is one of those games, for sure. And that doesn't even have the net play issues. It doesn't. Even to a certain degree, I would have argued that Dragon Ball FighterZ maybe could be that game, but after the final update, you know, after that final update, it sort of burned a lot of bridges with the majority of its community. So it really feels like Killer Instinct, also one of those games, you know, it even got a recent update. People will always, that community will always be there. People will always love that game. I literally I follow all the OG KI players and some of the ones that obviously don't play anymore, but some of those that do. I'm like, dude, they're searching ranked at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm sitting here on my phone in bed trying to fall asleep, and these guys are finding ranked matches at 3 in the morning with other people that are also like, you know, killer rank and shit. And I'm like, wow, well, this is a forever fighting game. They're still finding people, dude. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. So anyway, like, yes, like many of those like forever fighting games, I completely understand why this game will just live on. People will always play it. Guilty Gear Accent Core Plus R will always be played. It's like the true definition of OG Guilty Gear. And when that game got true content and netcode updates and shit like that, oh shit, you can always find people playing that game. There's not a ton, but you're always going to find like a few hundred people just grinding it out and playing the game that they will forever play. I don't need to play anything else, dude. This is my fucking game, you know? So anyway, there's a few games that are like that. Not every fighting game is that way. All I want is more forever fighting games, you know? I want games that can legit just last for. Soul Calibur 2 is 100% a forever fighting game. 100%. That game is infinitely replayable, even nowadays, you know? A community cult following. Yes, you could say that. There is people actively playing and keeping it alive and continually progressing the game, you know? It is not like it has completely stifled, right? It hasn't sunk itself in some way. But that is absolutely the definition of people like are still going, dude. Like, and they can be supported, and there's enough people for them to keep going, you know? Man, Melee is a perfect example of that shit. A perfect example. Even without like the netcode, even though it has it now through emulation. Which Tekken is a forever fighting game? That's a good question. It's tough. And it's not like Tekken has done much to make that easier. But I'd argue it's 5DR. Of all of them, of people that can actually sit and really get better and grind at it, I think 5DR has the most support for that, just in terms of its overall game design. Tekken 3 is amazing. Tekken 4 is great and weird. Tekken 6 is pretty good too. Tekken Tag 2 is wild and crazy. Tekken 7 will kind of always be there, but the way that the Tekken community absolutely, I would say, Krispy Kreme donut glazes the shit out of Tekken 5 DR, just being the most pure version of Tekken. Yeah, that's it, dude. That's the one. The problem is that playing it online is like almost an impossibility outside of emulation. It's very tough. Loyalists love Tag 2. I would say a larger casual fan base actually loves Tag 2. If anything, the Tekken loyalists enjoy Tag 2 with the comparison of where Tekken is going, but a lot of people that like casually like Tekken and content, Tag 2 is incredible, dude. It's the best one. It's legit the best one. It has the most stuff. It has the most like stages. It has like the craziest fucking music. It's got the craziest amount of characters. But when it comes to like people that truly play this shit like non-stop, like no lifer type stuff, they are dedicated Tekken players, you know. Tag 2 presents a lot of problems. A huge amount of issues when you actually get really good at it. and it becomes like greatly unfun, as I understand it, when you actually get good at the game, you know? That's actually in the interview. We should talk. I'm looking forward to reading it. Would Tag 1 be considered that some people went back to it after Tekken 4 problems? I would say so, man. Tag 1 is the best example of like the old Tekken before 5, right? That is still playable. That is still fun. Tag 1's genuinely great. It's just better Tekken 3. It's just functionally speaking and feeling wise, it's just a better Tekken 3. For sure. Anyway, let's not deviate the conversation too much. On screen right now, what you're looking at is one of the sickest goddamn things Mortal Kombat has done in a hell of a long time. What you're looking at right now, this weird pink bastard showing up through the weirdest means, the weirdest way, was easily one of the coolest things I have experienced in a fighting game in a long time. I'm not even going to say an MK game. I'm just going to say in general. Floyd being the final mystery ninja, the rainbow ninja that everyone sort of talked about, like the not chameleon, like all this kind of stuff, making an official appearance, not being playable, but being like a secret boss fight that unlocks this shit. Badass, dude. Finding out how to get him, the community coming together to gather information, even though it was found relatively quick, this stuff was not designed to be monetizable. It was just sick. It felt like the old days of Mortal Kombat when you look in, you error macro and all this kind of shit. Reptile sneaking out and like looking from behind the way, smoke and shit, making small appearances. Like he shows up and you're like, what is happening? Secrets, excuse me. Secrets and Mortal Kombat are a thing that have sort of been put by the wayside for a little while, kind of relegated to gear and unlocks and shit like that. And then Mortal Kombat 1 finally came out and they're like, why haven't we done big secrets again? And they did it. And it was in an update. They didn't tell anybody about it. They told nobody that they made this super cool fight. What I want to do, with that being said, and I don't want to, once again, beat a dead horse with MK1 and the game that is so easy just to keep driving over the corpse of, look how bad it is, look how rough it is. I need to explain my position again. At the end of MK1, I think this game was super fun. And I think they took what was an extremely bad situation and almost like a very much like rough fighting game with a lot of problems. And they turned it into something that has some of the best aspects of MK that I have played, straight up. Is it my preferable way to play them? Is it the best? Is everything else emphatically good about it? No, dude. We know all the issues with MK1. We just talked about it in like another conversation. I want to talk about the things that ended up being really sick about this game. Because if one thing, yes, the comparison here is like Street Fighter V. They didn't even get the time to Street Fighter V Mortal Kombat 1 to get to their eventual Season 4, Season 5, where things were actually really good and this became a genuinely good game. Dude, they didn't even get that time at all. They got a very short, like, year and a half-ish period to begin their redemption arc, and the beginning of their redemption arc is now where the game is seemingly and potentially done, which is sad. So, let's talk about outside of Floyd, which is a badass thing that they added to this game. And I love this shit, man. This was such a cool idea of like secret fights. Dude, what if Kintaro was in there somehow? That would have been crazy if there's like a secret. He's not even playable. There's like just a secret Kintaro fight or something. That would have been so freaking cool. Anyway, let's talk about that. I want to talk about the stuff that Mortal Kombat 1 did well. And I want to talk about the things in this game that I actually hope continue forward, that future games that NRS makes can apply and learn from. Outside of the clear negative aspects that have been covered ad nauseum and a billion times, and I don't need to farm content out of that anymore. I don't know if I really want to. The first one is cameos. And I don't think cameos are a thing that needs to come back. I don't think that's something that should resurface or return. But around Season 2 of MK1, cameos greatly changed. There was a lot of aspects of the game that were revolving around like F it, this just covers my neutral sort of situations, just makes unsafe things safe. And that stuff didn't go away. However, how did the majority of relatively good or decent cameos change over time? We started to see an evolution of something that is what I think pretty unique to NRS games, which is a conversion. And the ability for you to convert using a cameo, a normally, I would say a normally one-hit situation into something that is a multiple hit situation, and that can actually get you pretty decent damage. They first told us this pre-release, hey, you know, down twos, you don't get anything off down twos in almost any NRS game, bro. Like any down two situation, any anti-air situation, you don't get shit off of that. Well, they literally turned it into a jump cancel later on, which is kind of cool. And they promote the idea that, hey, your cameo can turn a down two into an actual conversion in some way. Wow. That's an interesting idea. They don't fully get to the point where that makes sense until we get really crazy cameos like Movado and stuff like that, where you could only use the cameo during hit stun and juggle. That shit was weird, man. I'm like, what are these guys smoking? What are we? This is so bizarre and weird. Giving him credit is one of the coolest cameos in the game. What a cool idea. Suddenly now I have a cameo that just doesn't randomly help me out in neutral. Now it lets me convert. Now it lets me turn a throw into something unique. It allows me to turn situations that Mortal Kombat has historically presented to us. Hey, bro, you're just going to watch this 5 to 7 second throw animation again and again and again. I will never forgive Mortal Kombat 11. That game made me hate throws, dude. I hate throws. I can't stand them. NRS games, I cannot watch these throw animations again and again and again. Like, oh my God, dude, this is crazy. At least in MK1, they found a way to make that work. You can quite literally break the throw with the cameo and convert after. Cool. That's a cool idea. Another thing I hope comes back, and I think historically has been a thing that in almost all of the Mortal Kombats before this, a thing that is kind of hard to deal with for a mid-level to low-level audience, maybe mid to intermediate, jump kicks. Jump kicks are kind of a pain in the ass in the majority of MK games, and many of them you don't get conversions off of them. Not all the time, sometimes you do. But jump kicking is like kind of a pain in the neck. You're like, what do? I don't have a traditional anti-air. Like sometimes my down twos don't work in this situation. Mortal Kombat 1 was like, hey, we recognize that. Like our jump kicks are kind of messed up, you know? And you get one hit, but you don't get the combo. They're sort of hard to anti-air in many situations. And one thing they did initially was really buff down twos. Down twos are now very good anti-airs. They're like really good. But they introduce up block. And up block opens up a pretty unique mind game of like an empty jump. Now, if you up block, there's a recovery to it. Now, if you up block, you can be thrown out of it. Now, if you up block and correctly predict that somebody is jumping at me, I can now punish you for it. And if I'm ready for it, I think that is arguably, and it is a defensive mechanic, one of the best ideas they have had in NRS games in a hell of a long time. I think this shit is a great idea. In fact, we all go back to previous Mortal Kombats, 3D Mortal Kombats and stuff, and we're always up blocking on accident because it's just natural. It's just like a natural thing. Yes, the fact that you could up block overheads, the main functionality was around jump-ins, right? It clearly was solving a problem that it's sort of hard to deal with jump-ins in this game. So anyway, bruh, I love it. I actually really hope that whatever next MK game happens, that they have a mechanic that is similar to or functionally like up block. I think that would be a great idea. Another thing, introduced at the end of season 2, the very tail end, which is why I'm thinking this is going to be something that will be introduced in the future Mortal Kombat game. We have finally been given some true concepts of something that is more mechanically deep than just having a fatal blow. Just having a big super X-ray animation, you know, that plays out and you get these fatal blows and yada, yada, yada. Some characters had some cool functionality with this shit. The Joker kind of had that in Injustice 2. Johnny sort of has that in MK1, you know, some characters in MK11, but not like a functional thing. They give characters, I think it was Melina, and Reptile, somebody else got it, where they let you go combo mad at the sacrifice of your fatal blow. Oh, Baraka, thank you. It wasn't Reptile, it was Baraka. They give the characters these unique opportunities to go crazy at the expense of fatal blow, so that we no longer have to just watch that animation over and over again. Instead, you now get to style on somebody if it's like the final hit or some crazy shit if it's not going to break, you know? I think that is a great idea. And it is a wonderful kind of like poetic sort of way to fix the issue that you watch the same shit over and over again. Ever since MK11, we see the same goddamn supers because you're almost guaranteed to use them every single round. The same thing in MK1. Once you get to that lower health bar, you just have that shit. Nah, man. Like that thing is a great call of how to turn what is just a very uninteractable situation into something that allows us to grow. It actually enhances the gameplay in some way instead of just watching a cinematic. We were hoping it was going to be every character, but it ended up really just being Melina and Baraka, which makes me feel like it's a test. It makes me feel like they're sort of testing this thing to see how people do it and what you can do to turn it into something super cool. Another thing that I really like about MK1, we're back to traditional Mortal Kombat breakers. We have returned to the typical wake up system and breaker system, how you use your meter that MKX and MK9 had provided. Those systems have been intrinsically Mortal Kombat now, where it's like, I'm going to wake up with a special move. It is going to have armor and it's going to beat your thing. I'm using that wake up for that. No more super goofy wake up up thing in Mortal Kombat 11. No, bro. I genuinely like the concept that MK11 does give you breakers. And we have a traditional breaker, and we have the ability that your character can do wake up EX moves that are like unsafe if you use the EX move. I like the way that Mortal Kombat 9 and Mortal Kombat X figured that out, and then for some reason they changed it in MK11 because these games always change. But I hope that's a foundation going into the next Mortal Kombat. Just gameplay wise, I hope that is a thing that continues forward, and those games sort of, you can use your meter to trade off in that way. Those are equal, decent, high risk, high reward situations that I think should continue and are a decent foundation that doesn't need to be really screwed up with, you know? If they do eventually introduce something that allows you to stop the breaker to do like, you know, a block the burst in some way, that would be really fascinating. But I don't think the devs want that. I think the devs, if you're going to spend a lot of meter on this, you should allow your ass to return to neutral. You know what I mean? So that was emphatically way better than Mortal Kombat 11, at least in my opinion. Let's talk about combos. And as much as I really enjoyed combos in MK1, there was a problem. And it's the same problem that Tekken 8 is running into. My dude, the fact that the combos take so long to complete was an issue. This is a complaint and also a gripe. I'm sorry, a complaint and also a benefit. Very fun combos in this game. Air combos, bounce combos, like all that kind of stuff. Yes, I actually legit enjoyed all the cool setups and combo things that you could do in this game. The problem is that they just simply take way too long. They put us in these moments where we're just going to have to watch this shit forever. And it is a big issue. It's also one of the most fun aspects of the game. If there's one thing that is a criticism, but also a benefit, it's combos. And I think the game speed needs to change. I think people will be fine with the game running at a speed similar to Mortal Kombat 9, similar to Mortal Kombat X. I think that is completely fine. So if anything, I think the combos are a benefit. They're very fun in this game. They're really cool. There's a lot of very difficult extensions and shit like that that made the game quite enjoyable. I want a game that allows us to use resources to extend combos in a variety of ways, and it's quick and snappy, dude. Quick, snappy, get your reward, move on, you know, and then we just get to go. I hope that's the future for Mortal Kombat games beyond this that they can learn, that things need to be a little bit more snappy and sped up, because if anything, Mortal Kombat 1 had an issue. It was a bit too sluggish overall, you know? Name me some other ones, chat. Other really cool shit that's in this game. My brain is fried at the moment. What else in this game was actually... Oh! I almost forgot. Characters. So let's just... I just want to say, this is a benefit and also a problem. This is a really good thing and also a technically really bad thing. My dude, I did not like any of the characters in this game. Any of them in season, and technically all the way up until season like 1. Some of them were fun, but the core roster, dude, this is one of the first Mortal Kombat games where I didn't like any of the MK Ninjas. I felt weird. I really didn't like Scorpion. I thought Sub-Zero was not nearly cool enough. And I thought Reptile was neat looking, but I just did not like the way he felt. He felt heavy. This was like, Reptile's supposed to be nimble, bro, and he just feels like, ugh, my tail weighs 800 fucking pounds, ugh, you know, and I'm gonna spit snot everywhere. It's like, I just did not like the way some of these characters like felt, dude. I didn't like it. So much so that, I was even playing Havoc. And I just ended up ending up on Havoc. I don't know how that happened. So this changes a lot in season 1 DLC, where there is some genuinely like really cool characters. In fact, let me see if I can remind myself who was in season 1 DLC. Omni-Man was okay. Peacemaker definitely was like, oh shit, this character's cool, dude. Damn, this character's really, they have to nerf the shit out of him like early on. And believe it or not, Takeda, I did not end up liking that much over time. Yeah, Quan Chi, pretty cool. Wasn't good at the start, but so they had to like boost the hell out of him, but he was pretty cool. Once we get into season 2, it gets a lot better. And we get some characters that actually require some genuine technical know-how, that actually requires some finger gymnastics and stuff, so much to the point where it's like, dude, I can't even play this character. Ermac is a really cool idea, and I genuinely don't want to play him, but I think the way they handled him was sick. Making Ermac into the stance cancel, I think it's not the Master of Souls, it's not the Spectral one. There's one version of Ermac that was all about weird stance cancel combos in MKX, and they kind of leaned on that a lot. I'm like, that's a really cool idea. I like that, dude. And then just for finality, I think Noob Saibot in this game is one of the sickest Mortal Kombat ninjas ever, straight up. And I don't even mean that I like his design or the way he looks, because I only think that's okay. Noob Saibot was always one of the characters that I loved, and a lot of casual people love about Mortal Kombat just in general, because he's cool looking. And I despise the way he played in MK11. I could not believe how tremendously boring this dude was in MK11, but he looked so cool. Noob Saibot doesn't look as cool in this game. But this guy doing his, like, throw the shadow dude, flips him to the other side, shoot up the teleport fireball, lands in here, does all this crazy shit, zips the guy. Dude, awesome. Wow. This character is the best MK Ninja I think I have ever seen. Like, straight up. I think the way Noob Saibot plays in this game should be referenced for, like, all future NRS ninja characters. He is just so sick, dude. So anyway, I think they might have made, in my opinion, visually, when the character's doing shit, the sickest MK Ninja I've ever seen. Straight up. And it's one of those situations where I wish I could just sit down and play it, but there was other characters that actually caught my eye. And I'm going to be honest, dude. I think the character I ended up liking the most in this game, not just for memes, but in terms of gameplay, was Conan. And why did I like Conan so much? His normals, dude. They gave this guy fatty ass normals. They gave this guy Mortal Kombat X range. When some characters can feel kind of stumpy at times in MK11, they gave this dude huge range at the cost of like really good mix. He's a strike throw character because everybody's a strike throw character, but he really had the ability to throw out some big ass normals, spinning this shit off. he was cool, dude. To me, it was kind of like, yeah, like the better version of Kotal Khan that had the sword and all of that kind of shit. It was kind of like a better representation of what a big, heavy sworded character could do. I loved him, man. And then he had some really cool conversion shit. So I thought it was awesome. And then you got Ghostface, who's just insane. Ghostface, I remember hoping, dude, Terradrome Ghostface is nuts. How are they ever going to match this? And he's awesome. Like, what the hell? Ghostface is such a cool idea. Dude, grabbing your ankles, bringing in your friend. Bro, why are we fighting gods and shit? Like, I think Ghostface and his execution was wonderful. This could have been such a boring, lame-ass character, and he's so cool. And then to finish it off, we got the T-1000, which is just amazing. And now we end Mortal Kombat 1, which is, in one of my opinions, one of their best executions of guest characters, adjacent to like Jason and Predator in Mortal Kombat X. Like, oh my God, dude, this character's awesome. Shit looks so cool. The way you do things, the way it looks, the way his normals, the way his specials looks. I'm like, bruh, anyway, some parts of MK1 make me deeply happy, is what I'm trying to say. Not everything in Mortal Kombat 1 was a dour snooze fest just designed to rip as much money away from you as possible. There was genuinely some very cool creativity that found its way through into this game beyond like the first season, at the end of the first season, moving into season 2. I'm not even talking about Homelander, which did a very good job at approaching a Superman eye laser character in an interesting way by also including flight cancels and all that shit in there. Cool ass character, dude. And I don't want to play as him, but that character is genuinely interesting to watch them play. You didn't like MK11 Spawn? I deeply don't like MK11 Spawn. Deeply. In fact, we need Spawn back because he needs to be in a different game. Deeply, bro. MK11 Spawn looks fucking amazing. One of the best looking characters NRS has ever made. I could not believe how much unfun he was. I could not believe that I just do the same 2 strings until my head falls off. I can't deal with it, man. I could not, which is also an MK11 problem just overall, you know? He was shackled by MK11. It was brutal. It was so brutal. Those issues that I had with the way characters were very limited in the previous game was fixed in this game. So that's what of all the stuff we talked about, that's what I hope continues forward into the next NRS game. I want capable characters, man. I want capable characters with cool things they can do. That is not the thing that made MK1 unsuccessful, if it is considered unsuccessful. That is not it, man. Like, those things were the things that were keeping people held on. The fact that the gameplay was so cool. The fact that by the... And this is another kind of important thing. By the end of an NRS cycle, at least to me from a viewer perspective and somebody that relatively is in tune with the community, and I like to talk to these guys a lot, right? At the end of this cycle and previous NRS cycles, I can tell you, at the end of Injustice 1, people were done with that game, dude. This game, big sucks, bring on Mortal Kombat. At the end of Mortal Kombat X, many people were like, this game big sucks, 50-50 death fest. You know, I'm not even going to play the next patch. Bring on Injustice 2. Injustice 2 comes out. Man, this game sucks. Can't believe how much this game sucks. It's just so much unfun. Bring on MK11. MK11 comes out. Man, this game's so cool looking. It's wonderful. Footsie MK11, 6 to 7 months later, this game sucks. Jesus Christ, we can't do anything. It's just the same things over and over again. I am watching these throw animations until my life ends. This game sucks. Bring on Mortal Kombat 1. We got to reboot this thing. And then it changes. MK1 comes out. This game sucks. What happened? This is not good. And by the end of MK1, guess where we're at now? This game's sick. The end of MK1 presents a completely different situation than all of the previous NRS games over the past decade. This game has ended in a better spot than it was at the beginning. And now the majority of people that play NRS games, the people that play this shit competitively or enjoy this stuff and do play it a lot just outside of making content and also playing it for single player shit, all of a sudden it's really fun now. And now it's a game that opens up and allows for a lot of really cool shit that you can do. way better than it was at the start and way better than many of the previous NRS games that had come out. So it's the exact opposite here. Game completely sucks at the beginning, and it's a huge problem. And after a year and a half of refinement and fixes, and especially over the past 6 months, this game's fucking cool now. And I can see myself, if anybody else asks me, hey, dude, you want to go back and play MK11? You want to go back and play Injustice 2? And I'm going to be like, I don't know, dude. We have to make some rules here. And if we talk about, hey, you want to go back and play MK1? I'm like, oh, hell yeah. Dude, I can play Conan. Maybe I can learn Noob Saibot. You know, maybe we can play some more T1000. This shit's cool, dude. This game's fucking cool now. And it's the end. And it seemingly is dead. So, with that being said, I think that the growth of this game and where it has effectively failed is interesting to me, because it does not line up with the typical growth process, if not evolution of a normal NRS game cycle. It's different here. And now the majority of the community that used to absolutely despise the end of every NRS game that came before suddenly thinks that this game's a lot better now. It's significantly better than it was at launch. And it also is at a spot gameplay-wise that makes it kind of fun. So, with that being said, I hope that this information, and not just the everything in MK1 is trash, game just bad, no progress, no foresight, no looking back, no learning from this, just do completely new thing, completely different. I do not want MK11 2, man. I would like all the cool stuff that's in MK11 to come back, and its visuals and shit and its art design, but my god, dude, I hope we do not get a game that plays exactly like that again. We're just going to take all the moves away from characters again. We're just going to make throws even more damaging, even longer. I really hope that doesn't happen, and I hope that we can get a kind of like fast-paced, snappy game that is relatively high damaging. I'd be surprised if we have another strike throw fighting game, because it would be like the third one in a row from NRS. I'd be very surprised if they did that, but still, I think there's many things to learn from MK1 that they actually did well, and over time truly refined this game, and it could have been something genuinely cool. But considering the way that the majority of the NRS community and fans of Mortal Kombat engage with MK, you were never going to get people on your side. That was never going to happen. You were never going to get this audience back, regardless of you changing things or moving things around. This game, to many people, is only a focus point of anger and rage. No evolvement, just anger and rage. So I actually now completely understand why WB would completely abandon it, why they would just drop it, because there's no way we're getting people back. We have to restart. And at this point, we're going to have to wait a couple of years, most likely, to even see what a new approach to Mortal Kombat would be. But I hope they genuinely learn from MK1 instead of just disregarding everything that happened in this game. Yo, Song Lao, thanks for the $10, man. Instead of giving us MK9 or MKX 2.0 without variations or cameos, they made MK11 with air combos. Taking away the character's identity was the problem. Dude, I agree. Yeah, smoke, no projectile. Like, yeah, I agree. I didn't like that either. I didn't like the fact that some characters were retooled in ways. I didn't like the way Smoke played in this game. Didn't like it. I know he was the character I was looking forward to the most. That's why I said I didn't have a character in season 1, because I just didn't like the way most characters played. You know what I mean? So I agree with you. All I'm advocating is an actual growth here. I want the next NRS game to be like a forever fighting game. I want it to be a game that anybody can always come back to and find some really fun shit or great memories. You know, this game's great, you know? MK11 became a forever fighting game, mostly for like the offline players, the people that don't want to play and grind ranked and shit. And it'll take a while, you know? It's gonna take a while for them to eventually figure out how to make another game like that again. Yeah, you know what they could do in the meantime? Give us the old goddamn Mortal Kombats. Please. Give us the old games. Give us a collection of older MKs. You can sprinkle that in between the end of this game and the other games, and it'll be so much better. What am I drinking? Balls? The collection that works this time. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. That MK Arcade collection is pretty fucked up, dude. There's so much input delay, that shit blows my mind. I go back and I play it now and I'm like, ugh. This shit's... after playing a few of those games a little bit, dude, that MK Arcade collection plays like it's running on a... plays like it's running on one of those, like, emulation cabinets, you know? It feels bad, and there's screen tearing all over the place and shit. I'm like, ugh, this feels fucking terrible, my dude. Where is this MK Arcade collection? I think it might still be purchasable on PlayStation 3. MK Arcade collection. Let me show you. Yeah, it came out 2011, August 30th, 2011. There it is. The MK Arcade collection. It was just MK1, MK2, and UMK3. Yeah, GOG has it. It's gone off. It's not on Steam anymore. You might be able to find a code on some websites and shit. But yeah. Then the original games have input delay. Oh, don't get me wrong, they do. Not nearly as much as this shit. Like, we're talking like twice as much. And the reason is, chat, here's the thing. These games don't have VSync. So there's screen tearing everywhere in these old games. There's so much fucking screen tearing. It's crazy to me. And the reason there's screen tearing is because whatever emulation solution they had for these games ran so bad with VSync on that they had to turn it off. This game is so input delay ridden that we have to turn off VSync on the fucking console versions. So yes, it's an issue. It's a legit big problem, you know? So anyway, yeah, and I agree with you. Can we get a collection that actually works? Could we get a collection that is actually the old games with rollback netcode and it actually works? You know, that would be nice. That would be nice. This was outsourced. I can't remember who did this. It might have been Code Mystics or something like that, but there was a fundamental problem with the games. And I didn't really know the differences until I eventually like tried to learn a little UMK3 and do some combos and shit. And then I went back to this and I was like, ugh, whoa, this feels like ass, bro. This shit feels like ass. It's really bad. Damn, Rocky, thank you. And C Money. NRS should remake UMK3 remake or MKX remaster. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the toughest part with a remaster of like MK9, MKX, anything like that, is that you have to re-scoop up the rights and distribution of all of those guest characters and shit. So they have to get back the rights of like Freddy Krueger or an MK9 that doesn't have potentially Kratos in it. You know, even though they could. This friggin' Bandai Namco did it for Soul Calibur, for God's sake, with Soul Calibur Broken Destiny. That happened. They could definitely do it. Just leave those characters out. What happens if you announce an MK9 remaster and you leave those characters out? What do you think the response to that's going to be? You might as well not even fucking make it, dude. That will cause such a big shitstorm. You might as well not even make it. And that's kind of the impression that many of those guys have, was if we can't deliver this thing in full, then we just don't do it, you know? There is another game that tried that, and it didn't work out particularly great for it, and it's called Soul Calibur 2. Soul Calibur 2 had 3 guest characters. The collection only included 2. And nobody bought it. Nobody fucking bought it, dude. So that's a problem, man. If something is a collection and it's coming back and it's a remaster of some way and it doesn't actually include the things in it that made it good, it's going to be a big fucking problem, man. I mean, I bought it. Don't get me wrong. We're going to buy it because we're into this shit. But if you're going to tell people that it just suddenly doesn't have the things that you like about it, oh, people are going to be big fucking pissed. Can't they add rollback netcode to MK9 or MKX? They added it to MKX. There's an update. Mortal Kombat X has rollback netcode. People still have competitive tournaments online for it because it does have functioning online. You can still tune in and search MKX on Twitch and find people playing that game nowadays against each other because the netcode is relatively decent. So yes, MKX already got that. Rocky, thanks for the $20, man. If the next MK game has the single-player content presentation and customization of MK11 plus the gameplay, character variety, and roster of MK1, it'll be the perfect MK game. Yeah? I mean, you're not wrong. It definitely has a chance. It certainly has a chance of being, like, up there, of being genuinely good. All I want is Soul Calibur 2 online multiplayer. Yeah, it didn't help that the HD Collections online was mid to 2010s era Bandai Namco with just abhorrent netcode. Friggin' terrible netcode, you know? Shaolin Monks, please. Yeah. To be real, I don't see Shaolin Monks coming back as a individual franchise again. Like the Shaolin Monks franchise. I don't see that coming back, dude. You know where I see Shaolin Monks coming back? As a crypt style mode in the next MK game. As like legit, like a crypt mode. You know how you get some random asshole running around doing random things in MK, in MK11? You know? I think legit giving people like a relatively engaging beat 'em up with like your character, either create a character or whatnot, and you go and earn shit, co-op with friends and do some cool shit with each other that like most characters can do, like Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks does. I think that, yeah, you can turn a crypt situation into like an adventure mode the same way that Conquest mode was in not Deadly Alliance. Which one is it, Chad? It's one of those two. There's like, that's the side mode of the game, you know? I think that could happen. Deception, thank you. I think that could, but that's a big thing, man. That's a lot. You're just talking about Conquest mode of Armageddon. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that they can turn that into like an engaging ordeal with like levels and shit, you know? Turn it into like a Tekken 3. Yes. Turn it into a Tekken Force mode where you just go through levels and just allow people to move in a 3D space, you know? I think that could be really cool. Without WB's help, what would have been the last MK released by NRS? MK versus DC. It would have been, yeah. Actually, MK versus DC was mostly being developed under Midway when it still was under operation. And WB scooped them up right around the early 2010s, late 2000s, early 2010s, and then they got the ability to reboot Mortal Kombat. So they turned into Mortal Kombat 9. Apparently, like, they were literally making that game. No shit, like the walls were leaking and stuff. That company was going under. Like, I remember hearing stories about them developing MK versus DC, where there was water on the floor, like crazy shit during like a rainstorm. Like the development was crazy. Like the company was literally cracking and falling apart, and so was their building. And then they pumped out a fighting game. Then it was the end of Midway. Yeah, it's actually, that's not a fabricated story. That's something from like way back in the day, but at the crumbling end of Midway before WB scooped up all those properties, or the majority of those properties. Just promote it. Just promote it. Honestly, with the potential of a Marvel vs. Capcom 4 and Mortal Kombat vs. DC makes a lot of sense. Top executives love multiverse collab. Dude, you could have an MK vs. DC game. It does not need to be a team game. It does not. You can... Dude, I don't know. It's just me. But I think one of the most, like, marketable things, like, ever is fucking Batman versus Scorpion. Like, I truly do. And I'm going to... Also... MK vs. DC was a game with a lot of content, but it was kind of a huge piece of shit game that looked really bad, okay? and to give them credit, was developed as the company was going under, last game from Midway, like that type of shit, right? Guess what? Mortal Kombat versus DC sold ridiculously well. MK versus DC sold better than, from what I understand, the previous entries of the series like Armageddon and Deadly Alliance and Deception. Sold better than those. Because guess what? The hook of MK versus DC is powerful as fuck, dude. Batman versus Scorpion is cool. That's a cool idea. And they revisit that later on in the Injustice series. And it's one of the things that allows Injustice to be really cool and actually find success. But they're unable to fully commit to it, They have to keep them as like guest characters and shit. So anyway, maybe it's just me. Yeah, they sold 3 million copies of MK versus DC. Fighting games were not selling that much in that time frame, my dude. That seems like a low amount, maybe comparatively now, but at the time, that was a fuckload. That was kind of like, shit, bro. What? Huh? So anyway, 3 mil seems fine. Dude, 3 mil is... Guilty Gear Strive hasn't even sold that. I think Guilty Gear Strive has 3 million players, but its actual sales have not even gotten that high. This is pre-SF4 by like a year or two. Like, no shit, it did very well because its premise is good. Its premise is like interesting. Fucking Superman versus Sub-Zero, like all that kind of shit. So anyway, all I'm saying is that I really hope the future of Mortal Kombat isn't Mortal Kombat alone and by itself. I really hope that they can investigate a franchise that can appropriately cross over with itself again. And they can revisit the idea of an MK versus DC. I think that would be so fucking cool, dude. I think that would be so fucking cool. MK versus KI. I don't know if that has as much power and staying power, But still, I truly see MK versus DC doing good. I do. And then it's also different, It's also like not the same as what is every single previous game, which is a separate DC game, a separate MK game. They get a crossover character here and there, you know what I mean? Mortal Kombat gets Joker. They're practically already doing it, dude. Like Mortal Kombat gets Joker, MK gets Sub-Zero and Raiden, Hellboy, like all of these characters and shit, all these comic book characters. They've already done it practically, and people are happy with that shit. It's almost like, dude, just go all in. I wish they did. That's all I'm saying. I wish they did. That's a good deleted message. Who do I gotta blow to get Max to finish all the side bosses of Expedition 33? All right, listen. I need to blow off the end of Doom Dark Ages. All right? You're gonna let me do that. And then I would like to revisit some Expedition 33, but maybe before I revisit Expedition 33, I gotta blow off some Kazan, all right? I gotta blow off some steam with Kazan. Because I think I'm close to the end of that game, and I genuinely really like it. And I do not want that game to fall by the wayside before we get into like Summer Games Fest and all this crazy shit. So you gotta let me blow off all these games, okay? Who do you gotta blow? Just let me blow, all right? I don't want to be done with Expedition 33 either, but I gotta fucking finish Doom, my dude. Elden Ring is next week. Kiss my ass. Suck my nuts. What? Bullshit. That's like June. Bullshit. Elden Ring is not next week. That shit was early June. Shut up. It's the 18th. Kiss my ass. No. It's the 30th. All right. Woo! 12 days. That's fine. Okay? Give me time to at least enjoy Capcom Fighting Collection 2. I still gotta like have my night where I play a whole bunch of Project Justice and shit. You scum-sucking bastards. Mod that guy. I'm just kidding. Don't mod that guy. Unmod that guy now. Unban that guy. And then ban him again. And then mod him. And then ban him. Well, I'm reaching the very end of here. There's one more thing I want to talk about. There's one more thing I want to get into before I give myself sweet nurture. If you're going to play Plasma Sword, I think I would like to. I think I would like to know, you know? Like, get me to play Hayato and that shit. Or get me to play Leo Whitefang, whatever the fuck his name is. Oh! You know what I would really, really, really like to play again is fucking Tekken 8, dude. Tekken 8's looking a lot better. They nerfed the shit out of Lars. Appropriately speaking. Like, he got... His heat shit got fucked up. The more I see of that game, the more interesting it looks right now. And I'm like, okay. They're getting there. They're not there yet. I'm probably going to jump in. The next update is early June. Something like that. So, yeah. I'm kind of curious. What is different? It's hard to tell you what is different, but they're tackling a lot of the bullshit in the game swiftly, but moderately. They're not like doing a heavy-handed, just really changing everything all at once. They are fixing a lot of the bullshit, but they can't fix all of the bullshit at once. They're doing it like a little bit at a time. So, yeah, they nerfed the shit out of Lars in heat mode, which is good. Heat burst change was nice. Yes, that I loved that change, dude. I fucking loved that change. Isn't that when Atlanta drops? Yeah, it's like June 5th. Oh, yeah. And then the Switch 2 comes out, and Soul Calibur does as well. My fucking life, bro. I'm just going to have to stream 14 days a week. That's it. I'm just going to have to start streaming 14 days a week. Find a way to stream every day, 7 times a day. And then Summer Games Fest is literally the next day. Yeah. And then I'm going to be gone at Summer Games Fest, you know, potentially for a while. Like multiple days, maybe. Jesus, dude. And I haven't even played KI Gold yet. Asshole. "24-hour stream when?" I am not that kind of guy, dude. I am not. My bitch ass is on, bro. I cannot be on for that long. I cannot. I will fucking fall apart. I gotta do this Conan O'Brien song and dance shit on stream and shit. You're gonna ask me to do that for 6 hours a day. No, it's just ask you to do it for 24 straight fucking hours. Anyway. All right. Oh, there's 3 good ones in there. You see that, chat? Oh my god. All right. My last topic of conversation that I want to get into before we play some like Doom, and I got to make some progress. I want to talk about how fighting games aren't changing. I want to talk about how fighting games are sort of like stuck over the past few years, and they're not really innovating. I want to talk about Marvel 4 is what I want to talk about. Something that's not even announced. I want to get theoretical with you guys. Even though it's great, there's a lot of them. It's great. So, I proposed a concept. We had our tinfoil hat sort of theories during that Marvel Collection update. And it was like, God damn, dude. Look at all these hints. I'm just hoping to see a future that may or may not exist. I'm just hoping that there's a Marvel vs. Capcom 4 somewhere out there. And we were watching a bit of Japan Evo, and a conversation popped up that really has had me, and just talking to the chat and shit about it, that has really had me thinking over a while. And it surrounded Virtua Fighter. How Virtua Fighter 5, people are like, this is going to be the game to save us, right? Outside of the crazy shit with Tekken, of all these other games doing this other stuff, like maybe what Sega says historically about Virtua Fighter, they're like, we will not make a new Virtua Fighter unless we actually innovate, unless we can actually bring something different to the table, which is a fascinating thing because they kind of acknowledge that we're not going to make VF6 until we have those concepts and ideas, and we will hold off until that happens. Which got me thinking, what fighting games have actually like pushed the envelope? In what ways have fighting games really gotten us to play them differently, to engage with them differently, to really like expand what we think a fighting game can be in a unique or different way? And there's high hopes for Virtua Fighter. I'll be real. There's not a lot of people in 3D space to do stuff with fighting games, well, much less have the money and capability to do it and know-how. So it's kind of exciting to see that Sega could come up with something really crazy that could make people really happy, or maybe it sucks. You know, it's hard to say. But thinking back then, dude, it was all over the place. Like, especially in the 90s and to the point like the early 2000s, fighting games were just nonstop, wildly innovating and doing crazy different things like all the time. Granted, this is not taking away from fighting game innovation and other things outside of like general approach and gameplay, because yes, netcode, online content, what you pay for with what you get a fighting game has greatly expanded over the past like 5 years. Greatly expanded, where what we expect from a fighting game package and how expensive that is. And our expectations therein are way different. And now we're like, dude, you can't do this anymore. You can't just pump out the same arcade game with an online and expect everybody just to love this shit. You know, that's not a thing that is going to work. You know, it's not a thing that is just going to be marketable, that this is just the same thing all over again with like different characters and shit. Fighting games need a gimmick. 100%. Fighting games absolutely need something to make you look at that game and think differently about it. And I have some examples. I've used this example a couple of times over streams in the past couple of days. There was a moment in the year 2000 where a lot of us were huge Marvel vs. Capcom fans, myself especially, and playing those games, playing them like competitively, trying my best to go to places to learn new stuff, find new opponents, yada, yada, yada. The 2v2 MVC1 formula was just god tier, and Capcom had been doing it multiple times throughout the 90s for many years. And it's like, damn, and they pretty much refined it in MVC1. Lo and behold, Into the Arcade shows up a couple years later, Marvel vs. Capcom 2. And this game has the audacity to remove buttons, to switch around its buttons, to replace them with completely new assist buttons, and somehow put 3 characters versus 3 characters with infinitely usable assists. Something that had not been possible or even close to functional in any of the previous team-based games that had existed many years before. What the fuck is this? This is insane. What are we looking at, dude? How are you even supposed to play this shit? I don't have 3 brains. I don't have 4 arms. What the hell are you asking us to do here? This is wild. Like, what are you demanding of me? And then you play it for a few sessions and you get it. And it's like, oh, well, maybe I don't like the less buttons. That's not great, but wow, this game's crazy. Holy moly. This is nothing like the previous games. This is an evolution. Holy shit, dude. This is a goddamn fighting game. Wow, this is genuinely something new and different. Our minds were blown. I proposed this idea. Team-based fighting games haven't evolved past Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Still, to this day. Some of them will go back and do some interesting things with the 2v2 format that allow them to be a bit loose with their mechanics, like 2XKO and, you know, games like BlazBlue Cross Tag, Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, you know. But really speaking, Dragon Ball FighterZ came out, and it was like, wow, this is crazy, because Dragon Ball FighterZ was another Marvel vs. Capcom 2 / Marvel 3 like. And just as a heads up, Marvel vs. Capcom 3 is pretty much Marvel 2 too. You know, there's some new mechanics, but the foundation of that entire game was Marvel vs. Capcom 2. So that being said, it's like, okay, you know, the game is genuinely doing something different, but most of the games past Marvel 2 are kind of the same. And Dragon Ball, as impressive visually as it was pretty much a Marvel 3 like. It's like, wow. But that was impressive at the time because this was seemingly such a difficult thing to do that no other developers are willing to do it. Wow, it's kind of nuts that another dev is taking Dragon Ball of all things and making a Marvel versus Capcom game. In the same way, I have to give credit to another fighting game that I think actually innovated on the Marvel versus Capcom 2 formula way more than many of the future games, like even Battle for the Grid or what I was seeing with Hunter x Hunter, like all this kind of stuff, 3v3 games. Dude, Skullgirls. Skullgirls really looked at the MVC2 formula and then it's like, well, what if we just let you choose the assist? What if we just let you pick how many characters similar to a groove system? In a way, Skullgirls was kind of like, let's take the ratio system of a Capcom versus SNK2 and the tag team gameplay of a MVC2. Pretty cool. That's a pretty unique take, but clearly the game was Marvel versus Capcom 2 at its core, right? It was trying to be an expansion of MVC2, and the people that quite literally designed that game have emphatically said so during its development. What I'm trying to tell you is that if we look back at the past like 10, 15 years of fighting games, there's not like an incredible amount of innovation of just look at this wild game, look at how it plays. Like, I am so enthusiastically like mind blown about what you do here that I just want to play and learn that, you know? I really want to jump in and try that shit and play and learn that game to see like how it goes, you know? Like what how could you even play that? Which is why like Virtua Fighter 6, we haven't seen many 3D games, could be kind of cool. That could be kind of inspiring. 2XKO is doing some stuff, obviously, with like control scheme and allowing teams and stuff like that. But really at its foundation, like that game very much so is built on a foundation of previous Marvel vs. Capcoms and BlazBlue Cross Tag, as well as Power Rangers Battle for the Grid. Like it's doing a lot of things very adjacent to how many of the other team-based fighting games have worked, especially in the 2v2 formula, you know? What I'm trying to say is that I think the majority of fighting games, and especially a lot of even the 1v1 fighting games, 2D, 2.5D fighting games that have come out in the past few years, are all kind of similar in many ways, doing kind of similar things that sort of pick up off what like a lot of previous games did. Like you might ask about like MKX and variations and stuff. Well, that just was MK with a whole bunch of different characters. You know, variation's a cool idea, but wasn't really groundbreaking necessarily. You kind of got 3 versions of each character. It was just a lot of work for NRS. And the run button was nothing fantastically, you know, innovative. It just was kind of a return to form of UMK3. While MK9 was a bit closer to the older MKs, MKX was trying to be something closer to UMK3 with a run button and shit. Anyway, I think the only, and I'm going to be honest, man, like there's some weird games in this space that have actually tried some different shit, but they're kind of considered almost like arena fighters in that way. And that's like For Honor, Absolver, that kind of stuff. Maybe Dissidia Duodecim. Like some of these games have tried some pretty crazy ideas, but they were in the 3D space and they don't really operate like a traditional like 3D fighting game. Pokken, like that kind of stuff, you know, has mostly tried to do something kind of different while still being adjacent to what a traditional, what's it called? A traditional fighting game is. ARMS. You got to give it credit, you know? Rumbleverse, give it a lot of credit. These games are trying to take what normally is the fighting game formula and make something pretty interesting and different about it. What I'm trying to say is like the big heroes, the big industry standards of who makes fighting games, the Bandai Namcos, the Arc System Works, NetherRealm, Capcom, like the big boys, right? Have mostly been playing it pretty safe for kind of a long time, you know, kind of a pretty long period of time. And there was some crazy efforts, especially visually, when Guilty Gear Xrd came out. Like that was pretty innovative, man. And I remember being super excited about the way Xrd looked. And yeah, it kind of was like the pioneering for new fighting game visuals in many ways. I want to be deeply inspired by a way a fighting game plays, is what I'm trying to say. I want a game to give me the feelings I had when I played Killer Instinct for the first time. And I don't mean Killer Instinct 1994. I don't mean Killer Instinct Gold, KI2. I don't mean that. like KI 2013 completely changed the way I look at player-to-player interaction in fighting games, period. Just in total. Like I've had to think so much more about every interaction that engaged me in that way, because I didn't really understand as much about Virtua Fighter 5 and how similar VF5 is to a KI in terms of player interaction. That game really made me think differently about fighting games, and that you could do this. This is a different approach, bro. Like, this is something, and the nice part about Killer Instinct, made by fans of fighting games, but made by people that were trying to do something different, you know, that were actually new to the space of fighting games and developing them, where they had a unique spin on it, and they weren't just industry veterans and stuff that had been making sort of the same things that they're good at. They tried something different, dude. And yeah, it did not technically play like the old KIs, really. The old KIs did not ask you to make those decisions in your head in that way. The new KI did, and people didn't like it. People very much were like, I do not like the fact that I landed a hit, I deserve the hit. This shit big sucks, bro. I don't like this. You can now break. It's like you dunk the basketball and you rip the ball out of the hoop. This sucks. Like, yeah. Eventually goes on to be considered one of the best fighting games ever. Like, because of that two-way interaction, and it got refined over time. You know what I mean? So anyway, I want the last time I remember being like, the counterbreaker in KI blew my mind. Like, that shit, wait, what? You're telling me if I know that they're going to do this, and I call that they're going to do this, I can put myself in a super, like, the counterbreaker in KI sent me, dude. I don't remember feeling that way about mechanics in a fighting game since Marvel vs. Capcom 2. And even when I was playing Marvel 3 for the first time, I was kind of like, yeah, this feels like Tatsunoko versus Capcom. Yeah, it needs to feel a little more Marvel 2-like, and then you play it, and it very much is more Marvel 2-like. Yeah, this feels a bit more MVC-ish. I don't remember being deeply inspired by Marvel 3 as much, being excited that, hey, we're getting another Marvel versus Capcom. The gameplay just opened up over time and became a lot of fun. I want to feel that innovation again, bro. That's what I'm trying to say. I want a fighting game to present something to me that just makes me go, what the, what? What are we talking about? Incoming, the thing we just spoke of. We were talking about a game that was teased potentially with a tinfoil hat in a collection. And we had to start asking ourselves, what if Marvel vs. Capcom 4 is real? What if MVC 4 is a real thing? Is MVC 4 going to be another 3v3 game that's kind of like a sequel to MVC 2 again? Is it going to be MVC 2 3? Are we just going to have 3v3 with maybe some assists? Maybe some opening up of how those assists can work in the way that like Dragon Ball did? Is Marvel vs. Capcom 4 going to be closer to like a Dragon Ball Fighters without the Super Dash? You know, like different mobility? Is it just going to be Dragon Ball Fighters 2? I don't know if I don't know if I would want that. I'm just going to say there's a 4 in the potential title of this fictional game. There's a 4. And it's one of the things that was very inspiring when I eventually played it for the first time, which was MVCI. And as much as I'm going to tell you, yes, everything about MVCI was not golden and fantastic. I had just as many criticisms and concerns as everybody else. I spent a very large period of my life trying to fix those criticisms and concerns to see how the game would be received, and it ended up being received pretty well. MVCI's tag system kind of inspired me in the same way that like Counterbreakers and the way KI worked and the way that MVC2 worked, but it came at a caveat. The game was seriously downgraded. It was a substantial less game with less characters and less characters on screen at one time. But dude, the tag system in MVCI inspired me. Like I have to use my brain in different ways. I have to think about things in different ways than I normally do. This just feels so chaotic and insane that how could this even work? This game is just going to be fucked, right? This game is just going to be fucked. And it turns out like, yeah, there's some whack things in it considering it's a vanilla version of the game, but it works. and they made it work. And there's some dumb shit in it. Don't mind me. Like super tag is dumb. It's one of the things that we actually nerfed in MVCIB. But that my mind got bigger when I thought about that shit. I was like, damn, dude, what can we do? In that way, I deeply appreciate MVCI, a significant downgrade from the game that came before it, but made me look at versus games differently. It made me look at tag team combat completely different than any other fighting game I had played before. So that felt nice. That's something that actually inspires me and gets me to continually play and continually to do shit and try to figure out all this weird creative stuff you can do with your teams. Actually awesome, right? What the hell does a new Marvel vs. Capcom do? And all I got to say is that in my head, I see a potential future of what happens to tag team fighters in the same way that my eyes first grasped the idea of 3 characters versus 3 characters. What the hell are we talking about, dude? What is going on? In my head, 4v4 is impossible. That's too many characters, man. That's too many weird systems. Our bitch ass doesn't have like 12 to 13, 14 buttons. What is that going to be? That's going to be like a 9. That's going to be like a 10 button fighting game or some shit. Like default. If it's 4v4, you're going to need 10 motherfucking buttons. They're going to have to put buttons on the side of this shit. That's going to look like a modded ass, hitbox controller. Like my brain can't even process that. That seems crazy. You can't do it. Not a good idea. Until you make it work. Until you find a way to make it work. Right? 3v3 was a terrible idea. Didn't make any sense. Why are we changing this from 2v2? That's way too many characters. That's way too much all this shit, right? Almost every big tag team fighting game is 3v3 now. They made it work. We naturally are object to new ideas that sound crazy. We naturally object to things that don't line up with uniformity. We hear that shit and it goes like, what the fuck, bro? What are you talking about? Until it works. Until somebody finds a way to make that shit appetizing. Finds a way to make that shit actually work. I get it, new thing bad. But typically in this space, we don't want something until we see it. That's just the way art works, man. It's the way movies work. It's the way games work. We do not like something until we see it. And then you see it and you go, shit. Wow. Whoa. Then all of a sudden your brain expands a little bit. And now there's something new. There's a reason this doesn't happen all the time, chat. And there's a reason why, especially in the team-based fighting game format and many fighting games for the past like 15, 20 years, have mostly been kind of the same thing. A lot of games that are Street Fighter 4-like, a lot of games that are even Street Fighter 5-like, a lot of games that are effectively Marvel vs. Capcom 2-ish, all the way until nowadays where we're getting another anime Marvel vs. Capcom 2 game, Until somebody does something really crazy, until something so creative and so wild shows up that we just go, fuck, I gotta play that shit, man. What are we talking about? Like, how do you even do that shit? And there has been genuine efforts over the past few years that have made me feel that way. Like Rumbleverse did some shit that I was like, what? Wait a minute, we can go doing and then doing and then doing and we turn into a missile falling from the sky, literally laughing with glee at the gameplay shit being presented at me. I just Izuna dropped a bitch off of a building and it landed in top of a skirmish of 4 other bitches and I got 4 kills. I have not felt this kind of elation in a game in a hell of a long time, dude. Like those kind of ideas are stuff that are true neuron firing. This shit is crazy. That's the kind of stuff that I hope whatever fighting games have for us in the future allows. I want mind expansion shit in terms of all of this. Does 2XKO have something new that you like? I will say 2XKO seemed like it would, but in 2XKO, the most enjoyable aspects I've had with it is when it is a team. When I'm playing with somebody else and we're playing together. that is cool. I think that is genuinely great, but it's not entirely like wickedly new. Like it sort of reminds me in the same ways that we would just play dramatic battle in other Street Fighter games. It also was something that we wished was in MVCI, and MVCI was going to have that at some point. We quite literally modded it back into MVCI because all the functionality was there for the most part. But yeah, it felt like a 2v2 game that allows you to like team up with other people and have, you know, and again, Street Fighter Cross Tekken exists, dude. Street Fighter Cross Tekken did that shit. It was a huge selling aspect of its game. So is it like wildly innovative? No, it's a thing that has been around and was one of the cooler aspects of those previous games, you know? So anyway, that's my story. That's the thing that I've sort of been thinking about. And as I have looked back at certain fighting games doing certain things, I am very much looking forward to whatever next generation of fighting games is on the horizon. I just want to see some really weird, mind-expanding, different shit, bro. I just want to see a game present ideas and concepts and gameplay or characters or something that really makes me go, what? Wait, what are we doing? What are you letting me do? That sounds crazy. Those are the feelings that I want to revisit all over again. Anyway, that's the end of that story. I am so winded by talking, man. I'm so fucking winded. The Tekken interview. Hold up.
Welcome back to the stage of history.
Where'd it go? I lost the link. If anybody has the Tekken interview link again, let me know. Yap session almost over. Yeah, I'm drinking my balls over here. Yap session's almost over. I'm gonna have to get something to eat too. I'm hungry. God damn! Shadow Vape, thank you. Let me read these. Hold on a second. Shadow put in $50. When Smash Brothers first came out, how did the FGC react to that? Well, Smash Brothers 64 wasn't looked across. Jesus Christ, Zeke, thanks for the 20 gift subs. Smash 64 was just kind of a thing that existed, right? So it's not like it was looked upon as being like a competitive standard game at all. The Melee scene, and how the Melee scene grew, was a bit later down the line. It was just a party fun game. Melee was the same thing. Nobody was taking Melee like super seriously until a bit of time after, when it just had such a hardcore dedicated audience that was like its own individual fighting game community in the fighting game community, you know? It's like the same shit. So that took time. That wasn't just initially like accepted. But if you want to talk about like, dude, Melee being like a natural part of the FGC, my dude, like people were rejecting that shit when it was first being added to Evo in the 2010s. Like that was never a fully accepted thing that was around until like Smash Brothers Ultimate. Now I would say Smash 4. Until Smash 4 happened, then that was kind of like a big new game that people could really get on board with, because people fucking hated Brawl when that shit was at Evo, dude. People fucking hated that shit was there. And Brawl was also a lame-ass competitive game. It was also not a great one. So, yes, I remember those Evo days. People did not like the fact that Brawl was at Evo and shit like that, and didn't even have that many entrants, like all that kind of shit. So it took until like Smash 4. And when Smash 4 happened, Smash gets like a respected scene and a big dedicated community and content creators and all that shit. It really starts to happen around that time frame. Yo, Javi, thanks for the 5. Think there's any KI news on the horizon? I yearn for more TJ combos. I'm just glad that the KI Gold thing happened. I hope so, dude. I hope that Microsoft eventually pulls their head out of their ass and does something with KI, because it's crazy if there's no KI PS4, no definitive version on anything else. I like the fact that we got an update, but I cannot believe that there's no like new KI thing outside of just bringing back the old things still. Shadow Vape, thanks again, man. $10 from KY Han. Put respect on ARM's name. Bare as it was pretty innovative. Yeah, they were. You got to give ARM's credit. They definitely were trying. But was that game ever a game that was like deeply inspirational, that this shit is so cool I have to play it? It was an idea, you know? It was like, you can give them credit for being like, oh, that looks weird. Okay, I'll try that. But was it ever like fucking arms, brother? Where's legs? No, I definitely didn't feel that way. It's a cute idea. It feels like a tech demo. You know what I mean? Blickvault, thanks for the 5. I always thought MK versus Darkstalkers game, it's a Skullgirls type of fighter would be cool. Yeah. MK versus Darkstalkers is very thematically different, though. Darkstalkers is Looney Tunes. Literally Looney Tunes. So they have very different vibes to each of them. Sully, thanks for the 10, man. Been watching since 2015. First year of college, 10 years later, I'm finally graduating med school. Family med doctor. Damn, streams helped me push through it all. Better and worse. Much love and shine on. Shit, bro. Through med school, watching all this. Well, congratulations. Thanks, man. Hope the best for you. I know it's going to be tough to keep up with all this shit, so I'll do my best to keep you updated with the things that I think are dope and are really fun and cool. Because it's tough to be as engaging a member of the community when you have a true profession, an actual career. Rocky, thanks for the 20. Yeah, we talked about MK game, single player content, presentation, customization of MK11, and the gameplay, character variety, and roster of MK1. Yeah, with some refinement. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Am I going to try that Marvel mobile game? Contest of Champions?
Welcome back to the stage of history.
Here's my response. Am I going to be playing Contest of Champions? You know what? I might. You know what? I actually might. But this is my initial response to that.
What's up, dudes? Max here, and today's kind of a crazy day. Not too long ago, we found out some information from Capcom that they no longer have the license to distribute Marvel games. Pretty much Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. The only way you can get this stuff now is if it actually exists in physical form, and for games like Marvel 2, it doesn't exist at all. But there was some light at the end of the tunnel. The only reason Capcom wouldn't have the license anymore is if Marvel was working on something huge and epic. And if they themselves wanted to take control of the fighting games that they were giving other companies to do, they could actually do it. They could do it themselves. And today we got the trailer. We got the trailer.
I was 12 years old when I made this.
For the game that is the reason why Marvel vs. Capcom doesn't exist anymore. I'm excited. We got Benny here. Let's check it out. All right, Benny, this is it. My body is ready.
Stop the music. Anyway. Where'd that article go? Where'd that Tekken thing go, dude?
Stage of history.
Where's that goddamn Tekken thing? Tekken thing, thank you. Tekken thing. Go look at that. Let me try to catch up here. Okay. So is that a yes? You figure it out. You figure this shit out. I've been doing this for too long, okay? That video was dated 2014, all right? It's been 11 years. Longer than most of you have been alive. Jesus Christ. Hold up. So, I have been advised to witness and observe this interview that might have some interesting tidbits of information. Let's just get in here and talk about it. You know what? I'm fucking hungry. I need food. And I've ordered it, and it's downstairs, and it's been there for 2 hours, and I just had to fucking yap. Give me a second, chat, you scum lords. You dirty bastards. Chill. Let me just put on some fucking tunes, and then we'll get big mad at whatever's in here. That's what my game plan is. I'm sticking to it. Jesus Christ. I hear my daughter running up the stairs. And here she is. Hi. What's up? How you doing? What's going on? Why'd you run up here? What's up? You just wanted to say hi? Okay. That's fair. That's fair. Oh, thank you for that. I love this pillow. All right, chat, give me a second. Let me leave you with some music, and then I will go warm up some food and bring it up here and eat it in front of your faces. Hold on.
Welcome back to the stage of history.
Okay, Rip. Hi, chat. Hello. I need to eat something, dude. I'm sorry. I'm hangry. The MK1 had some of the best ninja costumes in history. The MK95 ninja costumes look sick as fuck. I agree. As much as I didn't like playing some of the ninjas in the game outside of Noob Saibot, dude. That Scorpion, Sub-Zero, and Reptile costume is awesome. Like, that shit looks so good. And in previous games, some of the old school ninja costumes usually look bad. They don't actually look cool. I'm eating a shrimp vegetable plate, chat. Fighterpedia. Damn. There's a throwback. Maximilian looks at Twitch chat, yes. I literally just answered a chat from YouTube, a message from YouTube chat. And now you say Maximilian looks at Twitch chat. I'm not going to ban you because you asked a question. But if that wasn't a question, understand that it is a unspoken rule that Max never reads this chat and I'll just get rid of you and you never come back, okay? Understand that it's an unspoken YouTube rule. I think it's funny. The YouTube audiences, you know, so sorry. No, you're good. You asked a question. You asked a question. But if you like exclaim it, it's a problem, dude. Like, I just showed up. I know what's going on. Max doesn't read this shit. Oh, goodbye. No, I really don't. Anyway. I think people on YouTube are not adjusted to digesting streams, you know? Where it's like my Twitch audience is just the people that I have on Twitch that is like the 10,000-ish people that would average on this channel before we moved to YouTube, and I got split up a bit, kind of know how streams operate. They know what to expect, they know how they work, and I'm still in the process of sort of like teaching the YouTube side of the audience that streaming is not just the way you engage with people, the way the community is not the same as you leaving a comment on a video, dude. Like, if you come in and start saying shit, I'm just gonna get rid of you. Because I'm having conversations with people out here. And you just show up, yeah, well, this shit sucks. And, you know, I hate this. Bye. Why are you in here, then? I'm not asking for your opinion on it sucking. We're having a conversation about a thing. Like, you have to, in my opinion, and luckily, my Twitch chat has been sort of, like, conditioned to expect this. This is like coming into somebody's house and saying some like weird abhorrent shit or something completely unrelated to what's going on. And it's like, no, in Twitch people don't do that, and if we do, we get rid of them. And in YouTube, a lot of people just like assume this is like a video, and I'm just gonna engage with this thing like it's a video. And I'm like, no, dude, I'm here talking to you. What the hell is going on, you know? Yeah, like manners are being important. What do you say? It's not as much as like, nobody said anything specifically bad. Somebody just came in and was like, hey, you know, does Max read stream chat? And I had to like update that, hey, you know what? I do. So don't try to say that I don't. Yeah. Another thing. Coming into a stream, and people have learned this over time, people used to think that streaming was a direct access to the attention and individual one-on-one time with the streamer. People legit go into streams and think that I just have your undivided attention now, and then they get mad. Why aren't you talking to me? What is going on? Why aren't you addressing me type shit? When there's literally like 10,000 plus people here. So, and I've noticed that a lot of people on YouTube because they're not used to the way this shit works, because they are very different, you know? They're used to engaging in completely different ways, are like offended and mad about that shit. It's like weird, very weird energy to have. So, and again, it's just the fact that I need to stream on both platforms more consistently. You know, I just have to keep doing this on both platforms. Twitch is good because everyone on Twitch sort of knows how this shit works. But YouTube streaming isn't necessarily a huge thing, man. It really isn't. So not everyone is used to like how this stuff works or when they show up and all that kind of stuff. Luckily, a lot of people on YouTube are. And we have like a lot of folks watching on YouTube too. So I had to learn how to like gauge both of these audiences and shit. But yeah, like, you know, it's been interesting for me to witness both. And so many people on YouTube like having no idea that I stream nearly this much. And I'm like, dude, I've been streaming this much like 5-6 days a week, 6 to 8 hours a day on average for like 12 years for like a long time. And people on YouTube are like, what? Are you what? I didn't know that. So anyway, granted, a lot of the people that are on YouTube and chat and community and communicate are directly from the Twitch community. You know, the people that don't want to deal with the Twitch player, they're mostly lurkers, you know, that just are there for the viewing experience. And I know a whole bunch of people on YouTube that have been lurking are going to say, yep, that's me. Because that's just the way that, and look, it just happened. It just happened. There they are. There they all are. Yes, that dealing with the Twitch player and all that stuff isn't nearly as good as the YouTube one. So I understand. I understand that people just want like a good high quality visual feed and they can easily rewind it and do all this shit, you know? And the Twitch stuff can be kind of cumbersome. And they're not really in it for the community. They just like watching the community, but they don't need it to be there, you know? But anyway. Yeah, and you guys have like YouTube Premium because YouTube Premium is more inherently valuable than Twitch Turbo. Because Twitch Turbo just blocks the ads for the website, right? Or just streams. YouTube Premium, which is almost a fucking necessity if you use YouTube a lot. YouTube Premium blocks ads on all the videos and the streams. And still gives me a good kickback in the same way that Twitch Turbo does on Twitch, you know? So Premium has a decent... It's expensive, don't get me wrong. But if you get most of your... If you get most of your content, if you just like watch like most of your videos and shit on YouTube or Twitch, dude, YouTube Premium is legit worth it. It's legit worth it. Do you use ad block? I would say I used to. I used to use ad block and shit. But eventually when push came to shove, even when I didn't have a ton of money, I bought YouTube Premium very early on when it was only like $10. And I bought Twitch Turbo, which also does the same thing, exclusively for Twitch. And that was like cheap. It was like $7. And then I found out that actually that helps benefit the people that you're watching just as much as watching the ads or skipping the ads, you know? They legit help. So that's good. Like I felt kind of better than just ad blocking everything because I don't want the things that I normally watch and engage with not to be benefited in some way or to be given recompense, you know? When you do watch shit on Twitch with Turbo or YouTube with Premium, it does give a kickback in a small amount to like everybody that makes shit. So, you know. No, don't, Heath. If you are using Turbo and Premium, it actually helps streamers just as much. So you don't have to feel as like guilty. And yeah, like, to be honest, I was just sick of, like, the different ad block options changing all the time, you know? Because now the companies are, like, they know, and they really go after them and shit, and they really change the way the ad distribution works. I was kind of sick of, like, dude, I just want the ads to go away, and then I have to like change, depending on which site I use or something like that. I have to find a way to relegate the ads away, and this, like, ah, fuck it, man. I'll just, like, I haven't watched ads on Twitch in so long. I haven't watched ads on YouTube in forever, just because it's like, well, this is where I'm mostly gonna be watching shit, you know? And I don't have to deal with like updating or getting something or Origin or uBlog or whatever. I don't know, man. But it doesn't mean that I think the ads should change, because they should. I think like the way ads have been distributed on YouTube and Twitch and, you know, any site is kind of archaic. It's kind of like old as fuck. So I do think that the way you distribute ads to people needs to be more appetizing, because everyone hates ads, and we just got to get to a point where that shit doesn't suck nearly as much for everybody, you know? Let's put them in a corner. Exactly. We got all this fucking space over there and shit, you know? We got all this space over there. All this goddamn space is over there, dude. Do something with that. As I'm saying this, people are probably getting ads. Exactly. And then again, there's a reason on Twitch to actually have some consistency to advertising like on there, and it's because of pre-roll. So if you at least run a certain amount of ads per hour, it eliminates the pre-roll, which is a good thing, because people discovering your stream and immediately getting an ad as soon as they click on it is a big problem. That's really difficult for discoverability, for small streamers, for me, for anybody. Pre-rolls are rough, man. I don't even know if this shit's going to be any good, and I got to watch 2 minutes of ads. I don't know, man. You can get, in this platform, you can at least get rid of that by having, like, at least a couple of minutes of ads, like running every half hour or something like that. Yeah. It turns me off instantly, too. I'm like, whatever, I'll just look for something else. And you find some streamer that already ran ads, you know? Now, nobody's willing to check out a new stream if they don't know if it's good. And just wait for this shit, you know? Check that out. Yo, Zeke, thanks for the 12th. Finished watching the whole Expedition 33 playthrough. Thanks for all the amazing content. Finally back for Super Bosses? Yes, I do. I want to go after Simon. I know about him. Roy, thanks for the 5. I'm on YouTube Premium, like 10 hours a day, music, live streams, background noise, everything. Hell, love long debates on your top 10 games. You know, thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's why when I've used it too. It's just background noise. It's just background noise. I haven't gotten ads. The only time I get ads in my life at all is pretty much when I turn on the TV. You can't avoid it. Speaking of YouTube, chat, you know what's crazy? What's the biggest YouTube thing that happened over the past, like 48 hours? And it hit my... I was one of the first people to watch it. Within like 1 minute of it happening, I got the video, and I was like, whoa. Anybody know what it is? Anybody on YouTube know what it is? What was the big thing? Yep. Aristotle said it. Outdoor Boys quit. One of the biggest YouTube channels there is, of just like a dad that goes camping and does camping videos. Like one of the biggest channels, one of the fastest growing channels in like YouTube history. Just a dad making videos of him going camping. And camping in like crazy outdoor situations. He's quitting. He got too popular. Can't live normal life anymore. So, yeah. Who? I know. Most people wouldn't know, but easily one of the most, like, modest channels out there. Yeah, I had to quit. Couldn't lead a normal life anymore. Got too popular. Too fast. Yeah, his videos are super interesting. They're great, dude. It's, like, legit wholesome content. I would sit here, when I found his channel, watched it for, like, a week straight and shit. Fell asleep to it. Watched it in between, like, after stream. I go warm up some ramen and soup and shit and just like watch this cozy ass like video of this dude making like a shelter in like -5 degrees and shit. And then warm up some like honey butter and all this shit, you know? Like a genuine, completely normal person, always had likes and dislikes disabled on his videos and comments disabled on every video. And he was just exploding. You can only watch. That's all you could do. And his channel exploded over the past, like, couple of years. Blew up. So anyway, he had to quit. It just got to be too much. Too many people. Like, couldn't go anywhere and couldn't lead a normal life anymore. So I deeply respect it, man. He was also getting a bit older. He's like in his mid-40s and shit. And he's like, my knees are starting to kill me, man. Like, and sort of like fucked up by shit. Yeah, he pretty much had to... Ultimately, the big challenge of making any kind of family-based content, you know? And that's kind of like what he ran into. Which is like... it mostly was him, and about a year ago, he took the majority of his family out of his content, you know? Turned off all comments, like all that shit. But yeah, it's like the problem. Straight up. So... that's definitely one of the most interesting things to ever happen in YouTube history. Not the quitting of the person, them like leaving, but more them existing, you know? More like the fact that this random channel of a dude making camping videos just exploded. Became multiple billions of views, like, over time. How do you deal with popularity? I keep it focused around specific content and not things like my family and shit like that. That's just a goal of mine. Keep it focused around like the industry and games and shit. I'm not going to tell you about some crazy world event or some shit. I'm not going to talk to you about why the fuck the submarine crashed that was going to the Titanic or some dumb shit. I'm not going to give you some hot take on crypto. I don't fucking care, man. Like, I don't care. I'm going to stick to the things that I'm passionate about. I'm going to give you my opinions on that, of the things that I have expertise. I don't want to be a martyr. I don't want to be a political streamer. I don't want to be a person that is going to lead people into revolution. I don't want to be the person that tells people how you should think. I really don't like that, man. I really don't like that. I'll just tell you what I like. That's all I'm going to do. I'm just going to tell you what I like. So, at that point, I really do not want to be the one to, like, keep expanding in certain ways and find ways to expand, because now that's everything. Everything is just hot take center. And I deeply dislike it. I think it sucks. I think everything being a fucking hot take is just feeding into this overall shitty narrative that, like, yeah, rage makes so much money, dude. Monetizing anger is just so easy. Getting people fucking big mad about shit makes so much money so quick. It's so good. It's so easy to do that, you know? It works so well. I just don't want to... If I'm going to be critical or mad about something, there needs to be a goddamn really good reason. There needs to be a path forward for us not to be mad. There... Like, the MK1 thing. Like, I don't want to sit here and just drag this game into the dirt and keep dragging it. No. Can we learn something from this? And, like, instead of just picking up on the things that suck and it only sucks and it only is bad and you're bad if you like it, yada... No. How about let's acknowledge what was good. Let's actually look at the shit that's in here that they fixed. That is good. And let's learn something from this, because I don't want the next game to be a big problem. I'm looking at the next 10 years, and I'm looking at just tomorrow. Unlike most, I don't want to just, like, make my money and run. No, I don't want to be like the outdoor boys dude and grow too much too fast. I don't want to do that. In fact, I want to keep this as a thing that I can keep doing. It's not that I want to monetize it in that way for the rest of my life. Like, I could just quit right now and be completely fine for a very, very, very long time. I like doing this. Like, I like making things and doing work and coming up with ideas and eventually creating shit. Like, I like solving problems and stuff like that. It's what brings me satisfaction. So to me, like, I don't want to put things in a position of destruction. I don't want to put things into a spot where it can just suddenly go away and be bad. And now all of a sudden everybody fucking hates you. It's like, I don't want that, dude. I want to keep doing this shit till I'm 60. I want to do this shit till I'm older than that. I don't know when I want to stop. I don't have any plans to stop. I don't plan on doing it more. That's the thing. I don't plan on continually doing this forever more, just as much as we have now, but I enjoy it, you know? I literally have fun with it. Yo, Hobbio, thank you very much, man. Thanks for the 20 fucking gift subs, dude. Yo, Database, thanks for the 5. Whenever I engage with my favorite content creators, it's sometimes a special feeling, other times it's parasocial. I ain't having that feeling. Yeah, you know, and it's just the nature of it. You gotta, like... I think if you ever have somebody, and this is me, not individually targeting one person, so I'm being general here so it doesn't come across as disingenuous. I think if you come across creators or people that attack individuals, for whatever reason, even if they are obviously bad or obviously good, it always makes me feel like they're hiding something. Like, straight up. If you're going after individual people and their credibility and their character, and you're attacking them for that, I like almost every single time I look at what that person is saying, and I'm like, why are you so passionate about this? Is this a little bit of an insecurity thing coming out? Is this a little bit of projecting? Because that's happened so much over the past, like, it's happened so much for a long time, of just like people that seem super genuine and then they start going after certain individuals and shit. I'm like, we're really going after this. So whether or not it's in a positive light of just like making shit like obvious and known and stuff. And to be real, the Ronaldo situation aside, my response to that is to get the fuck away from it, dude. I want nothing to do with this shit, man. Found out some nasty shit about this guy, and it's like, well, that really bums me out that this is in close association with something that I really like. Guess what? I just want nothing to do with it now, dude. I just want to go away. I don't want to be the one to like preach and tell people how they should feel. You should make your own decisions, but it's like, that's the way I feel about shit, man. You and Jim Ryan, hey, you know what? I don't attack Jim Ryan's character or his like personality. I will 100% be critical of people and the decisions that they make on franchises and shit, you know? This isn't like he's being held in contempt of court for doing something to a person or his family. I'm mad that Jim Ryan fucking ignored Bloodborne and tried to turn Sony into something it's completely not. You ridiculous bastard, what the hell are we doing here? Your business decision should definitely be criticized, my dude. If there's one thing I do is definitely criticize business decisions, because this is a business where we are the consumer. Like, that is where we're at, you know? Like, what is going on here, dude? What did you do before you left? What's going on? So anyway, I hope that does not come across as, I hope the best for the guy. I'm glad you're not working at Sony anymore. I hope the best for you. But I'm glad you're not working there anymore. I'm very glad. I'm glad you have nothing to do with this anymore. But good on you. Thank you for leaving. Like, that's where I'm at. Good on you for leaving. Do your shit. You made money. Bye-bye. Please go away. With the Gargos theme in the background. So anyway. How'd you feel about Sean Layden? Bitch. Sean Layden was a part of the crew that allowed Final Fantasy VII Remake, so I'm big happy with them, okay? You know, I didn't absolutely love his onstage presence, but, you know, he was okay. He was in the PS4 era where Sony had to be on your side, where Sony actually didn't have to be a bunch of like eccentric, opulent assholes. Our system is the premium system. You're willing to spend premium prices. Adam Boyes and Sean Layden and Shuhei Yoshida, I think, was the best era of PlayStation, dude. I'll be real. That was the best era of PlayStation because they had to work. They had to work for it, dude. People were fucking big hurt after the PS3 era. Like, this fucking system was way too expensive. What is going on? They went from, you know, a super arrogant Sony to having to get people back on their side. And it worked. And now PS5 is still reaping the benefits of that, you know? Who the fuck are these people? Good question. They're pretty much a lot of the folks that were responsible for like the marketing and the businesses and decision making of the PlayStation 4 when the PS4 came out. Good question. Kaz Hirai, not a fan of Kaz Hirai, bro. He's PS3 guy. Kaz Hirai, I love him as a character, but that dude, you know, Ridge Racer, $5,599. Like, this fucking guy, what the hell? I think our asses are made of money, dude? What? 2005? This system is $500? Holy shit. You just want my money. What the hell? An interesting character, you know? Cash Hirai, yeah. You guys remember the old PS3 commercial? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The Kaz Hirai parody Twitter account. Yeah, dude. That shit was funny. That shit was funny. Yeah, this is Fulgor's theme. Dude, you'd pay $80 for a new Ridge Racer? Dude, there was a new Ridge Racer that came out. What was it? Ridge Racer Unbound? I bought it. It was not made by the Japanese dev team. Bandai Namco released this. Yeah, Ridge Racer Unbounded. I barely played this shit. It was okay. It was okay. But it was definitely a new take on it. It was okay. But it lost a lot of the identity of Ridge Racer, you know? That's the problem. And it got mostly forgotten, too. It's sad that Ridge Racer is still no longer a thing, really, at Bandai Namco. They don't have their racing game anymore. Where's the criticism for Phil Spencer? Have you been watching my stream over the past year, my dude? I went from being a big Phil believer and Xbox Game Pass believer, to them laying off an absolute fucking assload of people, and that was it, dude. It was, and then like the dumbass vampire game they spend $1 billion on or some shit. And I'm like, bro, what is happening? And still no KI, you know? What is going on, dude? Like, at least I thought. And then the weird ass Age of Empires 2 to Hi-Fi Rush situation, that was the tipping point for me, right? That was the tipping point where I watched this dude in an interview when Hi-Fi Rush and Age of Empires 2 were coming out like in the same time, and Hi-Fi Rush was getting all this press and all this good word of mouth and all this shit, and they're both Microsoft games, and Phil was kind of like almost disturbed that their Age of Empires 2 remake wasn't getting more attention. That like, yeah, a lot of the information's about like people are really hyping up Hi-Fi Rush 2, but our big game, you know, Age of Empires, and like that, I was like, oh, what the fuck, dude? What are we doing here, man? Like that felt like something's off here, dude. Like, I get it, one might not sell more than the other, but like, you actually have an Xbox game that's reviewing well for the first time like ever, like actually getting really good reviews. Maybe this game actually has a chance of getting nominated for Game of the Year, but no, we want to talk more about the narrative should be around Age of Empires 2. It's like, I did not like that, man. Yeah, first well-reviewed Xbox game in nearly forever, and they shadow dropped it. Fuck, man. And then those devs got let go. For their incredible game that they made that was super unique and absolutely stood out in the absolute sea of like whatever the fuck that Microsoft was doing around the time. And then they let them go. And then they get bought out by the PUBG devs, and the PUBG devs are like, listen, we got so much money. We just love what you guys do. Do it again. We don't need you to make us an absolute shit ton of money. We just want to help you out. That's what happened to them, dude. They got bought out by the PUBG devs to just make like Hi-Fi Rush 2. Like legit true justice happened in that situation. Hopefully that's all coming true. Hopefully that's not just like a cover story and it's all coming true, but you know. Deep respect if you have like a big company that has that much money and they're just like, we just want to preserve this shit. We have enough money. We just want to make sure there's still good stuff out there. Like, fucking A. Yes, please. And you start to see that because like PUBG it's a Chinese company, right? It's like is a Chinese developer or a Chinese publisher? Correct me if I'm wrong. Whereas if they regardless, it's Korean. Okay. So regardless, in those Asian territories, we're actually seeing companies like that are like, hey, you know what? We have so much money. We're going to make sure the quality of that really goes into like our games and shit and the expansion of our games and allowing them to be bigger and better. Again, like not everything with Hoyoverse stuff lines up with me, but god damn, dude. These games are fucking free and they're crazy. They look absolutely insane. And then you find out all the other like, you know, philanthropic stuff that the companies kind of do and shit like that. And it's like, that's really admirable, dude. Like that's fucking cool that shit is happening in that way. That's fucking cool, man. So anyway, I'm gonna play more. Yes, let me fucking yap, man. Yeah, the gotcha stuff with, you know, won't grab me by the balls, and historically never has. Chat, just saying it myself, no gotcha game has ever gotten me to be like, man, I have to play this. I have to like roll these. I've never been gotten by that, ever. I know a lot of people do, but no game has ever like made me have to roll that shit. Tekken, no, that did not happen in Tekken either. I grinded out cards. And sometimes when I had to do like a new updated stream or a sponsor stream or something like that, I got new cards because of it. Like that type of engagement just does not get me. It does not engage me. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Which I think is endless. Is definitely of all those games the one that lines up with me the most because you can just watch the things that game is doing and be like, fuck, this is cool. This is fucking cool. I'm not too smart. No, it's not that I'm too smart. What I'm trying to say is I'd be willing, bro. What I'm trying to say is that if there was something that offered something of roll of the dice that had me so committed and like, oh, fuck yeah, take my money, bitch, I would gladly put my bitch ass money into that shit. I would gladly do it if a game like had something that was like a roll of the dice and some crazy shit that I absolutely love that really made me, oh my god, I gotta get that. I gotta try to get that. I gotta try to get that. I'm asking a game to do that. It just has not happened yet. Even for things that I like Ever Crisis or First Soldier or whatever, you know? No, I don't feel like I need to do this. In fact, I don't even feel like I need to play this game. I feel like I just want to watch the cutscenes. You know what I mean? If FF7 gotcha didn't give me, I don't know what will. I don't know, man. I just am not wired that way. You know? I'm just not like, the brain cells don't connect in that way for me. I don't know what the hell to fucking tell you. And what I'm trying to say is that I want something to do it. That's the weird thing. Is that I want there to be a games as a service game that just makes me go, wow, like, gotta buy this shit, gotta buy this battle pass, like, I gotta do this, gotta do that, like, I just have to do it, you know? I have no choice. I want to love something that much. I want to really love, but all the shit that I, like, really love are just normal, like, full price games and shit. To be real, most of the stuff that I, like, really enjoy are just normal price games where I just buy it and then there's a DLC. I'll choose if I buy that or not and see you later, you know? Full price. It's true. No, hidden ones I'll play when it comes out. I'm curious because the combat in that game was great. That game was fucking cool, dude. That game had great characters too. Whenever Hidden Ones comes out, I actually want to play it. I'm very curious when that game eventually launches, like what that will be like. Because there was at least some... That game was an arena fighter that handled it pretty well. That actually was probably one of my favorite arena fighter experiences in terms of how it controls and works. It felt much closer than the typical anime arena fighter just slop, quote unquote, sorry if you like it, that is kind of around. It felt very different than that. And I was like, this is fun. And it's evolving. This is fun. And then more mechanics are in there. I'm like, this is fun. This is cool. Yeah, very fast-paced rock, paper, scissors. Yeah, exactly. I love slop, though. But I love slop. You getting Switch 2? Yes, I have 2 pre-ordered. I got one for JJ, one for me. What was the MK1 news? You can rewind the stream. We talked about it a whole bunch, but it's pretty much the fact that MK1 is looking like it's done. And I talked a whole bunch about why that's sad. Why it's sad that it's done, and why I'm kind of worried about where the franchise could go. And then a separate topic of me being a little bit positive about the things that MK1 actually did right and learning where it could possibly go, you know? Probably I think it's because no gacha games that you've played long enough makes you want to roll. Nah, yeah, like, maybe, you know? You know what, I'll don't get me wrong, I did buy like $50 of loot boxes in Overwatch 1 because of the Overwatch 1 hype when that game came out. I'll be real. There was a little bit of that. A little bit in that game, because that game was really cool in the first few weeks it was out. It was really cool. And it was like, who didn't, you know? There's a reason why all this shit exists now. But it went from being really cool to suddenly I was very much done to like... that game lasted like about a month for me of it being really cool to just honeymoon phase is over now. And it's when the Halloween bundle added in. I don't know, man. Like, I wish I could tell you why did Overwatch and that style of game become like deeply uninteresting to me. I don't know, man. It's weird. But it was really cool at the start. We were like, bro, what if these were fighting game characters, man? You know what it is, chat? I was thirsty as fuck. And I don't mean thirsty for like that ass. I mean, at that period in the mid 2010s, there was so much mismanagement of franchises and shit and the things that we loved that I was like thirsty as fuck for things to be like cool. I was like, please just let this shit be dope, man. I just want there to be like, just being so butthurt by what was happening with Street Fighter and shit like that and Marvel. I mean, so buttered by what's like going on. At least KI was doing good at the time. But yes, like wishing for the best of the franchises that I love so much that I just wanted, like, you look at something like Overwatch and like, fuck, dude, this could be a fighting game, man. This is so fucking cool. These characters play like fighting game characters. This is so fucking cool, dude. So it was such like a dark time. All I'm saying, it was such a dark time that even things for a moment, Overwatch was like really fucking cool, you know? Which is maybe why I didn't immediately get into Marvel Rivals, because the Marvel vs. Capcom collection just came back, you know? To me, like, the appeal of something Marvel adjacent wasn't nearly as appealing to me because, bro, Marvel is back, though. Like, I'm happy. Like, I'm fucking good, dude. Like, I just got the collection, and it's got all this shit in it, and we're playing it. Fucking awesome. Like, Marvel's back. So to me, it was like, do I feel the immediate need to have to like jump into Rivals? Not really. I really didn't. I like all those characters and shit, but that's not how I like them. To be real, I like all these characters the most when they're in fucking fighting games, bro. That's how. I don't want to have everyone be a gun. No, I don't want that. I want to do some fucking, I want them to be in a 2D space doing air combos and shit. I want them to be doing like, I don't want them to be over the shoulder. I like them in this space the most. You know what I mean? And to be frank, in most situations, I like those characters, those franchises, those things to exist in the fighting game space the most. Because I feel that's where they are the best represented, you know? In my personal opinion. They're all shooting stuff and shit. You like Strider before Marvel 1? Not at all. I didn't even know who he was. Be real. Most of the characters that I've ever liked from Marvel got introduced to me from Marvel vs. Capcom. Outside of like the X-Men, obviously. But like Cable, like that kind of shit, Cable wasn't nearly as cool until Marvel 2. Holy fuck, the Cable's in this game, neat. He was in like one episode of the X-Men show. Cool. 1 or 2. Fuck, Cable's awesome. Wow. Strider I didn't even know existed. I didn't know who Captain Commando was before Marvel vs. Capcom 1. I didn't know who Jin Saotome was before Marvel vs. Capcom 1. And they end up being some of my like favorite Capcom characters and shit. Because Marvel 1, the fighting game representation of those characters, of those franchises, introduced me to that shit. Hayato? I'm like, is this the bitch from Star Gladiator? That piece of shit? That's what I felt at the time. That weird ass Star Gladiator. I don't care about that game, but fuck, why is this guy so cool looking? Shit. What's going on here? Anyway. Spencer? Bro, who gives a fuck about the Bionic Commando game? Like, Spencer, as a fighting game character, is 10 times more interesting than my arm is my wife guy. Like, what the fuck, dude? Who gives a shit about that guy? Spencer's all about, like, you know, hooks and ass and shit. Like, he's the man. Wooly does. Wooly does. A lot of the assist characters in Marvel 1 were unknown to you before that game. Oh, me too. I still did not. For the longest period of time, like, I didn't know who Piran Fur is and who several of those characters are. I was like, who the fuck? What the hell? If anything, MVC1 was just full of a whole bunch of Capcom deep cuts. That was kind of like, what the fuck is this shit? I do not know any of this stuff, man, but it's cool. Tonpu? Huh? U.S. Agent was known. It was Evil Captain America. I knew who that was. Michelle Hart had no fucking clue. You know? At the time, I had no clue. Lou? Who the fuck is Lou? Who the fuck is Lou? Who the fuck is Devilot? Who the fuck is Saki? Who are these characters, man? Where's Proto Man? Where's Zero? Who the fuck is... I know now. Now I know. Miss those great games, dude. Hey, you know what? You can buy them right now. That Marvel vs. Capcom collection is heavily discounted, and it's wonderful. It gets discounted all the time, and it's fucking great, you know? They didn't go anywhere. Where the fuck is the swear jar at? I'm sorry. Asura. Asura can have an entirely new existence outside of his original game in a fighting game. No shit. He absolutely could. And to be real, I'm gonna be honest, dude. There's another character that hits completely different after their inclusion in a fighting game. Anybody know which character that is? If this character was introduced into a fighting game and pretty much grew in popularity and identity greatly after their inclusion in a fighting game. Not Captain Falcon. I mean, there are other... You're not wrong, right? You're not wrong. Yeah, somebody said it. It's Virgil. Virgil wasn't that popular, dude. He was the bad guy at the end. He was Dante's twin brother, you know? Devil May Cry 3 guy. Okay, yeah. Dude, it was Virgil. And then they stick him in years later. Virgil's like super popular in Ultimate Marvel 3. They stick him in Devil May Cry 4 like 7 years later or some shit. Becomes a huge part of Devil May Cry 5. Like, after Virgil was in Marvel, I feel like he became a significantly bigger character. I learned way more about him too, like in a variety of ways. So to me, it's like, holy shit. Like, that if that character was popular before, now they are way more popular. Now they're like huge, dude. Now he's like one of the most quintessential Marvel vs. Capcom characters. Virgil is now a quintessential. Virgil is the fucking Virgil is the Capcom side of Magneto, right? Where if you have a Marvel vs. Capcom game, you gotta have Magneto. And if you have a Marvel vs. Capcom game, it's gotta have fucking Virgil in it, dude. What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? It's gotta have that guy. You can't not have that shit. Yeah, no, I'm not denouncing that Virgil wasn't super popular. What I'm saying is that my impression of Virgil wasn't that much. He was the bad guy at the end of DMC3, sure. You know? Cool, DMC3 was a cool game. I liked it a lot. What I'm saying is that Virgil as a character greatly grew in popularity after Ultimate Marvel 3. And after that game became like beloved and renowned and grew in popularity over the years and all of this shit, like all that shit happened to the point where it greatly benefited his inclusion in Devil May Cry 4 to greatly benefit his inclusion in Devil May Cry 5, like all of that shit, you know? Like he became now is a quintessential known staple Capcom character. Like just as much as Dante. Just as much as Dante. I don't remember memes of Virgil before Marvel 3. I don't remember memes of him before that. He was the cool guy at the end of DMC 3. And I'm a Capcom guy, dude. I don't know. I don't remember like him having like general awareness outside of hardcore Capcom fans, you know? Isn't he hated in Marvel 3? He's as hated as Magneto is. And he's actually beloved. He's belovedly hated. Belovedly hated. Because they're so good. Where the how much they're hated turns them into being beloved, you know? Now we love to hate him, yeah. Anyway. Stockholm Syndrome? I don't remember giving nearly as much of a shit. And I like Devil May Cry. I did. But to me, it was like... the Virgil glazing really... like astronomically picks up after that. Now everybody knows who this bitch is. Now, more people know who Virgil is than Mega Man. Like, holy shit, man. God damn, it's music. Holy shit. Yeah, but Zero, nah, fuck Zero. Zero was the best goddamn character in the game for 4 straight games. Fuck him. Virgil was in one fighting game where he was amazing, so people like him, okay? Zero was in TVC, Marvel Vanilla, Marvel 3 Vanilla, Ultimate Marvel 3, and MVCI, and he's the best fucking character in every game. Fuck that bitch. That piece of shit doesn't know when to quit. Chill, dude. Let's get one game where Zero sucks ass. And people have to play him for passion. And fucking 5 games. SVC Chaos, he was God tier. Granted, slightly different Zero. Fuck that bitch. Come on. Get one game where his green tits are mid-tier. One fucking game. See how many people stick around. Sorry, chat. I'm just being extreme, okay? I'm just being extreme. I'm keeping it entertaining, all right? Lore accurate Zero. Shut up! So sick of it. Goddamn character, dude. Although I do not mind Johnny Young Bosch coming back and playing Zero every single time. He is Zero. Johnny Young Bosch is Zero, dude. He is. Also Nero. Yeah. Talk about a goddamn character that could be amplified so much more by a fighting game, dude. Talk about that shit. Like, straight up. Nero's already, like, really up there. Unfortunately, Nero gets a bit overshadowed by, like, how cool Virgil is in Devil May Cry 5. You know, even though most of the story is Nero focused. But, dude, put Nero in a fucking fighting game, dude. I cannot wait to play the modded version of him. Deadweight, yes, Deadweight himself. He's in the community edition. Apparently, he's really fucking cool. But man, like an official representation of like Nero, and then he also has his Devil May Cry 4 outfit or some shit. Hell yeah, bro. That shit would be fucking awesome. Because he's not a typical Dante, right? He's not a Dante and he's not a Virgil gameplay wise. He's super unique. We do not need V. There's one thing we don't need is like a playable version of V in a fighting game. No, we're good. We're good. V is fine. He can stay where he's at. We're good. I don't think we're going to elevate V as a character because V's character gets elevated to being Virgil, you know? V could be in a Virgil cinematic super. How about that? You know? He doesn't exist anymore. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I gotta play it, Neve. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, lady. Fuck Trish! Seriously, what the fuck were they thinking? I cannot believe the vanilla roster of Marvel 3. Jesus Christ, dude. I can't believe that shit. That shit bugs the shit out of me that they used Trish instead of Lady. So mad. Here's the weird thing. In Marvel vs. Capcom 3, here's the weird fucking thing, chat. It ain't Devil May Cry 4 Dante. It's not. It's DMC 3 Dante. But it's Devil May Cry 4 Trish. What? What? That's so weird to me. Like it's like Dante and Trish don't even know each other at that point, dude. Like, what the fuck? I don't get it. It's DMC 1 Trish. But still, Devil May Cry 3 comes before Devil May Cry 1. Like, it's not DMC 1 Dante, you know? Even if it is DMC 1 Trish, all I'm saying is that fucking character is like canonically introduced to Dante way later in his life, you know? Like way later in his life. So it's still the same problem. Like, I mean, yeah, granted, the story doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? But still, in my mind, I'm like, that's weird. That's still weird. There's no relationship, yes. So why the fuck isn't DMC 3 Dante hanging out with DMC 3 Lady? That's my gripe. Why do I dislike Trish? It's my gripe that Trish is in the game, and we could have had a significantly more interesting character than just big Sparta wielding lady with Twister, you know? Whatever the fuck it's called. I mean, literally could have had Rocket Launcher Girl. Like, whoa, dude, that uses her bike as a weapon and shit. Like, this could have been so fucking cool. This Trish slander will not stand. Granted, I wonder if that is a common theme. No, it isn't, because RE5 Chris is there with RE5 Wesker. Well, it doesn't fucking matter. I was gonna say with Mega Man, they have a Mega Man Legends character with Tron, and then they have Zero. So it's like, well, maybe they're doing that. Maybe they're just doing like, we'll have two characters from the same franchise, but they're in completely different, like, you know, games. It's like Mega Man Regular and Mega Man X, completely different games, you know? So maybe they're doing that. So they have Nemesis, which is nowhere close to Wesker, which is nowhere close to Chris. Yeah, all right, that's true. But RE5 Chris is there with RE5 Jill, which is there with RE5 Wesker. The choices are a little weird, you know? Some of the Marvel, especially the core Marvel 3 roster, kind of... Let me look at this bitch. Hold on a second before we get into this. It's a weird fucking roster to me, dude. It still is. So, okay, yeah, the Resident Evil bros are hanging out over here. We're not even including the DLC, right? Okay. Resident Evil bros are hanging out over here. All right, same game. You're from the same shit. Two Mega Man bros. All right, well, you're from different games. Same shit. Street Fighter characters. I get it. Iconic Marvel characters and then new one. All right, so sort of the same thing. Two characters, different era characters, different games, but somewhat close canonically, obviously, but they're not This isn't Lady, you know, it's future Trish with much younger Dante. No association, completely loose. All association, all female Darkstalker characters, and no association. You know? It's very weird. There's some weird things don't like follow a rhyme or reason in many of it. They're just sort of like, there's a whole bunch of et ceteras down here with some Darkstalkers, and then a whole bunch of like Street Fighters and a couple of Mega Mans, a couple of Resident Evils, a couple of Devil May Cries. The Marvel side makes way more fucking sense. Marvel side makes way more sense. Like literally Hulk and She-Hulk. All the X-Men and shit, like 6 X-Men, 7 X-Men characters. Fuck, there's 7 X-Men characters in this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 7. Wow. I felt like I wanted more. Avengers, you know. I don't know. It's Doom and these guys could be somewhat random. Maybe Doom and Dormammu have some tie-in in some way. Avengers bad guys. Marvel, I mean, I get it. They're all villains, obviously. But are they villains related to each other? Do they work in the same aspect? Are they like Avengers typical villains? Are they Fantastic Four bad guys? Skrull's a Fantastic Four bad guy. In general? It's a weird lineup, dude. Yeah, Deadpool's also an oddball, but he's also an X-Men, you know? Dorm, MODOK, and Trask and Taskmaster are not. It feels kind of, in some ways, feels sort of random up here in the ways that, like, this shit down here can feel kind of random with these 5, you know? It's a strange, in my opinion, it's a weird-ass base roster. This is a weird base roster. And then you got, like, RE5 Jill and then Shuma Gorath, you know? Weird doesn't equal bad, though. It does not mean bad. It is unique. I'm not going to say it is a bad starting roster. What I think is that vanilla Marvel 3 has an unsatisfying starting roster. It is unsatisfying, especially considering like the game that came before it. It's kind of like, it's subjective, and for me, it comes across as like unsatisfying, where it's like, I feel like we're close, but it's not there. It's so close. It's so fucking close that the follow-up game makes honestly very little changes, and it's just so much better, my dude. This shit hits so much harder. It immediately gets way better. We're on some random playlist in the background here. Like, it's immediately better with the choices from the expansion. It's nuts, dude. And they don't even change that much, really. They add like 12 characters or some shit, but it's just fixed. Now everything feels balanced. Like I don't know. I don't know if it's just me, dude. Now it goes from being like a completely mid starting roster to being like, oh, this is a legit great cast of characters. This is like now just as good as Marvel vs. Capcom 2, which was going to be impossible to beat. That shit was going to be impossible to beat. Now it's really good. It's interesting, you know? I just think it's interesting. That's such a small change. Like less, like 10 characters-ish can make you completely like change your mind. And granted, I'm not even thinking about the Strider aspect because ultimately speaking, I did not love the way Strider was represented in this game. You know? I didn't love it. He was relegated to be an assist character and an X-Factor character. I didn't love that. You had to be like a fucking true master. You had to be some amongst shadows to even play this character on point. There's like, I'm not even kidding you, chat. There is, historically on record in the archives, one motherfucker that found out a way to make this character work on point. There's one fucking dude that did it, and did it successfully, and actually well, and like makes it work. One fucking guy! Like, his name is Amongst Shadows, and he's literally been playing Strider on point since like the early 2010s because I used to play him online. I used to play the dude online. He wasn't even using Strider on point at the time. Like, there's one guy. Other people try and they don't do nearly as good, you know? Clockwork? No, dude. Clock did not use Strider on point. Clock used like Virgil on point on his team. Before it was like, you know, Amy and shit. So anyway. Yeah, I didn't love that. I like Strider being a point character and not like a backup character. I like him. I don't like him being a like an assist. I don't like that. I think he's a point. He should be a point, you know? Yeah, is this all the 1, 2, 3, 4? Yeah, it's up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's this like L right here and this L right here. Dude, it does so much for the roster. It does so much. Nova and fucking Iron Fist and Rocket and Hawkeye and Doctor Strange and Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider really doesn't do much for the game, but goddamn, dude. But goddamn, he helps. He absolutely helps. Phoenix Wright helps greatly. Hugely influential character, you know? The spice of the game has legit gone, like the variety has reached like perfect levels. Such good choices, you know? And here's what's crazy. They didn't even add any more X-Men. They didn't. The game already had like 6 X-Men in it, and people were wanting more X-Men even at the time. People were wanting Mega Man X even at the time on this side. That's one thing that a lot of people forget is that people were wanting Mega Man. Mega Man was a heavily desired character on the Capcom side, and more X-Men were heavily desired characters on the Marvel side, and they didn't get them. They didn't. And it's still good, you know? Does this song ever end? I don't think so. No, it's 30 minutes long, as it should be. All right, let's do this. Let's get into this article. I have told people, or I've been told by people, this article is great. This article is wonderful. This has such a brilliant insight and knowledge and information. I have been told some shit. I am at a point where I am kind of cool with a lot of the stuff that's happening behind the scenes in Tekken. I actually have faith in these guys that they're going to take this back to a point where that a lot of people are going to be happy, and Tekken 8's going to have a turnaround. You know, that turnaround involves the word Tifa and maybe Waffle and or House, but still, gameplay wise, I think there's a spot to get people on board before shit like that even happens. So, speaking of which, let's talk about how the developers are approaching Tekken 8 from a mindset of all the negativity and all the stuff that's happened and moving forward into this and all that kind of shit. Because Tekken 8 was clearly a game that was designed to not be Tekken 7. It's the antithesis of Tekken 7. So I've been told some good things about this article. Let's read into it. So, more than a year since the release of Tekken 8 and January 30th anniversary of the series, with the interview with the executive game director, Harada, and the Tekken 7 and 8 game director and development producer, Ikeda. So, a reminder, Kohei Ikeda also worked on Tekken Tag, but was like the dude at the top of Tekken 7, and is now also the dude at the top of Tekken 8, right? So, the reason Tekken reached its greatest height since Tekken 3 is mostly this guy's responsibility. Let's just give him credit. You know, that's a big deal. And at the same point, it's like there's a lot of big crazy shit that went into the development of these games and what eventually came to a crash of Tekken around season 2. So let's read into it. Harada's been involved since 1994. Ikeda is a Tekken player turned developer. We asked what they learned from Tekken 8, the culture, proactiveness in the Tekken project, and the mindset needed of a game developer. Oof. Yeah, this is it's a lot. So, Harada says, for previous games in the series, we would release arcades first. Content would make a home console port afterwards. But for 8, we decided to start with a worldwide simultaneous release. And that difference alone meant that the feedback we got from the past year was unlike anything we had before. Ikeda says, we needed to think about how we would change things for Tekken 8 as Tekken 7 managed to sell 12 million. This bitch sold better than Tekken 5, and this bitch sold better than Tekken 3. Like, this is huge, you know? There was a need for us to design the game to satisfy a whole range of players from casual to professional. How does not releasing on an arcade first affect development? Took us about 3 years to port previous Tekken games from arcade to console, so we needed to make some amount of content from the very beginning. Harada says it also changed how our budget was spent. Before we spent it in different development stages. We would start with an arcade version, which was probably meager budgets in Japan and Asia. They also didn't release it, worldwide, so they didn't have to spend that much on distribution. Using it as like a testing bed, but this time we started with a worldwide multi-platform. The difference was so stark that some people at the company were surprised at the amount of time needed to develop the game. True. Tekken 8 took a while to come out. Did it cost more than the total amount spent developing Tekken 7? This is a crazy question. I gotta zoom in more. I can. There we go. Harada says the arcade version of Tekken 7, cost about 10% of Tekken 8. The initial development of Tekken 7 cost 1/10 what it took to make Tekken 8. Chat, a reminder. I think Tekken 8 was Tekken 8 was significantly more expensive than even the next most expensive fighting game to develop, which was likely Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6 was a very expensive, very ambitious game, right? However, only about like 16 to 18-ish characters at launch. Tekken launched with over 30. Over 30 characters at launch. So I truly feel, especially considering the level of fidelity, like Street Fighter V was not even a 4K game. Those were technically 1080p games. Tekken 7 is in the 1080p era. These are actual huge visual upgrade games requiring way more levels of fidelity and detail, like quite literally 4 times as much as the previous games did. So to me, even before Tekken 8 was out and I was playing early builds, I'm like, this might be the most expensive fighting game I think I've ever seen. Like, I'll be real. This might be maybe one of the most expensive fighting games ever made. I think that might be the case. I think Tekken 8 goes down as being one of the most expensive games to develop, maybe outside of possibly a NetherRealm Studios game. Possibly. Just maybe. So, we knew that games are more expensive to develop, but I never imagined it would be this different. The team did their best developing the game. I can't praise them enough. Big game. Like, big ass game, bro. Before, both development time and budget were planned sequentially, but you had to do all of that in one go. So that's a big change. Tekken team members learning martial arts for their fighting game. Tekken 8 underwent a change in the business model with its simultaneously worldwide platform release. What other changes were there? Harada says, the number of younger players had grown significantly. It just goes to show that your customer base changes when you change your business model and sales method. So what's the majority age for Tekken players nowadays? Around their mid-20s. It's similar to other fighting games, but one of the big successes of the Tekken series is that there is a generational transition every 3 games or so. Older Tekken players knew about me, Ikeda, and that they would come talk to us when we were at tournaments or at the airport, but that's not the case for newer players. That's also a good thing in a way. How about the development of the Tekken project? Ikeda says, we had younger members join the team, and they were pretty passionate about it when they came on board for Tekken 8. They would play during lunch. We sneaked in 7 teams into the Tekken Master Cup, a 5-man tournament. Successfully introducing a new generation to the series is key for a long-lasting IP, and it's a topic we could easily spend hours discussing, but is the Tekken project's team culture the reason why developers are so passionate? We got all kinds of passionate devs. Some are passionate about game development, others martial arts. Members aren't strictly assigned to a particular role, and they're allowed to work on tasks that appeal to them. Chat, another thing, just speaking out here, the big difference from this is that the size of the development team of what Tekken had been historically from like their arcade releases to transitioning to a console release is also likely just as big a change as this, where the amount of required development staff to produce something like a Tekken 7 early on at an early phase, at an arcade phase, to what a Tekken 8 is at launch probably requires maybe just 8, 9, 10 times the amount of manpower to just produce that at that level, you know? Like, it's a lot, dude. It's such a bigger, it's much less of a personal kind of small thing and turns into this huge thing that we have to produce this now, you know? Anyway, moving on. I thought that everyone had predefined roles when taking on a big project. Is that not how the Tekken project operates? Tekken project is comprised of people who can independently look at something, think about it, and make decisions by themselves. I also used to go beyond my capacity as director and planner and would work on pixel art for UI, game art, music, even direct motion capture. But people on other projects would be afraid of us because we worked so differently. Ikeda says, when I was on Soul Calibur, I once asked someone from the Tekken project about tuning attacks to feel more visceral. My friend, worried about me, asked how it went when I came back. It must be reassuring to have so many people who are proactive in their work. He's like, Harada says, there was something called the will mindset at Namco. It's the mindset where if you want to do something, you take it upon yourself to do it. For example, I did something akin to leading the development team for Tag 2. But strictly speaking, I was not in charge of Tekken at that time, and the game's financial performance had zero effect on my position at the company. But nobody on the Tekken project saw what I did as stepping out of line. So Harada got really involved with Tekken Tag 2 is what he's saying. That's because that's probably why Tekken Tag 2 has so much like extra care shit put into all the character interactions and stuff like that. You know, like that wasn't the game that was super financially successful, but dude, like Tag 2 is the biggest love letter to Tekken, you know? Let's be real. Like, as you might not like the way some of that game plays and some of the way the shit like, you know, the cookie crumbles, but when it came to like pure love of the franchise and unique grabs and tag grabs and all of the crazy, you could just, there's so much shit to look at in that game. It is crazy, dude. So yeah, that kind of makes sense that like, that was his baby, you know? He kind of put everything into it. Yeah, I feel like that makes a lot of sense. It's because the Tekken project is a culture of doing what motivates you to choose people who are highly proactive to join the team. Harada says that the team likes Tekken, so they come to us on their own initiative. Regardless of discipline that they're assigned to, there are some people I headhunt from arcades that are still working with us on Tekken. Some members even go to dojos for karate, Wing Chun, Taito, so they can try various martial arts to make a better game. I can almost feel some of the moves in Tekken when they land. I've seen that now, the result of developers being proactive in their work. How is talent assigned across the project? Most of them work on whatever they're good at. Even if you say someone's an animator, there's a plethora of things we need, like body anims, facial anims, other behavior. Some people just pick what they're good at, but a team is full of a bunch of people like this, so it balances out when you look at the Tekken project as a whole. Harada says, out of all the projects here, the Tekken project is best demonstrates that you get good at what you like doing. So, releasing what you made into the world, being motivated and proactive. Some may say that you chose a job you love, you have a hard time handling differences in expectations and reality. In the case of the Tekken project, members are probably happy that they get to work on Tekken. And it's a game that they like to play, but you're faced with the reality of deadlines and quality standards. Harada says that my parents told me the same thing when I told them I got a job as a game developer, but in the game industry, no matter how tough development is, you'll eventually finish and release a game. That's why if you like something, you can keep going, even if the going's tough. Gita says, for a fighting game, you can go to in-person events and see how people play what you've made. So that's another source of motivation. There aren't too many jobs where you can see the results of what you've made as much as game development. What kind of people would fit in the Tekken project? People who are proactive and driven when it comes to the things they're interested in. It's also nice so the person feels fulfilled from having other people play their game and has an interest in players and their community. I say this because these traits are often missing in games when the team gives up halfway through development or the final product doesn't turn out well. I think knowledge about game development surprisingly doesn't matter as much as the mindset. Yeah, some interesting stuff there in regards to like what's happening right now. Ikeda-san says, you changed careers from working in games media to being a dev with zero developer experience. So what was the transition? Was the transition difficult? I didn't have any development experience, so I wasn't a new graduate hire, so there was nobody to teach me. I was frustrated at myself because everyone could do all the things, but there were a ton of nice people in both Soul Calibur and Tekken teams, so I improved by studying game development alone while asking people around me if there was something I didn't understand. In my case, I started during the era for Harada, first PlayStation, when we started being able to make games using polygons, so everyone was learning from scratch. Game development was also much smaller, so you knew what everyone was doing. Would you say that game development was better back then? Not really. Now we have internet, so people can learn from watching videos of other people making games, and we have instant access to free development tools. What's more important is that a company has matured, so we have a proper training program as well. Part 2? Yeah. Scenes on developing part 2. I might have to go get some coffee, chat. I might have to go get some. This is interesting so far, right? To give there's not a lot of stuff on the inside of like where season 2 is going on any of that kind of stuff, because they have talked about it quite a bit. But this is pretty good so far. This is pretty interesting because, you know, Ikeda has a lot of fighting game development under his wing, and Harada has like some of the most in the entire industry. Let me get some fucking coffee. I need it because I'm gonna have to get jacked on Doom, or I'm gonna jack off Doom, or you know, some shit. I don't know. I'm gonna do that after this. Let me get some coffee, chat. Hold on. Don't move! In fact. I just saw it and recommended it. I'll be right back. children. Sorry, chat. I had to go milk the cow, you know. I had to go create the coffee beans. I had to go do all this stuff. Anyway, hi. Did you guys enjoying Action Car soundtrack? Dude, kids are so funny. Like, Ripley's almost 5, right? And I sit down there and she's like doing something or like eating something that her mom made her. And I have something that I like willing to, like, I want her to try it. Ripley, you want to try this? She's like, no, I'm good. And I'm like, are you sure you don't want to try it? It's really good. She's like, no, I'm good. And then I'm like, okay, that's fine. And then she looks back at me and she's like, but I still love you, Daddy. Like, she was worried that her saying no means that, that I don't love you. But I still love you, Daddy. Don't worry. It's so fucking funny. Oh my God, dude. Anyway. Okay. Where are we at? Part 2. The mindset a game dev needs, how game developers work, trial and error throughout Tekken's 30-year history. Yeah, this is daunting, dude, right? Because for the sake of like development nowadays, just once again, we're just speaking on this topic. People aren't used to having that many eyes and ears directly criticizing like what you're doing or what you're working on, you know? Like, and I'd say there has been the most, I would say, criticism of the involving parties and trust in the involved parties of like media, of just like, oh God, who's running this now? Or, oh man, who's making this like type of thing? You know when I feel like that started? Star Wars. I feel like that mostly became such a big thing when the Star Wars sequel trilogy became a thing. And then it wasn't like beloved by all, right? Where at that point, people were starting to really like point in directions. Who's responsible to be really like critical of the creative minds at B? When before, just for an example, yeah, Red Letter Media was the ones that's kind of made people really critical of the prequels. But I'm going to be real. You know how most people looked at the Star Wars prequels? They didn't. Like, you watched them and they happened, and then you never thought about most of them again. You were like, oh, the third one was kind of good. That was it, you know? So you didn't really think of like boiling down who the individuals were involved. Most people kind of consume media in the ways that I usually do, where if I don't give a shit about something, I just stop caring about it and I don't look into it anymore, you know? Nowadays, it's much different. Nowadays, it's like people focus all of their resentment and dislike of something directly onto like individuals. Who's responsible, you know, which person's doing this, like that kind of stuff is a extremely prevalent thing. There has to be somebody's fault. Who did this to Tekken? You know, we saw a whole bunch of that over the past, you know, 24 hours and shit. But it's also in the exact same way, right? In the exact same opposite direction, where people will emphatically, and I do the same thing, I like platform the individuals that make really good decisions and produce really good things and try to like echo what made their decisions so good, you know? So, you know, comparatively speaking, talking about like just from the Star Wars perspective, like Andor is fucking amazing because it's made by people completely outside of the Star Wars verse, approaching it with a different mindset, you know? In a game developer situation, that's a really tough thing to be on a project that has so much legacy and history and fan base. It's like being the guy that's responsible for Smash Brothers when Sakurai eventually actually leaves. You know, it's like being the guy that has to pick up has to be carried the baton of a new Smash game that is so beloved after Sakurai has pieced out and eventually goes to his beach, you know, which is just never going to happen. But still, like, and I've said this before, that's impossible, dude. Who the fuck wants that? People are going to be like, no, that's like career suicide. I'm just not, you know, a lot of people will not want to do that because most of the time now, people don't want to be the one that has the weight on their shoulders of a thing that so many people have historically loved. And now that pressure is all consuming and there's just no way you're going to make people happy, you know? Like, that's why I sympathize with a lot of the devs in these situations of these, like, you know, Final Fantasy 17 or this, and that, like that kind of shit, you know? So anyway, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to take in. Preparing to be a game dev, communicate with schoolmates who have different values. Many people make indie games nowadays, so it's a good idea to experience with indie developers who are working for a game company. Harada says it's a wonderful idea. It's nice to gather 10 or so friends so they have a healthy discussion while working together. You don't have to finish the game. It's enough just to reach to a state where people can actually give you feedback. Yes. The ability for people nowadays to conceptualize an idea of theirs and even do it with, like, no budget, you know, the best examples of this are Amogus and Lethal Company. Small ass games, nobody's working on it really, just an idea. Oh my God. You know, the fact that those things can become reality, even in their Balatro, even in their extremely primitive looking state, dude, graphics do not need to be a thing. Minecraft exists. Graphics do not need to be a thing. That is what elevates, like, video games. It is not, dude. Stardew Valley exists, you know? These things can be made by very few people, vampire survivors, and then suddenly just, like, take the game development, take the shit by storm for an entire year. Game looks like trash, comparatively speaking, but holy shit, man, what a fucking game this shit is, dude. Expedition 33 and yada yada yada. Anyway, is that so you can get a head start on learning about game development? What's more important is the experience of working on a team with people from different disciplines. Yes. Yeah, because game dev is, you have to, there's so much people management now. It's like the same thing as filmmaking. There's so many people you have to manage and their personalities and where they come from. And oh man, it's a lot. So school club activities are a good place for producers and directors and planners. People like me who come from different, like, literature and art. It's also good to do what Ikeda said. Create a community at the arcade. Regularly participate in events and other activities outside of school that give you opportunities to meet different people. Yeah. I've mentioned this a few times as well, and we also got in the discussion at Expedition 33. Dude, game development is so fucking political now. And I don't mean politics. I don't mean that. I mean actually political, where if you want something to change, if you want to be if you're in a position that is not an executive branch, where you want to actually, you see that things can be changed, you can easily do it, but getting the approval to make that happen means that, guess what you need? You need to get votes. And I don't mean literally votes. You have to go through a bureaucracy to allow you to even have a speaking position to promote the problem, right? To even allow that process to move forward in some way, which is why Expedition 33 is such an exemplary game, where it's clear that they had a vision and they just went for it, and shit, it works. Games are so big nowadays that that's not your responsibility, dude. Like, you work in QA. You're an animator. You're this, you're that. You go talk to your animation lead. All right, so the animation lead is going to try to take it to maybe one of the producers, and then the producer, and they're hopefully going to relay that message, and then the producer is going to eventually talk to the director, and the director is going to have to talk to corporate, and then corporate's going to have to talk to the, like, Jesus Christ, man. Like, by that time, the message has gotten so construed, it's not even worth it. Like, bitch, I just wanted to add a chair. Like, it's so much, like, it's political, even to the point where you are deeply passionate about, like, changing the vision of a game. So how the hell do these games come out that are just messes nowadays? It's because nobody has a say in how things go unless they're on the top end, you know? And people on the top end are just doing what is effectively requested of them from an executive branch. So they're just going with it. The chair problem, all that shit, dude. So yes, like games and then you have to also consider people. Like, and some people are good at things. Some people just work very quietly and sometimes have amazing ideas, but you have to find a way to get those ideas out of them because they don't want to communicate and talk in big corporate settings. That's like the opposite of what artistic people are really into. And guess what all games eventually come down to? Every game comes down to actual humans being artistic, dude. It all comes down to people needing to communicate what they want to communicate through what they're good at doing and allowing them to do that. And that can be fucking hard to let people do that shit. It is so much red tape. Game development got way too big, the same way that movies have gotten way too big, the same way that all this shit has gotten way too big. We can't have games just dying because of, you know, the size and scale of things don't allow the message to be communicated, you know? It sucks. Anyway, moving on. What important lessons can a game developer learn from group activities? It teaches you how to communicate with people who think differently from you. We just talked about that. Game development involves people from all disciplines, not only sciences, but arts. You need to ask people like artists and musicians to help make the game. For example, if someone who doesn't know how to draw talks to an artist, it's very possible that they won't see eye to eye. Oh, Jesus, man. Yeah, I remember that there's hilarious stories of like when a graphic designer is trying to design something for somebody that it like doesn't know what they want. And it's like eventually it's like what they say they want, what they think they want, what they asked for, and then eventually what they wanted. And it's like something completely fucking different. Like, it's brutal, dude. If you are communicating as somebody that like has worked on projects like that in the past, it is, I'm like, I can't do this. I can't do this anymore. Maybe this isn't my field. Like, maybe I'll just do my own thing and just see how it works. This is not my field, bro. That is a nightmare. In this situation, you need communication and all skills to express your vision, befriend others, and ask them to do things for you. The company won't teach us these things, so you have to interact with a bunch of different people while you're at school. This is exactly the reason why Sakurai is in the position he's in, because he has filled so many shoes in every aspect of game development that anyone he talks to that presents something to him, he gets it. Because I've run into that problem. I've done that shit before. I've drawn that kind of stuff. You know, I've been here before. Having that much expertise across the field leads you to a director that can sympathize with you, that knows like, well, I know why you're running into this problem. Guess who you need help with? The sound engineer. Why the hell does the gameplay guy need to talk to the sound engineer? Because something is actually broken there. So let me get you talking to this dude. Like, in any other situation, they would have hired another guy, you know, or I'm just making shit up, right? They would have hired somebody else or just put that guy on something else. He's not working in this position, you know? Having that experience and knowing how that stuff works emphatically makes development so much easier, where you can just like finally get to the root of a problem of a situation because you've been there before. Like, I know the problem you're running into, man. So experiences unrelated to game development are useful when working on a game company. Jesus Christ. Yes. I was in the soccer club in school, but when I was at the arcade, I would talk to kids from different schools and even strangers I didn't know. I had a job in visual media right after, and I finished school, so I spent 7 or 8 years making monthly content in teams with assistant directors and actors. I'm sure that my experience making things in a team has helped me develop games. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. There are tons of communication techniques people use. So it's important to use these techniques when talking to someone with different values. Harada says, I think it's more important to be interested in the person and try to figure out what's important to them. When you're at school, you get to be with all kinds of people. So it's the perfect place to have these experiences. I was in the Boy Scouts and did sports in school, so I got to meet people from all backgrounds. That's why I have no trouble talking about anything from budgets to company executives to scouting players at the arcade. Yeah, that's a good point. And again, chat, I'm not an expert in this situation, but I was at a spot where with my own time and money, we had to figure out what we were going to do without committing our whole lives to Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite and beyond. So I was offhand managing 30 to 35, sometimes even more people at any given time to try to keep things focused. And my goal, the entire point of that game was to put people in positions that they care about. Not that just they have expertise in, to reach out to people that I know love this shit. And I knew that I would not have gotten people on board with that project if they didn't love MVCI. So what I did was put other people that would help me out on that project that actually love Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, not Infinite and Beyond, not what the game is going to eventually be, what the game has been before. So to me, it was critical to get a lot of people on board that love this shit, period. And a lot of other people that love Marvel and Capcom stuff, that would have loved to have contributed themselves to any kind of game like that in some way, in some fashion, and just give them budget. Give them resources, give them time, give them effort. Because to me, I want to see an MVC game that is crafted and made by Marvel versus Capcom fans, people that love this shit, that saw potential in this shit, you know? To be real, there were many times in even MVCI development when we were working on Beyond that I tried to get people that had more experience in the Marvel 3 side, because Marvel 3 had a huge modding scene, absolutely fucking massive modding scene. But guess what I found? That some of them were passionate, but many of them don't give a shit about MVCI. They did not care about MVCI in any, they couldn't be bothered by whatever the fuck we were doing. And I didn't think it would be valuable to invest in those, invest in some of those kind of folks, because they wouldn't care as much. Like, they would not be as invested in making things better because they already have a game in their opinion that's much better. And that's fair, dude. That's completely fair. Yeah, Doge was on our team to help us troubleshoot shit, but Doge literally got the position when I was talking about outlines and the fact that we were trying to make outlines go through VFX and shit and not go through VFX at times. And he said in the chat one day, bro, that sounds like an actual description of purgatory is taking Unreal Engine screen space outlines and making them not go through VFX. I'm like, this bitch knows what he's talking about because we're going through that shit right now. And he literally became part of our development team to help us like troubleshoot shit. So granted, sorry, Doge, we put you in the actual hell. We put you in purgatory. We didn't even get it to work. We faked it, you know? We literally met it halfway and we faked it. But still, you know, getting people that understand what they're talking about and know and care about solving problems. Because again, what I learned about game development in a position of a director and like a project manager is that, dude, game development is not just make game good, make game bad. It is solving problems. It's being an editor. That's all video editing is. Video editing is a non-stop struggle of new issue. This doesn't work. That doesn't work. We didn't get the right coverage. The audio was fucked up. Now we just have to solve problems constantly. And to be real, I learned something about myself. I fucking love solving problems, bro. I love it. I love coming to solutions. It was one of my favorite things in MVCI was eventually we found something that works. Oh, fuck, dude. We did it. This was impossible. This shit was literally, there's no way we can do it. Everything that was told to me about the things that I didn't understand, this shit is impossible. And then I get to the point where we start getting in deep. We found it. We fucking found it, dude. It works now. We fucking did it. It's like shaking everybody's shoulders and jumping. We fucking did it, man. Like that. I love it. It literally is like dopamine to me. So anyway, yes, I learned a lot about myself being involved in like our minor 8-9 month game dev situation when we were working on MVCIB, you know, and also I learned that about editing, where I really enjoy solving problems in editing. Anyway, Harada says he's not an audio person, but the people on the sound team had no problems with me giving direction on music with the Tekken project. It's because I could persuade them through communication. I identified the strengths of each person when I talked to them. I could get them on my side by saying, this is what you're good at. This is what people are looking for right now. So if you make music in this way, it should go well. Yeah? Yes, 100%. Like you need people to be rewarded for the fact that their shit is cool looking and it's fun and it's worthwhile, and know that people want to feel accepted, man. Like everybody's that way. Like I learned that being a dad, that all your kid wants is just for them to feel like accepted and that they're doing well. you know? And it's the same thing in game development. So if you put people in positions where they love this shit, they're going to want to make it go well. When do you start trying to persuade people who think differently from you? When I was in school, it's important to be interested in the person you're trying to convince. It's very important. You can only do so much by yourself. Cooperation between many people is needed to make a good game. I think it's important to know and communicate with people from the perspective of refining ideas by considering the opinions of others as well. Ikeda likes watching movies, but he doesn't just look at what's shown on screen. He also considers other information like who is the director and their mindset. He's naturally geared to not just look at the final product, but also show interest in who on that team did what. I think we also do that a lot on this channel too, you know? The intentions of some people, what they're into, why they're interested in this shit, why these things are coming through in the screen, you know, or through the game in some ways. I was about to talk about the Lies of P expansion with that being said, but I realized I'm still under NDA. So that'll come soon, okay? I'll be able to talk a bit about the Lies of P expansion in a little bit, but it's directly related to that stuff, okay? You know, I can say that I played it, but that has to come eventually. I can't talk about my experience with the game or talking with the director and shit like that, but I have some stuff that very much lines up with this shit. So no spoilers, no spoilers. I almost got caught. Having an interest in people changes how you see things. It's our job to show interest in people, discover their strengths, and link them to each other. There are important skills for people from an arts background who want to make games but can't program or draw. 100%. Absolutely. I have found myself, especially over this content creation thing and trying to make fighting games more appealing to a bigger audience, to get people interested in this shit, why this shit is so cool. I have learned a lot of putting myself in other people's shoes, and I am a naturally very empathetic person. I'm a naturally very like trusting person. People tell me things and I naturally just believe what they say. So with that being the case, I've had to really put myself in the shoes of people that don't know. And funny enough, like I've always loved Third Strike, and I kind of want to talk about this just in general, right? I love Third Strike, and there's things I love about the game, but it's always weird to me that Third Strike's always had a really huge casual appeal, right? Casually, people also like that game, and it's also grown in interest over the years where people just sort of like love watching Third Strike and shit. And it's like, why is that? Like, why did this game catch on more than others? No kidding. I had like a weird epiphany moment watching Evo Japan, and no kidding, dude, like people, am I a programmer? No, I'm an artist, dude. I'm not a programmer. I'm not a numbers guy. I'm an art background. We were watching people fight in Evo Japan, and people were saying in my chat, dude, like, why is this game so much fun to watch? And I really started to think about it, and it was like, I think I actually found the reason why Third Strike's so much fun to watch. It isn't just like art. It isn't characters. It isn't the parries, any of that kind of shit. It's because the game doesn't follow norms. It doesn't follow the same patterns. It isn't the same combos. It isn't the same situation playing out over and over again. It's not the story of the characters. It's none of that kind of shit. It's the fact that everything generally looks amazing and is good. And when you watch a game like Third Strike, no round is the same, very infrequently. The game feels unpredictable and scrambly, where your control over what happens in a match is significantly less than most fighting games nowadays. So when you tune into Third Strike, you just might see something you've never seen before type shit. And that has consistently happened every time Third Strike shows up at events. It literally happens. I see shit that I've never seen performed in tournament and stuff. So that's good. The fact that, like, from a casual perspective, people are watching different things all the time. Granted, Chun versus Chun, you know, Chun versus Yoon. I'm not saying this is an emphatic across the board sort of thing, but yeah, I was able to greatly identify why do casuals like this shit. And I think I realized that casuals don't like seeing the same shit happen over and over again, dude. Straight up. I don't think anybody does. I don't think that's a casual thing either. I think maybe high-level players enjoy it because they like seeing the optimization of games and having more control of things, but no shit, dude. I think the majority of players like games that lead to unpredictable situations, that you do not have full control over what happens, or it always leads to these set of options and stuff like that. I feel like people like it when things are sort of scrambly and the game feels a bit like, what's the game feels scrappy, you know? I think people like scrappy ass fighting games, you know, like Street Fighter 6. No. This isn't a Street Fighter 6 problem. It's a Tekken 8 problem. It's an MK1 problem. It's a Guilty Gear Strive problem. Like a lot of fighting games are so designed nowadays that they pretty much play out by the books. Like you can kind of tell the way this round is going to go even before it happens in many situations, you know? So yeah, like, and it's not even solved in games like Marvel, but still it's, I think I realized that of what maybe some fighting games are maybe missing nowadays, you know? Anyway, and I did that by putting myself really thinking like, why do casual people like this so much? Like, I don't get it. Like, why is this game so appealed casually? So anyway, games can be a bit too predictable in a way, you know, that happens when you remove options from fighting games, but it is no mystery, chat, that most of the fighting games we played now are relatively controlled experiences. And if there is an element of randomness to it, that randomness is subjected to kind of like a rock, paper, scissors decision or a 50-50 decision that the players have to make, where that's the uncontrolled decision, you know? You just have to guess one or the other or one of the few, you know? That's where a lot of fighting games design-wise, that's what strike throw fighting games do. Straight up, dude. I'm just gonna throw it out. Like the majority of fighting games that are out there right now, like 2D strike throw fighting games, like the way they play out is very similar, you know, which is why I'm not a huge fan of 2D. Virtual Fighter's a different case. I'm not a huge fan of 2D strike throw fighting games where the big gameplay gimmick is that we have a game with a very powerful throw, and are you going to get thrown or not, you know? Anyway. Yeah, City of the Wolves is not that way. It's not, dude. Like that game has much more options outside of just the throw being good, which is why City of the Wolves feels so dynamic compared to most fighting games nowadays. It really does. Feels like an old game by comparison. Anyway, I got into isn't that Street Fighter 6? Absolutely. Street Fighter 6 very much like plays out very similarly most of the time. And to make that game feel like unpredictable, you just pick rock every time. You know, like in many ways, that's it. It needs a shakeup. You know, it definitely needs needs something to make it feel like different. Working to make players, shareholders, and devs happy. What's important to keep in mind when working as a game developer? I always tell people who work under me to balance the satisfaction of players, shareholders, and themselves, since we have to make all three of them happy. Some say that developers should just work harder, but you don't get to make your next game if you work too hard and run out of steam. Some people say that you should devote yourself to the craft and do whatever it takes. Are you saying that's not the case? When I was young, I said that you should keep going until you drop. Bro, I've been there. And I should just sleep overnight at the studio for about 2 months once. I believe that I can contribute to the world and made the game better by sacrificing my health, but I was only able to do that because I was young. The reality is that with age, even veteran developers start experiencing mental health problems. And when I realized it would be a loss to everybody if the people who brought the creation into the world was unhappy, there's no point unless everybody's happy. And if it's even worse when the one person bears more of the burden than anybody else, things were less clear cut when I realized that. The amount of content going into a game has grown significantly compared to games in the past. Some people say you can use AI to speed things up, but the human touch is actually something very... Oh, bro. This man. Thank you so much, dude. Sorry, chat. I get it. Tekken 8's not in a great position, but this motherfucker is a treasure, okay? All right? I get it. What's going on currently with Tekken is making people big sad. We do not deserve Katsuhiro Harada. We don't deserve him. Okay, like to be as high up the pedestal as this dude, Jesus, man. Okay, all right, he's trying. Yeah, this dude, they are deeply humbled and deeply upset by what happened to Tekken 8 in season 2. Something reached beyond their scope of the project, and they are taking responsibility for it. But the fact that they're actually real ones is a big deal. Our current problem is how to even balance the two. Oof, man. I get deeply when people have that much influence and power and they're like genuinely not about bottom line shit, means a lot to me, okay? It's like it's the Costco hot dog guy all over, again, where Costco hot dog executive dude was told by the board, hey, we need to increase the price of the hot dog and the soda. It's $1.50. We need to conform. We need to make it like $5. And the Costco executive guy said, if you increase the price of the hot dog, I'll fucking kill you. Like, deep appreciation for that person that was making so much goddamn money that they chose that to be the thing. Giga Chad shit. Actual Giga Chad. Yeah, I think that's verbatim. I think that's literally verbatim. I will fucking kill you. Like, that guy recently left the company and then brought in another dude under his tenure that was also began working at Costco as like a bag guy, as a guy that worked out the checkout. So deep respect. Okay. When I feel there's like true justice when that shit actually, comes through and people aren't just there for the raw bottom line and just bleeding, as much money out of this as we possibly can. They care about what they do. They care that it's received well. So, sold well to mixed reviews, trial and error throughout 30-year history of the Tekken series. Man. And yeah, we're at a point now where Tekken's probably at its like most dour since Tekken 4. And a lot of people glaze Tekken 4 now, which is fine. But it was the weakest, the lowest point of the series, especially post Tekken 3, so the devs are going through it right now. So this is going to be interesting. It feels like as a game developer, as it gets bigger in scale, it also becomes more difficult to steer the game in a particular direction. Hardcore, casual, and all players in between have to like it. So now we have access to player comments and social media. How do you navigate that landscape? Well, that's a tough fucking question. Things that sell have their fair share of lovers and haters. Hardcore players will rave over something they like, but when they say something negative, the message has great reach. Casual players, on the other hand, won't even post on social media if they like something. People just engage something because they like it and then they move on and they don't even talk about it anymore, So that's why it's possible for a game to sell well, even when the reviews are mixed. So a mixed review isn't always a bad thing. Are there examples of where only the hardcore players were positive about a game? Tekken Tag Tournament 2 would be an example of that. Hardcore players really liked the depth of that game, being able to control 2 different characters, but the feedback from non-hardcore players was not favorable. Here's a fucking funny thing about this. That changed over time, dude. That actually changed over time. At the release of it, Tekken Tag 2 didn't do good because people were, and me included, completely flabbergasted by not just learning all of the systems in this game, by learning 2 characters. And it was like, Jesus, man, now I have to absorb all of this shit, and now I have to learn twice the matchups. Now, fucking A, and the netcode sucks. Like, anyway. But over time, as it's been 10 plus years since Tekken Tag 2 came out, that changed. And the reason that changed, Tag 2 was the most feature-rich Tekken game. Of like, in terms of its core intrinsic design and gameplay, you can still 1v1 if you wanted. That was there. But there's just the most characters, the most stages, the most fucking music and shit, all this customization, all this crazy shit. People loved that aspect of the game. From a casual perspective, that ended up becoming, over time, like the ultimate casual Tekken game, which is nuts. People that did buy it and invested into it ended up falling in love with it, not becoming hardcore players, but really just loving the fact that there's just so much shit in here, dude. The Wii U version's the best one because it's got Mario and Peach and Bowser costumes and shit. It's fucking amazing. Like that kind of shit. From my perspective as a content creator, I have found that people respond super well to Tekken Tag 2 because of just how content rich it is. So it's sort of the opposite now over time with what Ikeda's saying. It was the first Tekken game I worked on, and I played the game before that nonstop. I was really motivated to make Tag 2 a good game. So with that mindset, I asked for ideas from the team and incorporated the concept of having exciting battles by having control over 2 characters. We even made a mechanic that let players do air combos while switching characters, which needed complex execution. Yeah, there's a lot of... And again... this is an interesting point because Tag 2 is still relatively undiscovered. Like the game was sort of like in and out so fast, and people sort of like were not invested into it, and certain things like Tag Crash were so aggressively anger inducing to a lot of the community. Dude, Tekken Tag 2 is still 100% a super undiscovered game where if we like put a couple more years into Tag 2 as a game, people would find much crazier shit. Like, there was already the crazy sandwich combos and TODs and all this kind of stuff. Yes, there's as it's gone over, people find even more crazy shit that's in that. Like, it is a game with so much meat and sauce in it that it's like, fuck, dude. You'll always find something new in Tag 2. You thought that more depth would make fans happier. Arcade income on release day was great, but it started to go down from day 2, and it had halved by day 4. Even internally, there were fewer and fewer people playing the game than launch. So when I asked, many of them that said they couldn't control 2 characters. Hey, for a long time, the Tekken series had compatible characters, or characters that had similar sort of moves, like Lee and Law and shit like that, Nina and Anna. By the time we were making Tekken Tag 2, the characters had become more unique and there were less similarities. Also a good point. Tekken 3 Jin was definitely Kazuya adjacent, right? Tekken 6 Tekken Tag Jin is no longer Kazuya adjacent, much less Tekken 6 Devil Jin is very much now no longer Kazuya adjacent. Like, they are very different characters, man. Anyway. Yes, I remember using King and a compatible character like Armor King. The 2 characters shared a lot of similarities in how they played and controlled, and it made me more confident. It made me realize that I wasn't looking at the big picture. There aren't many players in the world who can execute complex controls. Worded differently, Tekken sells millions of copies and it's accessible to non-hardcore players as well. There were others examples of this. Ooh, this is some good shit, dude. Like, this is quite literally the devs internally analyzing in interview format why Tag 2 failed to grab audiences. And their conclusion sort of came to the same thing that even I came to a conclusion of. Dude, 2 characters is a lot. In a Tekken game, this isn't a fucking Dragon Ball game where we pretty much have 3 to 4 specials maximum and a bunch of normals. No, dude. Like, this is a lot of shit per character, man. There were other examples of this. I started working on Tekken after 6, and when a senior engineer or developer asked me what the series needed, I told him a fleshed out practice mode, because I was thinking from my hardcore player's perspective. Yeah. Oh yeah, we need to lab. People love to lab, right? No, you have to give people a reason to lab. That's the problem. Labbing doesn't mean shit, dude. Who? I'm going to say it right now. People don't give a fuck how many training tools your fighting game has and how much effort your fighting game has to get you to learn how to lab its systems and do shit. People don't give a fuck if they don't like the game. Straight up. People don't give a shit if that game has not done something in its core game design, in its core characters, and what the appeal of it is. If it hasn't done something to grab you by the balls, I don't want to fucking lab it, dude. You got to do something to get me. You got to put a DBS Broly in that game, dude. Like, I didn't give a shit about labbing Dragon Ball Fighters at all until like way later when I finally got characters that I wanted to play. And I was like, fuck, dude. Suddenly I'm spending 4 to 6 hours on stream labbing this shit, bro. And I'm having a good time. Fighting games, having a training mode doesn't mean shit. Or even a fully fleshed one that teaches you how to play the game very well. It doesn't mean shit if people don't inherently care about those things in the game. You got to give a shit. And now I want to. And now it's like, shit, I like it. Now I like it. Now I'm in. I'm totally in. So that's why I decided to learn more about how our players before starting development of Tekken 7 and Tekken 8. We managed to sell 12 million copies of Tekken 7. So I'm sure that knowledge helped convince everyone to come play Tekken 7 after Tag Tournament 2. We managed to sell 12 million copies of Tekken 7. So I'm sure that knowledge helped convince everyone to come play. Okay, I get it. Did you have these issues with other entries in the series? Tekken 4 was the opposite of Ikeda's example, where the game sold well but reviewed the worst. The Tekken game before it sold very well, and the experience led to some misguided wisdom. We thought that it could tangibly describe why Tekken was selling. If we could tangibly describe it, we could feed that back into adjusting the game's concept and make something even better. So we constructed a survey for arcade owners, players, and everyone in between, resulting in a big table containing data like character usage rates, For this data, we discovered that people thought Tekken had too many characters, and there were too many moves to memorize. The effects were too bright, and it was hard to see. And Tekken games are always the same and never try to innovate. All right. Damn. So there's a lot of self-awareness here, bro. There's a big amount of self-awareness going on here. Based on that, we shrunk the roster, simplified the effects, changed the game mechanics for Tekken 4. But that took away everything that made Tekken a good game. Oh, shit. Oh, dear. Income at the arcades went down. Arcades were buying the boards since people liked the series up until then, but that meant higher revenue for the studio. But I also stopped playing Tekken 4. It just didn't feel like Tekken to me. Dude, so many arcades. Like, I went to so many arcades where I was like hunting for Soul Calibur 2 machines, and next to Soul Calibur 2 would always be a Tekken 4 machine because they just like organize them with each other. That bitch, nobody ever put quarters in that machine. It was fucking nuts. Like, the Tekken 4, there's a reason why I deeply know the intro to Tekken 4. You know, Samaka, Shimi no Mukaimi. I heard that fucking intro 10,000 times as I was playing as I was on win streaks on Soul Calibur 2. I heard that fucking intro so goddamn much that it will never leave my brain. I know that intro more than the Tekken 3 intro, dude, because it was always the only thing that played on the Tekken 4 machine. Anyway, moving on. I think fixing the bad things would improve the game, but it seems like that actually wasn't the case. Harada says, I consider it our biggest failure because it damaged the reputation we had built for the series. Yeah, Harada has talked about the damage Tekken 4 did quite a few times. Was it wrong to consider to consciously try to gain wisdom into the game or try to improve the game? Was it wrong to consciously try to gain wisdom into the game or try to improve the game? There's a process, a sentence that is sending me up the ringer. Harada says, there's nothing wrong with trying to gain insight, but the problem was that I was pressured to do better on our own, even though at the time, everyone just wanted to make something that stayed true to what Tekken was. Whoa. Okay, that's hitting home a little. That's definitely hitting home right now with where Tekken 8 is. By nature, people don't really look for positive feedback. That is why for Tekken 4, I thought it was wise for us to ask what was wrong. We needed to ask about the positives too, since there are both positives and negatives to everything. But that's why for Tekken 4, we lost sight of what made Tekken good. So it sounds like Tekken series had its fair share of hardships. It's commonly said that you're never too young to fail. So is it a good idea to experience failure when you're still at school? That would be best. You know? Yeah, you don't want to rend your career. Like, that's what I keep saying about this shit. Like, why don't we just throw these developers under the bus? It's this person's fault. It's that person's fault. Like, no. You have to think for like 5-10 years ahead. Like, we want this stuff to move in a positive direction. Like, for example, if there is a new Virtua Fighter game, I don't want it to feel like Virtua Fighter 3, dude. Like, I don't want it to go back and maybe feel like Virtua Fighter 4 Evo. No. Like, the formula of the things that make Virtua Fighter so interesting need to continue. Like, straight up. No other VF game technically plays like Virtua Fighter 5 because of the Virtua Fighter triangle. So that has to continue. If anything, the next game should just do a better job at communicating that to players, because if there's a problem that even like a game that has been gone for so long, like Virtua Fighter continuing and getting a new game, is that there's a reason that stood, dude, because that game is fucking sick. Like, the way you engage with that game really feels good, but the game has a problem at communicating that to players, even when you play it. Like, it needs to do a better job at communicating why this beats that beats this, that beats that on almost every single interaction, you know? Why there's differences, why there's changes. And if that's one thing that I hope is that continues forward and the next game does a better job at communicating to the players, even when you just touch buttons and do shit, that is the case. That, hey man, when the sidesteps are like parrying in this game, when you get a parry, you should get something really cool to happen. So anyway, yes, it's important to think of like the long road, that these people should be here and continue the things that worked into the next game instead of just scrap it, start over, bitches, scorched earth, motherfucker. It's like, that is not productive, man. We have access to more tools nowadays, so it's a good idea to try your hand at making something, even if it's on small scale. People might hate it and you might feel down, but it's better to have these experiences. People who have more of these experiences will know how to overcome their failures, and if you avoid the experience to begin with, you'll never learn. I think that being able to overcome disappointment is a skill that's applicable to the games industry as well. Yeah. Yeah, it's very true. I see. So you can fail regardless of how well things are going. So it's important to know how to get over your failures. Can you give a message to potential creators to close off today's interview? Ikeda says, I started liking fighting games since I was about 12, and I'm now a game developer because I had laser focus on my goals. Stay true to what you love, and when it comes to game development, find your focus so when someone asks you what to do, you can give them a strong answer. Aranda says, I think younger generations need to do things differently from us. What I mean is, when I talk to young people, I get any advice, I get told any advice I give them will not help them surpass the legacy my generation created. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, and this is like this also relates to the thing we talked about earlier, like the new ideas, new concepts, you know, being so tied down to the way things are. There's a great quote from a recent show that I watched, and the approach that the showrunners had and the writers had was that you have to look at the franchise you're working on as a toy box, right? And instead of, if you want to actually have substantial impact on whatever you're working on, you don't take from the toy box, you add to it. And that is something that is like, when you start to look at a lot of franchises and things that have been around for a long time, it's like, bro, yes, you don't take from it and use those things. You add new things to it. It's like, that's a lot. That definitely has like a pretty deep meaning and can be pretty hard to accomplish, which is why it doesn't happen all the time. As AI and other tech appears, I'm sure they'll make games completely differently from how we're doing it right now. But the game industry changes drastically whenever new technology is introduced, so I consider it important to have flexibility to change how you think and not to be married to one particular way of doing things. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, okay, this was a good interview. You know? This was a good interview. And it's an interesting interview as well at a absolute growing pain right now in the legacy of Tekken, where Tekken has largely deviated, you know? And at the same point where Harada directly addresses what made Tekken 4 sort of like unpopular, but still selling well, is a thing that is literally happening to Tekken 8 right now, as they're in the process of fixing it. So it's fascinating, you know? It's very fascinating to see how much experience these guys have. And, you know, hopefully it all directly reflects in a very near future, especially considering the future of where Tekken 8's going. Andor sounds like Andor. 100% is an Andor quote, dude. That's one of the greatest fucking quotes about Star Wars I have ever heard, was that the lead writers of Andor didn't approach Star Wars, the toy box of Star Wars, and just start taking shit from it. They didn't. They were like, we only want to add to it. So instead of taking things from the toy box, we want to add to it. So fucking smart. Jesus Christ. So goddamn crazy. Fucking Obi-Wan show can lick my nuts. Dude, that show sucked. Like, sorry. That happened right around that time frame, chat, where that Obi-Wan show came out. And I saw 2 episodes. I'm like, what the fuck am I watching? And I just couldn't anymore. You're allowed to like it. You're definitely allowed to like it. But it turned me off of Star Wars so hard like 4 years ago that I was like, I don't give a shit, dude. And I wasn't even going to watch Andor until like Simmons was like, it's made by the guys who did, Chernobyl. And I was like, well, okay, maybe I'll give it a shot. That sounds really interesting. So, Jesus, man. Oh, God damn, dude. Anyway. Yeah, you know the story of the not known story, but like the rumored story of Rogue One? was that like Tony Gilroy, who made Andor, right, came in late to pick up off Gareth Edwards, and they had to make it like more of a movie. Is Andor good? Andor is better than the original Star Wars trilogy. Straight up. It's smarter. It's just better. It's the best Star Wars thing since The Empire Strikes Back. And it's better than Return of the Jedi. Straight up. I can say that with a fucking proud chest. Now that it's over, like, what the fuck, dude? It makes it it's so good that it makes me even more upset about other things that don't try nearly as hard to be good. It makes me upset. It's like you get this, you get this franchise, and this is what you do with it. Like, you treat it like it's like you don't give a shit. Like, you treat it like, oh, it's just going to be big no matter what. So, you know, whatever. Like, whoa, what the fuck, dude? Like, to me, Andor is in the same way, just if we're talking about the Star Wars shit, I want to say anything specifically about Andor. The good thing about the original Star Wars trilogy is that you got 3 movies from three completely different people, right? You got the first movie made by obviously the initial visionary. You got the second movie made by somebody completely different, with a completely different idea of how they wanted to approach the story, offered something new, like literally offered new shit to the franchise. And then you got a third movie that also did something completely different, offered new things to the franchise and stuff like that in a very different way. To me, for like the first time since like the old movies, you get people that are not just taking from a Star Wars toy box, and they're actually wanting to like add to it. They actually want to contribute. And yes, like, this show has the best Star Wars, has 4 characters in it that are the best Star Wars characters there are. Like, outside of the original characters in the original trilogy. Like, no shit. Straight up. They're so fucking good. And what eventually happens to them is absolutely incredible. Do you need to watch Rogue One first? Please don't. Rogue One is a fine movie. It's in my opinion, Rogue One. You know what's fucking wild about Star Wars, chat? You know what's actually the best Star Wars movie of all the Star Wars movies that got made over the past like many years? You know what's actually the best Star Wars movie? Say it. Say it. Not Dune. Yeah, Prinny Dude said it. You're not afraid to say it. And I didn't see it either. I like Rogue One the most. Guess which Star Wars movie is actually the best one? It's Solo, dude. It's 100% Solo. Solo's the best movie. It's actually decent. I'm like, wow, this was not bad. I thought this movie was going to be fucking trash. Solo was actually good. I was like, whoa, holy shit. This was decent. Actually had characters and shit. Actually had development and shit. Like, I don't like the casting. And I didn't watch it. I watched it 2 years after it came out. And then I watched it and I was like, what the fuck? Why was it good? Wait, what? I thought this was going to be shit. And then I eventually saw it and I'm like, whoa, it's actually good. Wow. That's fucking nuts. That's weird. I heard it was awful. I did the same thing too. And then I randomly was bored one day. I liked Rogue One the most because it was like, you know, to me, it felt like obviously it enhanced the original trilogy. So I enjoyed it. Why'd you think it was good? It has characters, man. It has characters and actual fucking character growth in it. And it feels like scrappy and shit like that, like old Star Wars does. It actually feels like it sort of lines up with what the themes of Star Wars is, you know, and the movie makes sense. It's got a lot of dumb shit in it, you know, why he is named the way he is, like a lot of dumb shit. But to be real, like, it's cohesive. Rogue One isn't very cohesive, you know? Rogue One has the best third act ever. Rogue One's third act is fucking amazing. And it's kind of been told that that's the one that like Tony Gilroy might have been like a ghost director on, because it feels so much different, dude. Like the end of Rogue One, the final moments of Rogue One is so good. And like the last battle is all it is. The final like 30 to 40 minutes is incredible. Like, whoa, all the shit leading up to it, not particularly great, dude. It's okay, you know? The best part retroactively about Rogue One is Diego Luna, and he's legit good. And the ideas that Rogue One presents, that like, yeah, the rebels weren't exactly, you know, cookie cutter, you know, they were kind of like crazy. Yeah, no, Andor, yeah, I agree. What was my favorite thing about Andor? We actually have depth. Characters with real depth, dude. Like, their motivations and stuff like that, like why they are the way they are, just is so good. Like, you know why? Because Andor is deeply political. Let's be honest. Andor has themes that deeply are rooted in actual history. Andor is made and created by someone that loves history, that loves pulling from history. Like, so much of that show is quite literally directly pulled from actual historical events put into a Star Wars wrapper. And I'm also going to break down to you, it's a show deeply about anti-fascism. You know, that is literally what it is. It's the most anti-fascist fucking show I've ever seen. George Lucas straight up said, and has said this, he said this in an interview with James Cameron, of all people, when he was talking about how in the prequels, freedom dies today with thunderous applause type shit. And he went back and he described his intentions with Star Wars 1. This is after he sold the franchise to Disney. And he pretty much said, dude, the rebels were Viet Cong. And the big powerhouse was the United States. The empire is the US. Like, he just says that. It's deeply political because people greatly disagreed with what the fuck was happening with the Vietnam War and shit like that. Deeply disagreed with what the fuck was going down in that time frame, dude. And he's not coy about it. He just says it. He's like, hey, you know, like, yeah, the rebels are pretty much the Viet Cong using what they have in guerrilla tactics and shit, fighting against the big bad guy. And then James Cameron agrees with him. He's like, yeah, it's kind of like a much more interesting story. The fact that you have this huge empire that has all this power and shit, and all that power doesn't mean much to people that like deeply care about defending what's theirs, you know, type of shit. So it's like, yeah, it made for a great story. He's like, he deeply attached a lot of his feelings into Star Wars. Andor is that. Like, straight up. For the first time in a very like long time, Star Wars is Andor is deeply political. It is deeply sending a message about corporatism and like capitalism and like fascism and shit. It is all about that. It's and the coolest part is that they don't keep that aspect under wraps. No. You follow characters that literally are part of the corporate empire that are actually, you know, going through it, and you follow them and you see how things work and shit. It turns into like a political thriller. It's fucking amazing. To the point where it's like people talking to each other is what you're looking forward to. Like, you know that you're leading up to an event or something that somebody's just going to speak to somebody, and that has so much levity to it. And I mean, that has so much of an impact that, Jesus Christ, man, like, here we go. Like, the best moments of Andor are literally speeches. They're literally characters just saying things. And it's because of, like, they're following their ideals and shit. It's fucking amazing, dude. The tension is nuts. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. And it's because it's coming from a completely different perspective. We're not just going to take tools from the toolbox. We're not just going to use all of this shit, you know? We want to add something, you know? In the same way that the old shit kind of does. It's beautiful is what it is. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Well, I don't think we're ever going to get anything as good as it ever again, is what I'm trying to say. I don't think that it's ever going to get better than this. I don't think so. I genuinely don't. I am deeply, at the end of Andor, I was so thankful that I got to watch that. I was so fucking thankful that like I got to be around when whatever this franchise that I grew up liking that I ended up not really liking very much as I grew up more of a time and just didn't give a shit about. Like, fuck, dude, like this made me feel like in the same ways as a kid that I deeply cared about this shit. It felt like it grew up with me, and here it is, and it's fucking glorious, dude. It's fucking glorious. So anyway, I think it's just as good as Chernobyl. I legit do. I think it's just as good. Do you have to watch a lot of things before jumping into it? Absolutely not. You don't need to watch shit, bro. You literally, the show was designed for you having zero Star Wars experience. I don't know shit, dude. I know the original trilogy, and that's almost it. I watched all of the prequels like once. Like, the show was literally designed for you to have zero preconceived notions. It's a show about anti-fascism. It's about a government, like huge overbearing empiric entity crushing society and society trying to find a way. It's better if you don't know anything. It actually is way more interesting if you don't know anything, dude. It's like, do you need to know how? It'd be like asking, do I need to know how nuclear reactors work before I watch Chernobyl? No, you do not. You don't need to know anything about how nuclear fusion and shit works before watching Chernobyl. It's designed just to be consumed. You know, you just watch it and get ready. Does it enhance the original trilogy? Yes, by a lot. That's the only reason why I liked Rogue One as much as I did. I enjoyed Rogue One because it made everything more important. You know, it actually felt like it made A New Hope and the events that happen after that so much more important. Like what they eventually go and do is so much more important, you know, after the little bit of context and shit. Anyway, man, oh man. You just click this up. That's what Clone Wars and Rebels did for the prequels. Yeah, pretty much. You're not wrong. There's some interesting shit, and it's not even saying because Rebel and Clone Wars, these were shows designed for like kids, you know, for the most part. They were designed for like obviously younger audiences. They're animated and all this stuff, you know, even though that's not necessarily for, but it is, you know, by the direction of how things are produced and shit. So the themes and stuff like that are much obviously less lighthearted in Andor, but they handle them in a similar way. But granted, I've never really watched those shows. I've seen them offhand. I've seen them like, you know, I've seen clips of that kind of stuff. And there were a couple of points where there's some interviews with the writers, and apparently Lucasfilm was trying to get them to follow the Mon Mothma speech. 1-to-1, where it's like, well, Mon Mothma already had a speech in some Rebels thing, you know, some animated TV show, and she's already done that, so you have to follow that same speech. So the writers of Andor are like, okay, so let's listen to it, and they're like, what the fuck is this? No, this is a fucking cartoon. This shit is made for kids. Not to denounce the quality of it, but the fact that it was clearly not the same and would not be what they would do for the show. So apparently they had the help of like Kathleen Kennedy, who was one of the people that was one of the big heroes of Andor to allow the show to exist before she's like leaving the company and shit. And it seems like she had their back when they're like, you can change it. And she let them change it. So they had the freedom to not be beholden to the toy box, right? They had the ability to not be completely bound to the lore and a lot of the really inherent shit that might not have made the next thing as interesting, right? So they should let them change it. So, you know, in their the continuity, the continuity of the shit doesn't mean anything if it sucks, you know? And that's the problem with things that are big ass franchises. Why is it so hard to get any Star Wars thing to be like good? Because they're so beholden to the continuity and the toy box, you know? In the same way that, like, I didn't watch all of Mando or anything like that. I saw a couple episodes. I'm like, it's okay. And then way later I saw like the Luke scene. And I watched this fucking Luke scene. And I'm like, wow, Luke Skywalker's back. Oh wow, this is really fucking cool, man. Shit, this is really cool. Why the fuck is he acting like a monk? Why is he acting this way? Who is that? Wait, why is he talking to Baby Yoda this way, bro? Who the fuck is this guy? Like, this is the guy that literally fought the Empire because he found a way to balance the teachings of the Jedi with his friends to find that you can actually be a normal ass fucking human and not some sexless monk. You know, you can find a way to be both of those things. And me finding balance with the Force was the whole reason we took down the Empire. It was the fact that I trusted my friends and shit like that. So to eventually have a Luke that acts like the weird ass recluse that he becomes in the new movies and shit, I was like, who the fuck is this guy? What? Who's this dude talking? This isn't Luke Skywalker, bro. And like the same shit of how they treat all that shit. Yeah, Jedi were based on Buddhism. Don't get me wrong. Luke's whole point is that he disobeys all the direct orders of all the people that teach him the Force and shit. He literally willingly sends himself into a trap because he will not let his friends be killed, right? I am not going to be beholden of this ancient wizard magic and the teachings of this shit because it is wrong. Like there's a reason this shit fell in ways because this shit is not super sound. So I'm going to use this stuff and also do the right thing. And guess what? He wins. And he loses on the way there, but then he wins in the very end, you know? So anyway, it's like all the new depictions of these characters, like the new Luke just forgot all that shit. It's like, no, he just goes back to being a monk. He doesn't have any friends and no one's heard from him. And he's like a recluse and his Jedi texts. Who the fuck is this guy? What the fuck are we? What? It's infuriating, man. It's like, yo, what the shit? So anyway, yeah, as much as it was really cool to have Luke walking down this thing and beating guys up, is like, you know, it's not the same dude. This is a very different guy here. So anyway, that's what I mean by Andor not being beholden to the toy box. It's not looking to pull from it, you know? What's that term? When you like resist something? When there's like an urge to do something? What's that description? And you choose not to? There's a good description for this. Not rebel, no. Self-constraint. Yes, thank you. Andor as a show has the greatest self-restraint discipline I have ever fucking seen in a thing that is like adjacent to a mega franchise and shit. It has the most eloquent self-restraint I cannot believe it, dude. It's fucking crazy how much self-restraint they had and how confident they were on what they were making is actually going to be just fine. We don't need to, you know? This shit's going to be just fine. My only argument is that if you haven't watched Andor yet, it's a slow burn at the start, but it's not that long of a slow burn. All it is the show follows like 3-episode arcs, where every 3 episodes, you have to let it build for 2 and then pays off in 3. Build for 2, pays off in 3. That's what the first season is like, and it's deeply satisfying, trust me. The first episode is all world building, and you need times to just get used to characters and just get used to shit before it's actually worth it. So if you jump into it and it seems kind of like boring, it's a little slow. It's a little slow at the start, and even the second season at the beginning is the same way. Is exactly the same way. You just got to let it cook for it's a little bit, and we just got to get you to a point where you understand where people are coming from so that shit can happen to them. You know what I mean? So yeah, if you eventually tune into the show and you have no idea what you're getting into, give it a second. It won't take that long. It'll take like a couple of hours to get to know some of these characters before something happens. things start getting tested. You know what I mean? Oh man, god damn. I'm still thinking about it. I watched it like 5 days ago. I'm still thinking about it. I can't stop thinking about it, you know? Like, holy shit, man. No, to me, it felt worth it. I wasn't expecting that to happen then, Eodart. Yeah, I felt like that moment was like, are we gonna wait till the end of the show for this? Oh, they did. Thank God. They don't keep this going on for way too long. You know what I mean? Yeah, it makes you good, but it makes you sadly sad that you never see anything else like it. Trust me, dude. Just be happy that it exists. I think we should celebrate its existence. That's the thing, man. Knowing that, dude, we existed in the moment this came out, and it was like a thing that got first introduced to us. We didn't hear about it retroactively. It wasn't a thing that was sort of like built into our psyche over time, that it's just like good and you got to watch it. In the same way that, like, you know, we knew where Star Wars was going when the majority of us like grew up as kids and shit, because it was already out, you know, like the show. The first 3 movies were already out. So we already knew that it was going to end in something great, you know, instead of being there in the moment as those things are literally happening to you and shit. Like, it is, you know, like, goddamn. Like, goddamn. Let me click on this bitch. I haven't played this in a few days. I'm gonna have to like warm up. I'm gonna have to warm up. It made me want to watch Rogue One and then boot up Battlefront 2. Dude, apparently Battlefront 2 has seen crazy increase in numbers lately. Like in the past week or so, apparently Battlefront 2 numbers are like 2 to 3 times the amount of what it usually is across like Origin and Steam and shit. Apparently Battlefront 2 is like back. And it's because Andor was good. It's legit because Andor is really good and people are like super fucking into it. Campaign. All right. Woo-wee. Okay, it's been a few days. We're back. We're back. Here we go. Yeah, we just got done with that big zone. Another big zone. We got some power thing for some reason. I couldn't tell you why.
Autopilot engaged. System
we're booting up the robot again. Damn. I like cutscenes so much more when they're in first person in this game. Oh my god. I don't want to look at the Slayer from a third person too much. I like seeing it from his perspective. All right. So I'm surprised we get another sequence like this. Is this where the Hell Starbucks is? The Hellbucks? Is that where the YMCA is? Hell YMCA? Oh shit. Whoa. There's many of these dudes now. RB? There we go. Oh, that's interesting. Crunch. 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 Okay. Crunchy. Well, already I'm liking this combat a lot better than the first robot mission, you know? This already feels kind of fun. Multiple enemies and shit. Oh, I can run. God damn. Crunch. Oh God.
Azric Fortress is ahead.
Am I about to get an attachment to my mech? That might be cool. Please tell me it's a sword. It's a big mech gun. I kind of wish it was a sword. All right, hello. All right. All right, it's doing it for me right now. Oh shit. Damn, liquid. Dude, this guy spawned in swinging. All right, anybody else? That was cool. That was cool. Demons have jobs and families. And social studies. Demon social studies. Yeah, the Demon Social Security Office. You gotta get your demon health insurance. Cool. Demon sex ed? Good call, chat. Damn. Demons have to use protection? You know? This demon economy isn't looking really great for a multifamily household, you know? Can't just go and have demon kids everywhere. Can't really pay for demon university. It's just way too expensive nowadays. Got to be more considerate. I'm looking after myself. I can't look after demon children too, you know? I have to worry about my own demon mental health. I don't want to put my own demon mental health onto my demon child. Please. What are we looking at? This is barbed. Yeah, and I got one of these resources. No, I want the super shotgun one, dude. Yeah, the super shotgun fires an increased number of projectiles per shot. Let's rock and roll. Let's do it. The Demon Credit Union hasn't given me the loan yet. Oh, I definitely want this shit. I want to upgrade all of this runic horse shit. Yes. I want to see how differently this works. Because to me, the game got so much better when my parry really mattered, right? When it was like, I was doing all this DDR parrying and shit against monsters. But until my parry started giving me actual, like, rewards after it instead of just a stun, I started liking the game a lot more. I think once this was unlocked, I liked the game a lot more. All right. I don't think I can buy anything else.
Inside.
Okay, what are we looking at? I still don't like the way the weapon wheel works. And I'll be honest. I think the weapon wheel's a little funky. Yo, clown balloons, thank you. Already full. Okay, let's see if we remember how to play. Is that an upgrade? You have acquired a new shield rune, the Holy Swarm. When activating, the Holy Swarm will launch out seeking blades in a wide arc. You give me a Panzer Dragoon thing? These blades will hunt down and deal damage to targets? That's badass. Wait a minute. Is that a new an option? Oh, shit. So I either get the wave or I get a swarm. I'm glad you chose it for me. I really wish I didn't buy this. Because, dude, you literally give me summoning swords over here and shit? Additional damage, ethereal daggers, increased dagger damage. Summon even more daggers, increased damage. Yes! Summon the maximum amount! Yes! Wow, that is very cool. That's really cool. Okay. I'm gonna use it. I just upgraded this shit. I wish I didn't. Damn it. Give me something to whack. Cycler? Yeah, I think that's this. Remembering the controls here a bit, sorry. How do I blow this guy up? Was it with... What do I have to do to blow up the shields? I think it's LB? Yeah, that's what it is. My muscle memory remembered, but even though my brain didn't, I was like, the muscle memory of LB felt right. That's so funny. Even though my brain was like, I don't remember how to counter this. Here, you bastard. Oh, God. Oh, God. Let me help. Oh, I got nuked. Okay, okay. Cool. Yeah, it's funny how my hand remembered, but my brain didn't. I couldn't connect the dots. All right, let's rock and roll. What is the pulverizer again? Oh, that's what this is. Chain shot? Ooh. So this breaks shields, yeah. Impaler. This is my sniper rifle. Bonk. I don't like you. Wow! My triple shotgun is badass. Badass, let's go. Whoa, I got hit from behind. From what, my dude? What hit me in the ass? What hit me in the ass? Was it you? Was it one rando? Oh, mines. Oh, dear. Do I keep running over mines like I'm supposed to pick them up? Is that what's going on? I tend to do that. I think mines are, you know, something that can heal me or some shit. Yeah. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Okay. All right. Let's focus. Focus. Boink. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh God, oh shit. I'm like, wait, what is this? What does the meat tank do? Oh no.
The makers have
Bum, bum,
confirmed
bum,
that
bum,
Azric's
bum.
signal is still inside.
Oh my God. Okay, this is asking a lot. It's asking for me to be flawless. Ow, brother. My God. Okay. Running. Gunning. Having funnin'. Shit. Ouch. Bitch. No, no, no. No, bitch. No, bitch. No, bitch. No. Yeah, let's go. Damn, you shot your friend. Oh my God. Oh my God, my God, my God, my God. So friggin' fast. All right, I don't like that this tank has killed me twice on this like multi-tiered zone.
The makers have confirmed that Azric's signal is still inside.
Okay. I haven't used this in a while. Dude, the rocket launcher is brutal, like... Ah, dude, I'm losing so much damage. I'm taking so much damage with the friggin' rocket launcher. I want to like it, man, but it just, in Nightmare, it kicks my ass, dude. I lose so much health from it. Oh, damn it. Doing extra poorly right now. Why am I not using the goddamn shotgun? And it's dead. Why am I not using the goddamn super shotgun, dude? My triple shotted asshole. Why aren't you using the shotgun? You should be using the shotgun. With his triple dipple nipple. Oh my God! Not this time, a-hole. That's a big boy. No. Not gonna get killed by some random imp. Okay, there we go. Much better. Alright. Trial by fire. We're gonna remember today. Am I missing anything? Nope. Let's go. Watch out for the meat tank. Where did this go? Let's back this down to where we were. Oh, that's so if you miss the blue orb, you remember it's there. God damn it. No, dude, the health. The health, just give me the health. It sucked into me, brother. Did you not see it? The health sucked into me. I killed him for the health. No suck. Did I not grab the blue orb? There it is. Health needs to suck harder. Let me in. How's everything looking, chat? Looking good? Yeah, running extra smooth. God damn it, that guy shield checked me. Woo! I'm living! Ah, not living! Alright, that's right, I gotta parry the shit out of this guy. Yeah, the drops should be working if where our categories switched. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Working here, brother. Oh my god, it's so much faster. That's new. There we go. All good. I'm remembering. I remember how to whip and tear. What we got? What I really got to utilize is this a bit more. The quick swap, you know? I mean, I'm always going to the weapon wheel to swap in and out, and I got to use the quick swap. Okay. Yeah. How's the game feeling so far? Mixed feelings. There's some parts I don't like as much as the other games, but it also gives some very... It's still an extremely high quality, you know, really good, like FPS, like single player FPS. It's not to denounce the game's quality. It's very good. Sorry, we have to use that for it. Oh shit, something's gonna go down in here. Something nasty about to go down in here, bro. Swimming in cash. Or is something not to go down in here? Or something not going down in here?
Our time will come.
So this is where you send a bunch of bitches at me, right? Shit, this guy assaulted me. Assaulted. Forget how to handle with that, dude. Yeah, tell me I don't have to pick up the money anymore.
Our time will come.
Ah! Ah! Hey! Damn, he just died. Laid him out. You look kind of new. Oh, shit. No shield. Whoa! I got killed by something? Maybe he shield rushed me? Okay. I like it that we got a weapon that eventually takes care of shields too. That's very nice. Yeah, that charge was mad quick. I was not ready.
Our time will come.
Wow. Insane, bro. Insane. No more shield checking. Oh my god. Damn, dude, this shotgun is crazy. I'll take a health upgrade. Dude, whoa, it's suddenly over. Dude, that shotgun upgrade was nuts. Good lord, dude. Like, multi-shot super shotgun? Jesus, man. Jesus. Okay, next. Let me have it. That was another 98% area. I missed something. There's some secret I missed, man.
His Eminence, the Bishop Creed, has arrived. Access controlled zones in effect.
I am Doom Man. Let me in. Watch, I already missed something. Actually is something over here.
Security clearance required.
Doom Man no likey.
Access denied.
Doom Man really no likey.
Access denied. Attack warning red. All personnel, please evacuate the facility.
This base is under attack. Scramble the air units. All hands to battle stations.
Ooh. Me, likey. Then this area, this corridor looks fucking amazing. Right? Dude, this little corridor looks amazing. This is some full-ass, like, RTX on shit. Dude. I want more of this in the game. Oh my god, man. This looks so cool. Oh god, I love corridors. When they're done well. I love them. Jesus, this looks so... Yeah, this gives me 2016 vibes. Ooh, I like all of this right now. This is my favorite level in the game so far.
Move the Creed to the command deck.
Wow, the lighting. What are we talking about over here, huh?
Portal opening above the command station. Something massive is coming through. We need air support. Ensign, prepare the Slayer's Dragon.
That one was pretty hidden, so you look at the map. Yoink? Okay. bluey. Big boots.
Access denied.
Who's doing this to me? How dare you? How dareth you with? Oh god. Oh my god, dude. This guy shot me with a little pistol and I got absolutely destroyed. Little pistola. You guys made of paper. Cook him with gas now. Oh, this guy thinks he's cute. Look at these dudes. This bitch is armless over here coming after me. Hey, man! Of course. Invisible shitter. That's interesting. Ow! Ow, dude! My resources. Okay. There's a big ass chesticle over here. Can I go in? Will not let me in. Is there any way in there? No. Yeah, we're going that way, right? Oh, we're playing on Nightmare. Yeah, hardest base game difficulty. Ugh. Guys, can I come in? Guys. Ugh. Well, what the shit? Oh dear. Oh my god. Good lord. How did you not die? Damn cultists. Over here culting. Okay. What can I upgrade? Let's see. Let's see. Shield, melee upgrades. Mace. Final flail strike deals additional damage to metal shields and armor. These strikes will also generate armor shards. Size and damage of ground fissure is increased. Well, let's just upgrade all this shit, man. Yeah, how about that? Duration of shock applied to the cyber demon is increased. Let's do that. Seems like a good idea. And I'm not really feeling grenade launcher at all. And rocket launcher? Won't lie. Love the rocket launcher usually, and I'm just not really feeling it in this game too much. Maybe because nightmare mode has so much splash damage.
Communications are jammed. We can't reach Valen or Novik. Keep trying.
Uh-huh. Oh, this is a secret. Or not? Bro, can you, like, stop? Huh. Just in time. Another weapon? Oh. Skullcrusher Ravager focuses a hail of bone shards into a tighter spread. Ooh. Ooh. Is a second to press X, the weapon on the fly? Yeah. Alright. Now you let me use it, right? Well, we're using it now. Fire need hot. Ooh, that blue orb will be very nice. Will be very nice in the near future. Bruh. Where's that blue orb at? Chunky? Hey, who's shooting at me? You? Just a guy. Yeah! Yeah, okay. No, I guess I would. Okay. Damn, this does damage, bro. Okay. Shit. Hey, you. Cool. That was the boss? Oh shit. Oh shit, that was the boss. Couldn't even tell. Too busy pulverizing, you know? I would love a shield or two. There we go, my 4 points of shield. I love it. Doink.
Entered the airspace. They're blocking our flight decks. We need the Slayer in the air. The station won't last much longer.
What the hell is that? Something important over there. Okay. Yeah, you can change the avatar to be the OG Doom guy. It doesn't need to be, though. It doesn't have to be. Doesn't change any part about the game.
We can't stay here.
I have a big fight. What do you mean? It changes everything. Oh. We're out here now. Dude, there was like a secret back here. What the hell's that shit? Yeah. Like, huh? Chill. What is that? Let me in. This is like right here to here? You have something special that I want. How do I there? Oh, there's a Doom doll back there. I'll get that in a second. Can I get it from this side, maybe? Yeah, you know what I forgot? That, like, Doom 2016 also had a double jump. And this game doesn't have double jump at all. I legit completely forgot that. And I think I miss it. I think I missed the double jump. Okay, little shitheads. How do I get in here? The head and the left. I do not have the secret key. Wherever the secret key might be. Yeah, no, you don't. I'm not saying the game is worse because of no double jump. The game is designed around not being able to jump over, you know, enemy projectiles and shit like that. Maybe it's gonna be over here after we fight this cluster of bad guys. Yeah, it's designed for standing ground, tanking, parrying, you know. I don't even have the yellow key. Wait a minute. Why is this still... Because there's a bunch of shit over here that I haven't gotten. What? I don't want to go over there, though, man. I'm not ready to. That I can clear out. Huh. Interesting. Missing a secret key. I'm missing a lot of shit. And that's like progress. And if we go up, I'm guessing we can just probably go up. Yeah, fuck it. F it. Yeah, I just realized it's not the icon of, like, no return, you know? Like, I can revisit. Yeah, that kind of, like, level design is sort of, like, opposite. In a lot of ways they've done it. I'll have to, like, come back. I have to return to get my shit. It's funny. Yeah. I have to return all my shit. Oh no! Guess I should parry first. Ow, dude! Chill. Look at this fucking guy. Look at this fucking guy. Okay, yeah. Wrong weapon. Wait, I have to do this. Now he's dead. Damn! Domed. Explosivo. Shit, dude. Explosivo! Yeesh. You guys like buffer? You are. Yeah, let's take it. Damn it! Alright, there's a lot of dudes in here. There is a lot of dudes. Oh no! You really put me back here? To deal with that guy again? You did. This is some whack checkpoint. This dude's so annoying. Dude, I've picked this weapon 3 times. Jesus. Okay. Hey, I feel like I'm missing something, and I probably am, and I am. This was the secret. Damn, that sucks. You invisible bitch. Can I get everything down there? Yeah. Did that guy just vanish? Dude, my weapon being put away, my weapon switch, which happened automatically, got me hit. Excuse me, game. I disagree. Game. I ran out of bullets when I was right about to parry, and it auto put the weapon away from me. And I'm like, and I couldn't parry. That was a little weird. Guys, chill, you big fucks. Ow. That happens to you a lot? Yeah, weird. Got bamboozled. Oh my god, I can't believe I have to do this like a third time. Let's not screw this up anymore. Oh my god, dude, I fell into that shit. Wow, you guys were pre-firing the hell out of me. Ow. Okay. Can I take the Ravager? Dude. Junkie. I'm almost dead. Okay. Liquid. Who's back here throwing shit at me, man? Huh? Which one of you is doing it? Nobody. Nobody was throwing things at me, but being shocked. Getting shot in the back. God damn. Ah. Inconsiderate back shots is what I say. Give me all this money. Doom gold. Okay. I would like my keycard.
Commander, the rift is getting larger.
Free cash? Or is this actually where I'm supposed to go? It's where I'm supposed to go. Wait. Now let's go back. Dude, there's some big crazy shit over here. Let me in! Let me in! Okay. Something like right here underneath me? I've fallen like... Oh, this is bullshit! You've acquired a new shield rune, auto turret. Oh, that's really neat. When activated, a shoulder-mounted auto turret is summoned to fire at your enemies for a short time. That's really cool. Damn, you're giving me a lot of shit here all of a sudden. Ow, explosions. Oh shit. Oh, I missed one shield. I can't parry when the shield's out. Okay. Let me shoot more. God damn. Oh my god. Oh lordy. Bink. Hey man. Kiss my ass, why don't you? I like it. I like it, sir. I like it. I like the Predator gun kicking out. You know what I love so much about Doom Eternal is that you feel like the Predator in that game. That you literally have wrist blades and a plasma caster and like all the bells and whistles and shit. I think there was something about that that made you really feel like the Predator, you know, in Doom Eternal. Dude, what the? Wow, one shot with the super shotgun. Watch this. Boom! Liquid. Just shooting shit at me. Dare you. Now we're clearing, dude. We survived a little bit, dang. Dare you. Go back up into the spikes, my dude. There's a bunch of fucking guys over here. This place was just, I just cleared this place out. Ugh. Okay. Holy shit! Oh my god, that guy got put down. And he's extra dead. So are those guys. What did happen? Were we okay? Alrighty then. Let's go back and get our stuff. Or did we technically get it? We did not get it. I have to get that secret room toy. It's like right over here. Oh, hi. Oh, hello. That, did I get the secret key? I did not! Where's this stupid elevator? Let me up. Let me back up. Brother, you must let me back up. Somebody has to let me back up. Need to go up. The duration shock applied to this. Sure. I've been using this weapon. I like it. Wait, what was that? Shield? I can do more. Cool. Hey guys, how about you let me back up that bitch ass elevator? Okay, this is the one back here. Give me my stuff. Give me my stuff. That was very far away from me. I would just like it to be known that that was not close to me right there. It was in fact extremely far away. Buddy. Did I just miss the jump and it's Jover? Okay, I'm gonna go back and look. That seems assy. Like, extra assy, if so. Yes! Thank God! Oh, God damn it! I'll channel fucking shit! Bro, oh my God, the fucking thing! All right, I have back. Ah! Fucking bastards, dude. Fucking bastards. Okay. All right. Ugh. Be aggressive. Hi. Been hoarding my shit over here, haven't you? Oh my god damn. What the fuck? These invisible shitheads are insane, dude. They're always just gonna catch you. Like, you're always gonna get got by one of these guys, and then you have to learn. Like, that's what's crazy about it. I feel like these invisible guys are there just to got you, you know? Aha, gotcha! It's like, if I knew whether you were there, it wouldn't be a problem, and then you just, like, invisibilize your ass behind me. Yeah, like, a hitless run of this game would be fine, but it's like, even on first playthrough, those guys feel cheap as shit. They feel so cheap. Hey. Ow, shit. Ow. Oh. Hi, big guy. Hello. Uh-oh. Ow, dude. Oh my god. Beep beep. Beep beep. Okay. I still think the shotgun is almost better than the ball and chain. No kidding. What the fuck? There we go. Sheesh, man. Did I not grab that? Damn, I really gotta hover it. I wanted to grab it. Anything else we are looking at? Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Can you just mash parry? It depends. You can actually, I kept it on default, but you can customize it. You can customize the parry window. Let me back down, please. Thank you. There's a toy at the bottom. Yeah, well, there is this left because I got the key finally. And to be real, the parry window is very generous. It's nothing like a Sekiro parry or, you know, anything else. It's the default parry timing is pretty generous. They give you some time to work with. Shit. That was weird. Let's get the hell out of here. Like Expedition 33. In fact, there's actually an Expedition 33 if you want to make the parrying easier. Mute this if you don't want to hear it. If you hold down the button, the parry window gets bigger. Makes it a lot easier. Learned that like halfway through playing the game. If you don't tap the button, you hold the button down in each press. It gives you like several more frames to work with. Wow, that was the end of the chapter. Yeah, seriously. We found that out halfway through our playthrough. I'm like, dude, parrying's way easier if you hold the button down. Talk's over. Talk is over. All right. 99%? I didn't miss the fucking toy. It's 177, 177. 1 to 1, 1 to 1, 1 to 1, 9 of 9, 111. What do you want? What do you want? Challenge missions? Oh, kiss my ass, dude. Strike a battle knight with 10... My dailies? I didn't do my dailies? So I don't get the sweet 100? They're not dailies. Look at them! Look at them! They're not dailies? Sorry. My big lizard. All right, back to this.
We have to drive it back into that rift.
Oh no.
Energy readings are all wrong. Those tentacles are ripping the station apart. Take them out.
Ow. Okay. Oh, that's right, I can like dodge down? Is it circle? What was dodge again, bro? It's not circle. Maybe it's A? I got exploded. Is dodge LT down? Right RT down?
We have to drive it back into that rift.
Can't remember. It's been a while since I've done this. Excuse me.
Energy readings are all wrong.
Okay.
Those tentacles are ripping the station apart.
This is not working out, dude. This is not. Okay. This is not working out. Maybe it's the right stick? Hold down left trigger and it should be B? Yeah, okay. Doing something wrong, is it? It's gotta be on B. I'm doing the typical dodge input and it's not working. Ah, there we go. There it is, I found it, okay. Yeah, you have to enter like Panzer Dragoon mode. Okay. It's weird. You have to enter like engagement mode, yeah. Very little actual free aiming. What the hell? Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Ow. Can I get my healing now? Okay. Bro, where are we looking? 1,200 meters that way? Can I please get this? Thank you. Where's this icon at? Let's go faster. Kind of cool. Man, something on that's quick. No music. Stop asking for music. Okay, this isn't a Doom game, you know? I should not expect music to be like piloting your every move and being the motivating factor behind every interaction. Do not expect that. No expecting. fucking hitting these fucking guys. I don't even know if I'm hitting him. Am I hitting him? Man, you guys are being real big pieces of shit, you know? Oh my god, I am going as fast as I can. You guys are terrible. The worst. Their refusal to die. Okay. One down, one to go! Ooh, this looks like fun. Please land. Leader detected. Out, bro. Kiss my ass. It's one of these guys. We gotta like take out all this bullshit first. That guy jumped at me and then died. Man, will you fucking piss off? Seriously. Okay. I'm gonna use guys. Wow. Whoa, you zip, man. You fucking zip, don't you? Oh my god. Oh, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Alrighty then. Where are we looking? You sent me from the side, dude. What the hell? That was cool. Bye, bug. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Who's the big guy? Holy shit, who's the big guy, dude? Big fucking guy. Big fucking guy. Bro, was trying to like lock onto the other dude. Okay. Okay. Oh my God. Dude, I'm trying to shoot these big fuckers. Please, R3, please, goddamn, please. Oh, dude, oh my God. Stuck in so many animations, oh God. Okay. Okay. Whew. Running out of ammo, you know? Arrgh. Good damn. Look at these big fucks. I did not get hit by that. Did not. There's a lot of shit coming my way. Oh no, I got hit, I got hit. Oh, dude. Dude. Let's go in there with this thing, pulverizer, switch it up. Yeah, I like it more. That hit me! So I believe. Disagree. Hey, you! Oh, man! Okay. What's this buzz sound? There's a buzz sound? You guys getting some weird sound effect thing? Refresh your browser. Oh my God. Holy shit. It's the oh yeah, the bzzz. Yeah, that's the sound of all the armor hitting you at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, that's the sound of all the armor pickups. They're still shooting projectiles at me while being hit. What the hell? No target. Okay. Let's wait for the next guys to pop. Buddy. Oh, that's a terrible sound. Horrible sound. That's a horrible sound, brother. What's hitting me? Holy shit! Oof. Bro, chill. I'm dealing with some shit here. Will you attack me already? Because I'm like trying to not die. You're just gonna cheese me as soon as I get an opportunity. Oh my god. Green glowy horse shit. Behind me. Big fucks. I didn't want that guy to hit the ground. Alright, here we go. Oh my god. Let's go! Barely 41 health. Sheesh, man. That was a tough one.
Hellgate destroyed.
Yum, 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 yum. Oh. This is progress. I didn't even close all the demonic portals and shit. But maybe that's what we want us to do. Is this a portal? Get us right into a zoom-in fight. Man. Can you, like, die? Thank you. Doom Panzer Dragoon. Sorta. You know, sorta. Another one. Every time we do this, they give me something to chase. Oh, you're dead. Where'd that running dude go? Whatever. Another one. I believe you. Okay. Well, you're the big boy. Let's go to the cycler. Clear them. Clear out the clumps. Yeah, I know. Not the problem. Shit. Weird distribution of enemies in this one. What the fuck? What the? Jesus Christ, dude. Dude, like, these guys just shoot the shit out of me. Okay. Okay. Shotgun to pulverizer. Yeah, sure. That was close. Hey, why'd you shake out of that? That's not nice. Cross us. And health. These are health groups. Well, give me health. No! Shit, I had so many projectiles flying at me. Shit. Shit. Dun, 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 dun. Man, they came up and whacked me. Slow mo doesn't cost anything. The slow mo just kind of happens when you land like a parry, you know? at me from the back, dude. That climbing animation really fucked me. Damn, dude. Holy crap. Okay, okay. Whew. So many projectiles from every range. Okay, I just need to get, like, the speed boost from the Ravager, and then maybe we'll be okay? Or the Pulverizer, that's what it is. Bro. Dude, you guys with your machine guns? Any enemy that has like a machine gun fucking roasts me in this game, dude. They roast me. You know, because they just like rip off so much of your health, they're not knocking you back or anything. You're just losing life like so quick. What's our rotation at? Out of here. Okay. It's my rotation that I kind of like. Where's this guy at? Yeah, there you are. My animation got interrupted. Oh shit. Yeah, climbing is an interesting thing that also animation interrupts. So I have to jump. Whoa. Alright, dude, how many more dudes do we got? How many more dudes do we got till I can actually fight the boss? God. Please don't die to acid. Not now. Help, bro. Okay. I'm trying out here. Who's shooting me to the left? Oh my god. Get the hell out of here. Finally, I can attack you. Yeah.
All tentacles have been cleared. Threat neutralized.
That was tough. That was pretty challenging. What I think it is, it's also funny to see Doom Guy like working with people, you know, like he has like his own, not squad, but like allies. You know, it's weird to see him like a part of some sort of affiliation in some way, instead of me no like demons. Me really no like demons. Like that's all his affiliation kind of is historically. Me really no like demons. That is it. Did they do it in Eternal? I don't remember, right? Now he feels like Master Chief. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? That is not incorrect. He feels much more like a Master Chief kind of character now. Oh, in the DLC he kind of did? I did not play the DLC in Doom Eternal. Anyway, yeah, I guess you're right. He does feel a bit more Master Chief-like than before. I never thought of it like that. Yo, Archtyrannus, thank you. Delixum, Inkbot, Ultimate Strife, Andy, Diggus, J-Money, SFN, Jesus from Space, Carcassion, Play DHD Gaming, thanks for the 777s. Joined late playing catch-up on the YouTube stream. Wanted to say that for me, I enjoy MK1 best when I play it online as a 1v1 and just never use my cameos. I don't play for combos, but I do win a lot in Combat League playing solo. Have you tried it? That's a funny idea. It's pretty dry as far as a game without cameos, but yeah. Clown Balloons, thank you, Matt. Zans for Dinner, Blue Rose, Ascon, Superbro, Genku, and Boing Boing Bang, Dragonborn, and Moonflare. Thanks, guys. Dahino, Pinky, and that's Prototype, Avalon, One Spudman, Quick Strike, Botonator, Xerxio, and Blue Kuma, Mega Blitz, Girth, Wind and Fire, Magus G, Magnus G, Strider Zero, Special Agent Bob, Dice Train, Apathetic Tactician, Walks, Crash Slays, Walk Paladin, War Machine, Steosic, or Psychotics, that's what it is. Decaying Reaver, Powers, and Genesis Hernandez. Thanks for the 20 bucks, man. As somebody born in 03, I grew up with the Dark Ages of Capcom Fighters. Your stream sparked my love for fighters inspired by YouTube and made my late nights this community. Felt like home. Third Strike is perfect. Yo, thank you, Genesis Hernandez. It means a lot, man. That was over on YouTube. Thank you so much, dude. Holy shit. Habio, thanks for the 20 gift subs earlier, man. I don't know if I missed those. And thanks for the tier 1. And Kamikuku, thanks for the 72 months. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm feeling good on that. Some progress. Even though he did in the DLC, he was still solo. I see. Yeah, I think something about yeah, this is the origin of the Doomslayer, you know? But it also doesn't feel like an origin because he just comes in and he's already a badass Doomslayer, you know? I already am a Doomslayer. I'm already doing that. Anyway, thanks, guys. I'll be back. I'll let you guys know. We'll continue. Got more stuff to talk about, more games to play, more things to do. A lot of shit as we get closer to, you know, Summer Games Fest and everything like that. Friggin' Elden Ring's right around the corner as well. Have a good one. Shine on. I'll see you next time. Good night.